male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch, YouTube like Hasan Piker, or other kind of promoters of hate.
Revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible.
Not so easy being a streamer, is it?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker in this house, and I broadcast from you live from... I don't even know where I am. New Haven, I think? Yale. I'm at Yale. I'm at Yale campus. Coming to you live from Yale campus in New Haven, Connecticut. I think it's New Haven, Connecticut. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Yale Union Debate Day. That's right. Wonderful state of Connecticut. One that actually receives quite a bit of animosity, unjust animosity from your boy. I know everyone's going to be really fucking annoying today and say, oh, dude, you have to try New Haven pizza. You have to get this pizza. You have to get that pizza. Connecticut pizza is the best pizza. I know there's nothing else to live for in this state of yours, okay? I know many of you live here in the McMansions that your parents pay for, who work in finance and didn't want to, they didn't have enough money to pay for an apartment in New York City, so they live in Connecticut. I know that, like, many of you, grew up in this wonderful state that is pretty much like a close tax haven, a more affordable real estate market for all of your parents that, do whatever they do in Manhattan, right? So many of you are obviously very aware of it. We're on stolen, is it Quinnipiac? Is Quinnipiac the name of the tribe? Stolen Quinnipiac land. Okay. New Haven has incredible falafel. Okay, thank you. Anyway, we're live. We're alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Tuesday, April 14th, 2026, 11:36 a.m. Here. Well, it's 11:36 a.m. In Pacific time, where I'm not. I'm actually here at 2:36 p.m. On Eastern time. It's 75 degrees and cloudy here in New Haven, Connecticut. Anyway, I will be going to Yale for the first time ever. Never been. Later today to do a debate. That's right. Debate! So get excited for that. Obviously, many of you are debate enjoyers. We will be going to the Yale Union, where I will be delivering a speech. My resolution is end the American empire. And I'm going to be, I wrote a lot about it. I have a lot of good riffs on it, too. I'm trying to perfect my craft to become a better speaker and deliver these thoughtful responses working with Noah Colwin as well as my editor, as always. So excited about that. Very excited about that performance, if you want to call it that. And then afterwards, student groups are going to be debating one another, one after the other, some in the affirmative, some negative against the resolution. So, yeah, that's exciting stuff. But that's later in the day. Before I do that, I will be watching the American empire collapse on its own weight, on its own contradictions, in real time, of course. So that is what we are going to be doing. But Quinnipiac and Algonquin tribes were in the area. Thank you. Have I heard that Bloodborne is getting a film adaptation? Yes, and Jacksepticeye, Jack Spadici is one of the guys. Is Reckoning with Israel's One-State Reality by Ezra Klein. Oh my God, newest Hasanabi had Ezra Klein as a one-stater now. That's incredible. We'll talk about that. No Mao suit. No, I didn't want to wear the Mao suit because I wore the Mao Zedong suit on Z-Way. I wore it at Stanford. I have a decent fit though. Don't worry. I mean, I'm wearing the pantaloons of the Mao Zedong suit, but I wanted to go with like a different fit, you know? So yeah, it's a ridiculous campus, honestly breathtaking, kind of like U Chicago, possibly more grand. It's always grand. It's always grand. So, all right. Where were we? PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. I don't want to make the malfit be too overused, right? Like, because this is my favorite fit. It fits so well. It feels like a glove. Don't want to overuse it. Don't want to use it and abuse it. So, yeah. All right. Personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And as far as personal news goes, I'm going to try to ask loser. You already know. Last night, I ended the broadcast. I was very tired. And I thought, I'll get a good night's sleep. I'll go to bed early. And I'll be able to wake up early. I'll finish the tweaks of this speech. And I'll be fine. I'll be energetic. I'll be able to deliver a great speech to thunderous applause, convince the next wave of Yale graduates to become revolutionary anti-imperialists, right? Instead of going into the CIA, or maybe into the CIA to fulfill Felix Biederman's dreams of a free officers movement, right? So that didn't happen. God had other plans. What do I mean by that? I went to bed at like around 11, not that early. And I woke up at like 1:45, almost 2 a.m. And I could not go back to sleep. I woke up at 2 and I could not go back to sleep until like 4. And I was just like watching Jujutsu Kaisen. Last episode was peak, by the way. Oh my God, Jujutsu Kaisen is so good. But I just simply could not go back to sleep until 4. And then I went back to sleep at 4, woke up again at like, I think 9:30, got in a car, came to Yale, showered, and here we are. Put some final tweaks on the speech, and here we are, right? Jujutsu Kaisen Flux Heavy, yeah, it's so good. This is why you need a Benjamin. Yeah, I don't think it works that way. For me, Benjamin is you're saying it'll help you go to sleep, but like I have a different solution to that. It's called cranking it. Jorking the peanuts, cranking the hog, just beating your meat. It just didn't work. It didn't work at all. I tried. Trust. There's a lot of that going on. It's just like simply didn't work. God, I'm supposed to be a serious political commentator. What the fuck's wrong with me? I need to stop doing that shit. Anyway. Where was I? Yeah. The pen is far more time saving than, okay, well, You're just not efficient, buddy. You're just not efficient, buddy. Okay? I can do things much faster. Fox News doing more free PR for you? Yeah. I know. We'll talk about all that and more. But yeah, but that's it. That's all I got for you guys. Let's blast off. Let's get started. We obviously don't have a lot of time. Well, we do have a lot of time, but we have like around 4 hours, 4.5 hours, maybe 5 hours till we're done. Until I have to head over to Yale to deliver a speech and do the back and forth, the debate, all that stuff. So the pen is mightier than the sword. Okay. Yale. I'm in Yale. New Iran talks. Trump offends God. Fallout. U.S. Hormuz double block. Continues, ? Chinese vessel passes. Situation monitored. Epstein Fury day 46. Yale debate on ending the U.S. empire. Later. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Ever fall asleep while charming the one-eyed snake? Yes, of course. This is a blast off. What the fuck is this? This is not a blast off. Okay. Sometimes you guys do low effort blast offs. That's not even in the low effort category. We're gonna go with the high effort ones. Okay. I'm sorry. Here it is. We did it. I blasted off already. I don't even know what's going on with that little tiny hand. It's like a Twitter meme, isn't it? From Japanese Twitter or something. Very drunk thing to do. I always follow through. I always complete my mission. Okay. I'm in Yale. Do Iran talks. Trump offends God. Fallout. U.S. Hormuz double block continued. Chinese vessel passes. Situation monitored. Epstein's Fury day 46. Yale debate on ending the U.S. empire later. Get in now. Looking sharp. Hasan Sama, please do the Ebro podcast when you're in New York City. Anytime, any day, baby. As long as he wants me there, I'll do it. $34 Unc. Start a family. Quit talking about Jork and peanuts. See, that's I would hit the fa right there, but I can't. I know exactly what this is. Yeah, don't forget who you're fighting for. Yeah, this guy. True. Will you also be streaming going door to door selling life insurance? Yes. Women in chat hearing how fast you finished. That's a joke. I'm joking. I can go as fast as I want or as long as I want. All right. Pontifex. Pope Leo don't give a dang about what Donald Trump's been saying about him. He's still hitting him hard. Okay. That's my goat right there. That's the goat Pope. We are all Catholic on this beautiful day. Did you see that they leaked an entire movie on Twitter? Which one? They always leak stuff on Twitter. If you consider any of these mainstream media political commentators serious, then you're a straight up heart attack. You're far more serious regardless of your fap talk than those fools. Thank you. In any case, folks. Oh, Avatar, The Last Airbender? Oh, dang. Really? Oh, you saw Avatar Aang movie? That's crazy. That's kind of a bummer. Or good, maybe? I don't know. I mean, I love piracy. But it kind of sucks that they did that before the movie could come out, you know? Check out Chuck Park running for Congress in Queens. I know. Everyone always tells me check out Chuck Park. Yes, we will check out Chuck Park eventually. All right. I promise. Voices are ass, apparently. When you bring in the 2022 long hair back, never. Okay. That's not going to happen. Paramount kicked it from theaters. It was going to streaming. Oh, okay. The plot of it is straight up Israel, like anti-Israel or pro-Israel? Longwell is out here hating you more. What is this? It's always good to engage with people and understand their illiberal worldview. That way, there's no confusion about context or jokes. Americans are ready to reevaluate our relationship with Israel, but I suspect they'd find siding with Hamas a bridge too far. This is not about siding with Hamas in this 21-second clip that you got from RNC Research. This is about who is the worst offender and who is worse for American interests. And the answer is it's Israel, whether you like to admit it or not. The entire framework of that question is to get you to question or get you to try and defend Israel. But, of course, for many people, all this amounts to is just going, but they're terrorists over and over again, right? They are not entertaining the thought experiment that I'm trying to create here. They're not entertaining the two different forces to match up with one another. They just keep leaning into, well, they're terrorists. Oh, lol, Euphoria Season 3 is out. Nice. Interfaith maxing? Oh, hell yeah. Are you Mormon cosplaying right now? Yes, that's what I'm doing. I love that. I love interfaith maxing. '30th anniversary of steamed hams. I don't know what that means. What is this? Far left Senate hopefuls, radical ties to Maduro cronies could torpedo campaign. Tired of the chaos.
Candidate Abdul El-Sayed is
Wait,
taking
tied to
some heat.
Maduro? As Sayed's campaign continues, Fox News Digital uncovered even more ties to radical socialist activists, such as a pro-Maduro organizer and other far-left figures. Wait, what? Abdul's even cooler than I thought? That's crazy. Holy aura is real. I just got here, but do you see Clavicular almost crying while being interviewed? Yes, Clavicular got frame mogged. And also intellect mogged, I guess. Is that a thing? Can you mog someone with your brain? He got brain mogged by a 60 Minutes Australia correspondent. Hassan's bitch says, what the fuck is wrong with your chatters? I get that people give you compliments, but why the fuck do they come in with rude comments on your appearance? Normal people don't talk to others like that. Be normal, chatters. Be kind. It's okay. It's all good. I'm used to it. Yeah, he got thought mogged. He also tiptoe maxes. That's crazy. All right. So, where were we? We'll get right into it. We got situation maxing. We got situation monitoring maxing. Hopefully I will have some time maybe eventually to discuss even the intellect mogging that took place, the intelligence IQ mogging that took place with the 60 Minutes interview with our GOAT, our hero, Clavicular. But yeah. There's this guy also that was talking about Mamdani Mets. I guess people are blaming the Mets for on Zoran Mamdani for some reason. I don't know why. Are the Mets doing poorly? Is that what it is? I don't know anything about baseball. I don't follow baseball at all, but they're doing Mets slander, I guess. We need to shake up this team. New starting lineup. Bernie Sanders, Hasan Piker, Big Bill de Blasio, Mahmoud Khalil, Ocasio, AOC, Rama Dawaji, Rashida Tlaib, Letitia James. He hugged Mr. Met, that's it. The mascot, they said it was anti-Semitic. No, but like, are the Mets doing poorly or something? Sid Rosenberg, here's a fun fact. Since Mr. and Mrs. Met practically banged New York City mayor, the Mets have lost every game since. And now they've got the Dodgers in LA tonight. Let's go Yanks. Yeah, practically banged. Or is he saying that Mr. and Mrs. Met had a gangbang with Zoran Mamdani? Is that what it is? It's because Zoran Mamdani met Mr. and Mrs. Met at Citi Field, and Sid Rosenberg is a psycho that got really upset about that.
Good to meet you guys. It's gonna be nice.
The team has been awful this year. Isn't the Mets always kind of bad though? Like, isn't that one of the things? Is like the Mets is anti-Semitic because, not because they met with Zoran Mamdani, but because it's like, it's constantly creating sadness and grief for New York Jews, many of which are fans of the Mets. Like, I thought that was the whole. I thought that was the whole ordeal, is that like the New York Mets were anti-Semitic from the start because it hurts the feelings of every New York Jew that is a fan of the New York Mets. They've been okay sometimes. They choke in the playoffs. Also, the mascot snubs Sid. He's been crying ever since. Oh, that's funny. Hey, teams can get better. Pirates got better this year for the first time in like 20 years. All right, whatever. Don't steal Jon Stewart's swag. That's his bit. I mean, I think that's just like a common meme, no? It's a little bit like a cliche. Most of the right-wingers are in New York are Yankees fans. Yes, I've heard that, except for AOC. AOC's a Yankee. They got mocked by the Doyers in offseason. There was smoke around them signing an all-star player only for the Doyers to come in and sign him. Oh. Anyway, the McMurray people have given up anti-Semitism smears and have moved as ludicrously on to pro-corporate economics. Jill Filipovich says, it's true that Donald Trump's one trick is to blame every problem on immigrants, but I don't think it's a better trick to blame complex problems on nefarious corporations that apparently want you jobless, homeless, and dead. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is incredible. That's a brilliant take. It's a brilliant take because what's the alternative? It's just don't blame anybody? Is that what it is? Don't blame the actual entities responsible for your demise. Don't blame the system. Don't blame capitalism. Don't blame corporations. Don't blame immigrants. You know, that's what the Republicans do. But they also, that means you can't actually blame the real pressure points, the real issue in American politics, which is like corporate domination that puts profit over the interests of the people over and over again, and a system of corporate domination that has designed this country in a very undemocratic manner that is only kept up through constant subsidies and constant cash flows to politicians directly, so that politicians listen to the corporate demands rather than the demands of the people. That's cool, though. I guess that's not true. That's just fake. Yeah. There are real problems with corporate power, but bad corporation took your nice thing away is not actually the sole or even chief cause of most of these problems. Democratic politicians should offer voters real solutions, of which there are actually many. If you can't afford a home, it's probably not because a corporation is speculating on the home you should have had. Wait, no, it's literally the entire speculatory process itself. The entire speculative process itself that treats housing as a commodity, a speculative asset, rather than shelter for people is the problem. As I said in the initial tweet, out of control corporate power is really a huge problem and Democrats should take it on. But I'm just not impressed with politicians who have a single answer to every problem, especially when the problems are actually complicated and caused by multiple forces, and what people need are accurate diagnoses and thoughtful solutions. Take housing, one of his examples. Housing is generally expensive in places where people want to live because there's not enough housing. There are other causes too. So why are there not enough housing? Why is there not enough housing? Why is there not enough housing? Great question, right? Okay, there's not enough housing. I agree. Sure. You know, I don't consider myself to be a NIMBY or a YIMBY. I'm invested in building public housing. I'm also fond of the argument that we need to build more housing. I'm fond of that argument. I'm also fond of preserving, like, certain cultural landmarks and ensuring that the way that we design these cities is also habitable, is like wonderful places for people to want to live in. You know, so I see both sides of the NIMBY argument. Sorry, San Francisco chatters. I know this will trigger the fuck out of you because you're always like, which side are you on? We'll kill you. But, you know, I don't think it's like that. Anyway, left YIMBYism is a thing and China does it well. Okay, whatever. I don't want to get into it. I know when I say YIMBY or NIMBY, everybody gets mad. So my point was, you say, take housing, for example. Housing is generally expensive in the places where people want to live because there's not enough housing. Why is there not enough housing? Is it because the land is finite in supply? Because you can make the land work better, right? You can build more units on top of the land, on top of the pre-existing land. But, you know, that's one way of going about it. So why? Why are we not doing it? Well, it's because housing is treated like a speculative asset. That's the whole point. What did Xi Jinping say? The eminent leader, the dear leader Xi Jinping, what did he say? He said, homes are to live in, not for speculation. He was right. I agree with that sentiment, and I hope that more American politicians can openly say exactly that, right? Houses are to live in. Houses are not a speculative asset to trade, okay? There are other causes too, but it's fundamentally a supply issue, and that supply issue is caused by a long list of things. But the biggest problem is not, in fact, corporations buying all the houses. It's definitely one of the multiple forces. Perhaps the most consequential one is the way we treat housing in this country. We don't need to exclusively build. We can convert space like they did in San Jose. When I was homeless, they called it Santa Claus country. People got indoors. Yes. What are her solutions? Nothing. Status quo. Yes. It's just to fucking complain. It's just the chirp. Anyway, interfaith maxing here. That's very cool. Shouts out to the GOAT, the Pope. Classic Jill thing. You lead with a stupidly overstated criticism of someone on the left, and then you cover your ass with a thread full of hedging. I think it's ultimately really funny, though, because these people will be like, you need to craft better messaging. And then they'll get mad at the left for you know, doing left populism. And they'll say, no, you need to craft better messaging that actually explains the problem. No, you didn't explain the problem at all. You just made it unnecessarily complex to not explain the true problem. And left populist messaging that's easy to identify, easy to understand is unironically a million times better than whatever the fuck you're doing, especially because any person that hears or encounters your message is going to go, what do you mean corporations are people too and we need to preserve their feelings? What the fuck? I don't give a shit about corporations. Okay, fuck corporations. Fuck the billionaires, right? Have you seen Fox News tweeting your statements and everyone just agreeing? Yes, it's been 2 days of both Fox News and a lot of right-wing Democrats doing everything in their power to, I guess, like, spread my message far and wide. And to that, I have only thankfulness. I am thankful that they are doing that for me. That's very kind of them. Shouts out to all of the corporate-backed, lobbyist-funded, center-right Democratic consultants, and certainly a big thank you to Fox News as well. Mainstream media is cool now. Exactly. All right, let's get to the Pope before we get to situation monitoring, obviously. But yeah, like I said, this is the blast off meme. You spread it far and wide. All the real patriots. We're going to get into situation monitoring, talking about a Chinese tanker that actually reportedly passed the U.S. Hormuz blockade, the American blockade. But before we do that, I'll read you one thing that the Pope said. He is not standing down as a real American Chicagoan. Okay? He says, God's heart is torn apart by wars, violence, injustice, and lies. But our Father's heart is not with the wicked, the arrogant, or the proud. God's heart is with the little ones and the humble, and with them he builds up his kingdom of love and peace day by day. Wherever there is love and service, God is there. Now, I'm not exactly a fan of the Pope saying something like that and then following that up with hashtags, but he says, hashtag apostolic journey, hashtag Algeria. Now, you didn't need to do that, Pope. You could have just kept it at the statement, right? because hashtags are, they're of a bygone era, right? But yeah, we got a real Pope versus president situation going on. The president being the Pope of the freaks and the heretics, and the agents of Satan, and then the real Pope being the Pope of the Catholics. So chill. That was probably his 60-year-old intern lady doing her best. Yeah, probably. So, let's get into it. Yeah, the Fox News is back at it again. They said Hamas over Israel every single time. Far left streamer Hasan Piker doubled down on his support of Hamas, calling the Islamic terror group the lesser evil compared to Israel. Piker also stood by his past comments, saying the terrorist organization is 1,000 times better than Israel. This will hopefully get some other people to question why I'm saying that, right? Because, like, I know that the Fox News audience is probably not going to look at this and be like, oh, yeah, he means, like, Israel has killed a lot more than Hamas has or anything like that. But at least for those in the margins, those in the periphery, hopefully this will be a wake-up call, an opportunity for them to really reconsider. That's my job. My job is to pierce through these pre-established, oftentimes racial animus that many Americans have, the notion that any kind of resistance front and non-state actor that sometimes may or may not actually engage in war crimes themselves in their emancipatory endeavors can be a better force than the forever ally that we have that is doing the genocide. So yeah. Why does he say that? You already won because that is the start of the questioning of the status quo. Yeah. Yeah, the only way out is through is right. Okay, let's get into it before we look at the new fresh hot slander that Abdullah Sayed received. Also, Ilhan Omar. That's devastating.
We'll let my Barkhad. No, we'll let my Ilhan interview.
Stay away from my queen. Stay away from my queen.
She says she likes me better.
That's a lie. That's a lie. She did not say that. You're crazy.
She said that you're taller, but you don't have a sense of humor.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's devastating.
Like repeating Cumtown bits is not a personality.
I would never repeat Cumtown bits. I would never repeat Cumtown bits because they're offensive, and I'm woke.
No, apparently you repeated it. She told me the ones you repeated, and I was like, that there was no even real justification for that one. That was
wow.
That's hard.
So there's a justification for you saying the Cumtown bits when you were on Cumtown, but there's no justification for me repeating them.
Oh, believe me, sir. I wasn't saying much on Cumtown.
Yeah, this is
just there.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, we need Ilhan Omar to settle the debate. Hassan the Hun versus Adam Friedland. This was called in the question on the timeline, and Ilhan Omar responded with, hate to break it to Hassan the Hun and Adam Friedland, but Kaya is my favorite. Which, of course, means that I won. Okay? Do you think they'll let me bring my camera in today? Holy moly, I love you so much. That is my favorite type of question, right? My favorite type of question is like not even where is the debate, when is it happening, will it be streamed? Everyone asks that. My favorite type of question is like, do you know the event security dynamics? Why would I have an answer for that question? Why do you think I would know what Yale Union's security restrictions look like? Okay? I have no answers for these questions. Is there a clear back policy? I don't know. You should know. If you got a ticket, you should probably know. Like, It's so funny. It's like whenever I do a merge drop, everybody's like, all right, well, you're my call center, you know? And whenever I do these sorts of speeches, these events, which always get streamed, by the way, they almost always get streamed, including this one. This will be live streamed. People will come in and be like, is there a no shirts, no shoes, no service policy? Do I have to wear closed toe shoes? If there is a you must wear shoes policy, like I have a lot of questions. I'm like, those are great questions. I love you for asking those questions. You should ask those questions to someone else. Okay? I can't find out. I can't find out the answers for you. I'm not fucking customer service. Okay? Should I wear a sweater? How cold is auditorium? I love that people are just leaning into the bit, but I can't even tell if people are actually doing a bit now or if they sincerely are like, oh, so I shouldn't ask you questions, which means I must ask you more questions, right? Anyway.
It's naval blockade yesterday at 10 a.m.
Let's get to it. Chinese tanker reportedly passes U.S. Hormuz blockade. It's a Chinese flag ship. Let's hear where the double blockade is at now.
Eastern, we're around 17 hours in. And basically, a lot of the traffic, the little trickle we've seen since the start of the war has come to a screeching halt, apart from one incident. And this is really interesting because this is a Chinese-owned vessel. It's now said to have tested the U.S. naval blockade because it has passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Let's take you through this. This is a rich starry. This is a tanker said to be carrying methanol. It started moving from Sharjah here in the UAE. Remember, a lot of these vessels turn off the AIS transponders, so you don't really know the origin of which port that they moved from. Starting to move towards Keshem and Larak Islands, then, starts a boating mission, moves back, and then starts to take that route once again, passing through the strait in the early hours of this morning. Now, this is a tanker that has been sanctioned since March 2023 by the U.S. Treasury Department because it has links to Iran. Now, from what we understand from experts, this tanker was able to move through completely unfazed by the U.S. naval blockade. So we don't know what exactly transpired and how the United States is enforcing this blockade. But this is really interesting to see this tanker that has, links to Iran, that has been sanctioned by the United States, being able to move through the Strait of Hormuz at this time. A lot of the shippers are very reticent to even make the voyage. Number one, they're worried about having to coordinate directly with the Iranians. And then number two, what will they face when they hit the U.S. naval blockade? A lot of the shippers believe that this is a double dilemma in terms of negotiating with both sides. From what we know right now, that the United States is doing this naval blockade to perhaps start negotiations to force Iran to the negotiating table. You'll remember that a lot of the revenues that Iran is getting right now at the start of this war had to do with the toll that they were charging the shippers, Rosemary, and then importantly, the Iranian oil that was being sold. And if you look at some of the tanker traffic since the start of the war, it has been dominated by Iranian-linked vessels and also vessels that are friendly to Iran. So the United States and President Trump has been very clear about this, that any vessels, any shippers that have paid that toll fee could face indictment. And you have an interesting bar chart here showing just how much the traffic plummeted since the start of the war. And you've seen a trickle throughout the over 40 days that we've been facing this conflict. In total, 453 vessels have transited the strait since February 28th. And importantly, just to give you a bit of a perspective, normally 130 vessels pass through the strait on a daily basis. Richard Mead is the editor-in-chief of Lloyd's List Intelligence, and he's with us now live from London. Richard, good to see you. You and I have been talking consistently since the start of the war, and there's been, really interesting developments, specifically over the past few hours after the U.S. naval blockade came into effect. We saw one Chinese-linked tanker that was sanctioned by the United States since 2023 transiting through the strait after initially had, backed out and then moved through once again. What do we know about the rich Starry and whether it was challenged by the US Navy?
Well, at the moment, we know very little. It's still moving.
Go, Rich Starry, go. Gore, Rich Starry, gore. Do it for the world, Rich Starry. CENTCOM denies that any ship made it past the blockade. Of course they did.
Suggests that it hasn't been challenged by the US. To be clear, we're not entirely sure that this was laden with Iranian crude. It's been used as floating storage for a while. It entered back into the Gulf about 10 to 12 days ago from memory. And then it was heading out of the Gulf this weekend and did a bit of a U-turn at the point that Donald Trump announced the blockade. It then made a break for it last night and has exited. Now, this is, as you say, a sanctioned, falsely flagged ship. It is nominally fraudulently flagged to Malawi, but we know it's a fraud. This probably would be a target, but it seems to have got out. We've also got a number of other shadow fleet tankers, one of which is sanctioned, heading in. So it's going to be interesting to see how the US responds to this. But right now, the vast majority of shipping is not moving on either side.
Yeah, so give me a sense of what shippers are telling you. There's a lot of confusion about who to negotiate with. On the Iranian side, it's been very clear, coordinate directly with Iranian forces. Now you've got the US naval blockade. Is there any appetite to move through the strait, even if...
I think what America is trying to do is force the hand of desperate shipping companies to not go through the toll process and avoid the Iranian Navy and go directly through the American blockade. Because, what they've said they're doing is, if you touch an Iranian port, which as it stands, all ships that transit through the Strait of Hormuz can only go through the strait if they stop at an Iranian port, at which point they will pay a toll and then move through the Iranian port and safely transit the Strait of Hormuz. So what they're trying to do, I think, what they're trying to create is an environment where maybe some of these oil tankers are dumb enough to try and transit without paying a toll. And only those ships will be allowed safe passage by the American blockade. Because even if you're not a Chinese flag tanker, even if you're not an Iranian shadow fleet tanker, even if you're just a United Arab Emirates tanker or any other flag tanker, if you stop at the Iranian port, then America is supposed to stop you, right? That's basically the way that they've designed it. Having said that, however, it's totally ridiculous if the goal here is to stabilize the global markets. If the goal here is to stabilize energy prices, then adding a secondary restriction makes it worse overall. And we are in it now, officially. If you look at the way that oil transits, it's very slow, okay? It takes a long time for these massive tankers that oftentimes have 2 million barrels of oil in them to go through a full transit, right? They load up and they take the oil to refineries around the world. America, because of its distance from the Gulf, America still receives oil from the Strait of Hormuz. By the way, a lot of people don't know that. But because of its distance, America is the last to receive the oil shipments, right? Which means there's a delayed impact for American oil. Ever since the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, I believe this week was the timeline for many of the Asian markets like I think it was yesterday or today, it will be the last time Asian countries will receive oil from the Strait of Hormuz, because all the tankers that left before the closure are finally arriving at their ports. Okay? Some are arriving tomorrow. Some have arrived yesterday. For the United States of America, I believe it will be this week at some point, where the last oil tankers that left before the oil blockade took place will finally arrive at American refineries. On top of that, there is a shadow fleet, and there's also spot trading as well. Because this is a very expensive commodity, obviously there are a bunch of other tankers that either don't have their transponders on or are sanctioned, right? So they can also offer a little bit of price stability. Nations that were previously sanctioned, like Russia, will be able to offer additional supply to countries that previously were not allowed to get oil from Russia. Will be able to get oil from Russia. Right? I am in so much fucking pain. I hate you, says Bitten Caro. Wait, what did I do? What the hell? Anyway. So on top of that, there are spot traders, right? Like there are, people that have a lot, like there are people that have oil tankers out and about that can take advantage of the new market prices and sell at a higher price point, right? So there are some forces that can stabilize the market a little bit, right? However, that's finite. At the end of the day, if you cut off 20% of the entire globe's oil supply, the entire globe's energy supply, it's eventually going to lead to price shocks. Okay? It's that simple. And because of the length of travel for oil, we haven't actually received the price shocks just yet. Okay? We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it yet because they're trying to play around and take advantage of the lag. They're trying to play around to the best of their ability to withstand the imminent collapse of global energy markets. But there is a finite amount. Okay? There is a finite amount of oil. So if you run out of it, and it's a necessary commodity with inelastic demand, it's a necessary resource with an inelastic demand. If you run out of it, you're going to run into problems. Here's a video someone sent that says it explains it very well. Let's take a look.
4 soccer fields long, carries 2 or 3 million barrels of oil, and it weighs more than a skyscraper, all of which makes it slow, 10 or 15 knots. That is no joke, the speed of a bicycle. Our global energy supply lines move at the speed of a Schwinn. And let me show you on this globe why that's important. If you biked all day, how much of this globe do you think you could cross? Like maybe the width of the point of this pen, right? Maybe. You worked really hard. Okay. Now imagine hopping on your 12-speed starting in Dubai. Where's Dubai? Here we go. Starting in Dubai. And now imagine that you have to bike out of Dubai all the way down here, down the coast of Africa, down, cross the Cape of Good Hope, back up the other coast of Africa, all the way across the Atlantic, through the Caribbean, before finally arriving at the deepwater oil port in Louisiana. That would take forever on a bike, right? Which, remember, is the speed that these oil tankers go. Like, that is how our oil travels, as if it were on a bike. And maybe you see where I'm going with this. This is a map of global oil flows put together by JP Morgan. Don't worry about all this text. We'll explain it in a minute. These red lines show the oil coming out of the Middle East, going out to the rest of the world. This is the stuff that's been cut off. Here it is back in December before the war. There it goes. The oil is flowing.
This is so inefficient. We should consider launching our oil into space to make it faster. It's really funny. Except this is the most efficient mode of transport. Ironically enough, it sounds inefficient, but there's no other way to ship that quantity. This is the, as it stands, most efficient mode of transport, which is why there are major problems here. Because, like, you got pipelines, but even then, you can't move as many units through a pipeline. You still need, and there are issues with pipelines as well. Pipelines don't travel all around the world. You can't do a pipeline from, you can't build a pipeline from the Persian Gulf to South Korea where the refineries are for the Asian markets, right? Like, it's just not going to happen.
Remember, it moves at the speed of a bunch of bytes.
This video you're watching is by Max Fisher, part of Johnny Harris's network. Oh, that makes sense. There's a very Johnny Harris twang with this video, but it seems like a really good video so far.
So now it's January, and the oil is just finally reaching parts of Asia and Europe. And we're into February before it hits the US, and then it hits refineries in South Korea that then sends it on down these pink lines to Australia and New Zealand. So when the war starts and the oil stops flowing, there's actually still a ton out there, taking its long, lazy little bike ride around the globe. That's a big part of why things seem weirdly normal. For most countries, the oil shutdown has not reached us yet.
It's because they have a style guide, I feel like, where you got to do the flipping of this pages sound effect, the little clicks. These are all like audio cues to remind you that you're under the Johnny Harris network. You're under the Johnny Harris umbrella.
Still getting shipments that were sent out before the war started. So when do those shipments stop? If you look at that map again, it says most deliveries to the US will stop around April 15th. In Europe, they stop around April 10th. Asia, April 1st, so it's just getting started. But here in parts of Africa, it was March 20th. We're already well into it. And that's even hitting places like the US, where we are still receiving oil from before the war started. Countries whose shipments ran out are creating this big surge in demand. So anytime you go to the pump or pay your power bill, you are bidding against them, and they are bidding against you. And all of this is going to get significantly worse when China and Europe start running out of shipments too, and surge demand to replace it, which is really...
We are making you film like this for the next mini doc. Yeah, I'm down to do it. Vietnam and the Philippines are shutting down their economies one day a week. Rice prices have doubled. It's not feeling normal for them. This room is hideous. Connecticut, yeah, it's not. It's out of my control, big dog. No disrespect to Connecticut, but you know, this is the best we got out here. There's a full video of it on YouTube. Sure, I don't think we're gonna watch that right now because we got situation monitoring to do. But China has a big stockpile. Yes, they did.
The Iran war was
they bought a ton before. I think they started buying a ton and increased their strategic reserves after the 12-day war started. Like after the 12-day war ended, rather, for a potential moment exactly like this one, right? The lamp has nice curves. Y'all are horny. There are obviously a lot of additional impacts of not being able to transit not just oil but gas as well. Precursor chemicals, fertilizer that then will impact field of medicine, agriculture, increase food prices, right? Total Energy CEO says, we prefer paying fees to Iran rather than closing the Strait of Hormuz. There you have it. These are some of the first, but very important voices that are, letting their position be publicly known. People siding with the IRGC, people siding with the Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz over whatever fucking inconsistent American enforcement that they want to add on unnecessarily on top of a strait that would be open as long as they just paid the toll to Iran. Good stuff, you know?
Vessels are not at any Iranian ports or Iranian territorial waters.
Right now, no. And I keep telling you, uncertainty is reigning across the shipping industry.
Yeah.
That goes in peaks and troughs. If you'd asked me just before the weekend, I would have told you that there were at least half a dozen ship owners that were preparing their ships to move out. And we did see probably the busiest period of activity in terms of transits through the strait over the weekend. Around 30 ships transited. The shutters then came down. And as far as I can tell from most mainstream ship owners with their tankers still inside the Gulf, absolutely no appetite to move right now until they get some clarity. For those that were looking to get in, they are, again, waiting to see what happens over the next few hours. You've got a double blockade, essentially. Yeah. You've got the US essentially blockading Iranian-linked tankers, and then you've got the existing restrictions and threats. And if you do engage with the Iranians, are the US going to get you, and vice versa? The shipping industry is stuck in the middle right now.
Yeah, I mean, I also, was looking at marine traffic data, and in total, since the war began, there are around 450 vessels that have been able to transit through the Strait of Hormuz, keeping in mind that it's usually 130 vessels per day. The big question now becomes, how many of these vessels...
Classic CNN still having these issues, by the way. It's so strange that the audio issues still persist on CNN's
paid
videos.
A toll to Iran, given that President Trump has said any vessel and any shipper that has paid will be indicted. What data do we have on who actually paid Iran directly?
Very little direct evidence, and that's deliberately so. I think everybody was very nervous about the tolls. Essentially, the money that was being paid was going directly to the IRGC, which is designated as a terrorist organization by certainly the US and the EU. No Western ship owner is going to want a paper record of that. And we know that settlement was being done in yuan or crypto. So I think probably there's a few nervous ship owners that we know to have paid. But I would stress that the vast majority probably haven't paid. I think, you're looking at a three-tier system. There's the Iranian ships themselves. Obviously, they're not charging their own ships to go through. There's the ones that got through with diplomatic agreements. So the Indian government has been absolutely clear that they definitely did not pay for any of their tankers to get out. And there are similar agreements with lots of other countries. There are a small amount that we know to have settled at least a fee. Now, in some cases, that was a large fee, around...
You ain't got so much aura as a currency, not gonna lie. Cold name, strong and shit. True.
$2 million for a couple of tankers that we know about. In some cases, this was being passed off as an administration cost, more in the tune of around $150,000 to $200,000. So I think probably there's going to be a few nervous questions as to how some of these ships got out, but that's for tomorrow. Right now, it's a question of what happens immediately and how we get the vessels moving.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump wants to see the strait opening up. Do you think that putting in a U.S. blockade is going to have that effect?
It's a little bit early to tell. I think, as I say, right now, nothing is moving. So I think...
There was a piece in Foreign Policy from the Quincy Institute about how Iran and the U.S. could potentially strike a deal by agreeing to a toll system, but one that is done in dollars. It would strengthen the weakening petrodollar while also providing Iran with reparation revenue that Congress would never authorize. It would also be good for Iran's reserves. What do you think? Yeah, I think Iran would be fine getting paid in dollars, but the issue here is America weaponizing the dollar system against Iran and against its enemies, right? So there has to be some kind of guarantee. And I guess the guarantee in and of itself would be the fact that Iran controls the strait and could shut it off. That is guarantee enough, right? Iran enforcing its power, its control over the Strait of Hormuz would probably be a major guarantee that America can't fuck with it any longer and apply these sanctions back on Iran when it sees fit at the behest of Israel. Because once again, and I cannot stress this enough, and I will continuously repeat this over and over again, okay? The war that we have waged against Iran is not a war that we wage for our strategic interests, okay? Iran as a country has, in spite of our actions, always been ready to negotiate, okay? They have openly stated it a million times over, and we have always said no. And then Barack Obama said yes for the first time ever. And there was a successful deal with Iran. Donald Trump destroyed the JCPOA at the behest of Israel. And ever since then, we have consistently agitated and worsened the Iranian economy by choice, by design, specifically so that we can destabilize this country with 93 million people. If you're an honest person, you have to look at it honestly, okay? All honest people will readily admit this reality. Iran was never a serious, significant threat to the United States of America. Iran, however, was a threat to Israel and still is a threat to Israel. Iran doesn't need to be a threat to Israel, of course. It's a sovereign nation in the region. It doesn't have to be a threat to Israel at all. But Iran will always remain a threat to Israel as long as it remains a sovereign nation with a ballistic missiles program that can reach Israel, as long as Israel continues its endeavors of destabilizing every other country in the region and expanding on the Greater Israel Project. That is the real problem. So the story here is very clear. If America wants to deal with Iran and negotiate with Iran and treat Iran like a sovereign state, which it should, it has to restrain Israel's ambitions. This is not just good for the region. This is not just good for Iran. You could even make the argument that it's good for Israel. It's certainly good for America. It's certainly good for the global energy markets. But right now, we are on this double suicide pact with the nation state of Israel, and we are abiding by their idiotic interests. Okay? These are not our interests at all. You cannot explain this from even a reactionary conservative perspective. What the Trump administration is doing right now cannot be explained from a pro-empire framework. Okay? This is against American imperialism. Obviously, I have a different calculation, a different moral calculation regardless. But even from the perspective of pro-American imperialism, this is directly at odds with our goals. Okay? Some instability and some volatility is good for people to make money. But the reality of the matter is, too much volatility means our capital owners can't churn profits any longer. Okay? Peter Beinart explains this really well here. He says this war is all about the Palestinians. Dude, it's not even in Israel's strategic interest. Yeah. I think it was True to Parsi that said it best on the broadcast. Israel sees every state as a threat to its security, regardless of the regime in charge. They are determined to reduce every country's capacity to make sure no one could ever challenge them should they choose to. Yes, it is a deeply paranoid, unbelievably fascistic state that is willing to act out its most violent desires, no matter who gets swept away in this cause, whether it be the global hegemon, United States of America, or whether it be all of the nations that are unfortunately placed so close next to Israel, right?
To that extent, it is having an impact, but we know that there's a couple of ships heading in westbound. We don't know whether they're going to try to get into Iranian ports. We've just seen that there's...
I think you may be wrong. This is about oil resources through fascism. No, the inception of this allegiance that we have with Israel and the allowance that the Israeli lobby has gotten, unlike any other country, the special privileges that Israel has gotten, unlike any other country, that has allowed it to create this sophisticated influence peddling operation is because of what you just said. Yes, resource extraction was the primary focus, was the primary reason for why we gave so many allowances to Israel, right? The unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region that was a very reliable ally, okay, for many, many years. That's no longer the dynamic, especially with American energy independence. And also on top of that, Like America becoming an exporter should have actually changed this calculation a little bit. But let's say we still want to have control over this region because we want to have control over the prices, right? Because who knows if Saudi Arabia and OPEC Plus decide to act out their own desires all of a sudden. They remind the world that they're autonomous group, right? Then Israel comes into play. That's why it always has to be powerful. That's why we always have to give it unlimited support. However, regardless of America's exporter status, right? And regardless of this calculation, Gulf nations have been even more reliable allies of the United States of America for a very long time now. It's a very different design that we have. We've already successfully tamed any sort of ambition that the GCC might have had. Not only that, but also they give us trillions of dollars in investments. Israel does not. So in some respects, these vassalized states in the Gulf are more valuable to American strategic interests and certainly more valuable as far as maintaining our global dominance through the petrodollar than fucking Israel ever could be. And yet, this has not changed our calculation even one bit. It has not changed our calculation at all. As a matter of fact, we've hardened our weird loyalty to Israel as time has moved on, and it especially accelerated under Trump 1, and now we're seeing its final stage in Trump 2.
One heading eastbound using what we call a zombie number. These are essentially tankers using identification of ships that have been scrapped years ago, trying to falsely give themselves an identity. It'll be interesting to see whether the US Navy intercepts any of these. I think we're really now just waiting to see what the actual action is and the enforcement strategy from the US side.
All right, Richard Mead, really great to have you with us.
Richard Mead going meat for meat.
Well, China president is meeting with the leaders of countries that have been impacted by the war and its economic fallout. Xi Jinping is meeting Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez to discuss political and economic ties between the two countries. Earlier, Xi has met with Abu Dhabi's Crown Prince Sheikh Khalid bin Zayed as China calls for stronger relations with the Arab world. And also in Beijing is Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov for talks on the US-Iran conflict and the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Beijing has affirmed its readiness to play a constructive role and contribute to peace in the Gulf region.
Historic changes are unfolding in ways never seen.
And now we lose Europe because we're omega terrorists? I don't know, man. I think that should happen. And if Europe was smart and operating in a self-interested manner and at least had like a fraction of the confidence necessary to make these sorts of decisions, I'd be more open-minded to that. But they are so vassalized, dude. Pedro Sanchez is doing this. Maybe it opens up the conversations for other European countries, but I think there are significant hangups here. Part of it is racism. Part of it is Orientalism. The idea that you can never fucking trust the Chinese. Their system is too damaging, too scary for the rest of the world. Even when they've shown since basically 1979 that they have no ambitions of like militarily occupying other countries at all, and their ambitions are almost always internal, including the affairs in Taiwan, which they regard as as a internal issue, right? Some will say, "Oh, it's sovereignty and whatnot." I'm just telling you what the Chinese government's perspective on the matter is. But beyond that, at most, they build island bases and stuff like that in the South China Sea. Things that great powers obviously will always do. They don't have the fraction of the interest or the appetite that America has demonstrated over and over again to dominate the globe, right? Said Tibet-Kov again. These are things that the Chinese government regards as internal. Domestic affairs.
Before, human society faces a choice between peace and war, unity or confrontation. We must strengthen coordination, enhance cooperation, and build a more solid, resilient, and dynamic China-Arab comprehensive strategic partnership.
China's Foreign Ministry spokesman, Guo Qiakan, is holding a daily media briefing in Beijing. He's been speaking about the situation in the Strait a few moments ago. We're going to take a listen.
With the temporary ceasefire agreement.
You say this as if China does not have border disputes with literally all of its neighbors, Hasanabi. Buddy, talk to me when China has 800 military bases. I'm saying, as far as great powers goes, the appetite that China has for military intervention is virtually non-existent in comparison to the United States of America. It's not even a fucking question. Like, you're literally you're comparing not even apples to oranges. You're comparing a coughing baby to multiple nukes at that point. Like, they have a border dispute with India where they use sticks and literal stones, okay, in the enforcement of said border dispute. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing right now in Iran? What are we doing in Iran right now? We, as the United States of America, what are we doing in Iran? Okay? Yeah. You have to dumb it down for some of these people. At least do it once a week. Law, I do, and every time I do, people people go, "You're glazing China. You're glazing China. You're defending China." I'm not. I'm telling you as an American citizen. Okay, I'm not only just as an American citizen, but I'm telling you as like someone who is looking at this situation honestly. I'm telling you the truth. What you have learned thus far is a lie. Okay, you're comparing America's unlimited appetite for death and destruction, whether it be Iran now or Iraq or Afghanistan or numerous other interventions that we've covertly engaged in or directly engaged in with boots on the ground military warfare, the countries that we have funded, the genocide that we funded, and the political cover we offered to Israel, which is an extension of America. And then you're comparing that to like the Chinese Coast Guard spraying Filipino fishermen with water cannons. It's ridiculous, right? It's a ridiculous asymmetry that you're trying to fucking compare. Yeah, Chinese foreign policy has its own problems, but using lethal military power to force the hand of other countries and subjugate them is not one of them. Exactly. That imbalance exists. That asymmetry always exists for like a decade, and then honest actors eventually will say, you know what, we were wrong about this. Whether it be ghost cities that people now recognize or are forced to recognize as like, incredibly productive tier 1 cities that are massive, or whether it be the Chinese debt trap, right? In comparison to IMF loans, in comparison to the way that the World Bank operates, Chinese loans had no fucking conditions whatsoever. And Chinese loans were oftentimes forgiven as well. This became a reality. After a decade of doing propaganda on the One Belt, One Road initiative, the Foreign Policy magazine had to openly write piece after piece, as they did for the past couple of years now, to say, hey, we have to really reconsider how we're giving loans and what kind of conditions we're offering that we're giving loans into the developing nations, because the Chinese loans are infinitely more favorable and they're outcompeting us. Do you understand? First, Western analysts always look at whatever China is doing and greatly overemphasize it, embellish, sometimes lie, or refuse to understand why they're doing certain things, even though they're very forthcoming with why they're doing certain things. They always say it ahead of time. They call their shots out like Babe Ruth every single time. Okay? Or they do similar things that we do in terms of like offering loans and whatnot for development in exchange for natural resources, okay? But their process is infinitely more favorable to the countries. So, of course, they prefer Chinese loans over Western loans. And then we complain about it at first. We're like, oh, they're doing what we were doing. How dare they do what we do? And then then it turns out that's not the same situation at all. So they have to like quietly admit, perhaps they're not doing what we've been doing. Perhaps we should change what we've been doing in an effort to, compete against China. The immense irony of the U.S. now flat out refusing capitalism's basic rule of letting the best products win. I mean, that's always been the case. Trade protectionism has always been a fundamental aspect of American trade policy. Let's be real. All right, let's continue.
Reached by relevant parties still in place, the United States ramped up military deployment and resorted to a targeted blockade. This will only aggravate confrontation, escalate tension, undermine the already fragile ceasefire, and further jeopardize safe passage through the strait. It is a dangerous and irresponsible move. China believes that only a complete ceasefire can fundamentally create conditions for easing the situation. We urge relevant parties to honor the ceasefire arrangement, stick to the direction of peace talks, and take concrete actions to de-escalate the situation in the region so that normal traffic via the Strait of Hormuz will be able to resume as soon as possible.
Well, Katrina Yu is joining us now live from Beijing. So the Foreign Ministry spokesman there making it very clear where Beijing stands on this. They want everybody to honour the ceasefire agreement. They say that military intervention is only going to make things worse. President Xi and Pedro Sanchez, the Spanish leader, have been pledging closer ties amid what they're calling a crumbling international order. The UAE, it seems, is also of a similar mindset.
That's right. Very busy day for Chinese President Xi Jinping. In the morning, he met with UAE Crown Prince, who is joined by a rather large delegation of government and industry officials. They're here to strengthen, they say, the comprehensive strategic partnership between the UAE and China. So we're expecting some trade deals to come out of that, and behind closed doors, no doubt. They also discussed the war in Iran. After that, President Xi...
No, man, they're artificially devaluing their currency and not boosting domestic consumption in some hope that exports will produce growth and absorb the excess capacity that Chinese consumers are not. Trade requires two partners. If one is providing everything while needing nothing, that's just dependency. I don't understand why you don't see this. I mean, the answer to that is tough titties. Like, what are you talking about? You're mad that they get to outcompete us in the game that we designed. This is literally the peak of Western hypocrisy. It's no different than when Western nations would literally say, Chinese manufacturing is far too cheap, okay? It's too cheap. We can't compete. It'll destroy our domestic productive capacities. Why is it cheap? Well, because they control the flows of capital, okay? We have a similar system here in the United States of America and all across the Western world as well. It's called subsidies. The problem is those subsidies are not used, or those subsidies come from a centralized control system, but the way that those subsidies are used is determined by private owners, okay? It's not determined by the state. In China, it's determined by the state. That argument isn't totally wrong, but that's just not exceptional for a powerful country. Exactly. But it's an argument that is identical, right? Like, that's why I always jokingly say, in order to defeat China, you have to become China. Okay, because their system is better. Their system is better than ours in terms of being a manufacturing hub. They have a far better system than we do. And we will never be able to compete with China because they have a 50-year runway that we do not, as far as developing the productive forces. I am not mad at all. It's just the fact that if Europe, which will not go into a communist revolution anytime soon, they need to have an economy and manufacturing base. They are deliberately not boosting their living standards of their own population. We almost did China during FDR. I mean, we did because it was World War II. That's the only reason why we did a China. Everyone kind of did a China, modern China during World War II. And we ate good off of that. Damn, you brighter than my future. Is it overexposed? No, I'm not overexposed. How will America become a production hub when half the American population has 6th grade reading capability? I mean, that kind of stuff doesn't matter as much. If there's a will, there's a way. The problem is there is no will, there is no interest, because that's just not how the American system works. The American system doesn't work that way. The American system works in the exact opposite way. It works at the behest of capital. That's it.
Hosted Pedro Sanchez from Spain. Now, this is the Spanish leader's fourth visit to China in just a few years. He's been criticized by some in Europe for treating China as a sort of strategic ally rather than an adversary. And he's really spoken about strengthening the ties between Beijing and Madrid for economic reasons. But he also says that the two countries have more in common, that they both respect international law and international order. He's actually calling on Xi Jinping to play a bigger role in the multipolar order and to do more when it comes to the war in Iran. He said at a press conference following his lunch with Xi Jinping that no interlocutor is like China, and is like China able to play a key diplomatic role to end this conflict. They also spoke about countries, he mentioned countries that violate international law, that they are only just subjected to threats, i.e. Israel. So the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, they're very critical of Israel and the US, moving closer to Beijing. And Xi Jinping isn't done. This week, actually, he's also due to host the Vietnamese leader, To Lam, who's arriving in China this evening for a 4-day visit. So I think this really shows that during this war, China has not just been calling for restraint and calling for a return to talks. It's been really busy taking advantage of this moment to move closer to countries around the world who may be disenchanted with the US and its actions in Iran. And that's not to say that it's not doing anything when it comes to the war. We've just had China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi speak to the Pakistani Foreign Minister yesterday. He's hosting the Russian Foreign Minister today, Sergei Lavrov, and it's expected they will also discuss the Iranian conflict in China, also saying that it will do whatever it can to try to restore peace and stability in that region.
Katrina, we understand that there is a...
Can't believe you compare Sanchez to AOC Lamau. He's China maxing while AOC is Netanyahu and JVP maxing. No. Also, it's different strokes for different folks. It's like ridiculous to make those comparisons. At the end of the day, the social base or the social appetite for social democracy in Europe is like far greater than the United States of America. That's number one. So that's not a great comparison regardless. Number two, you don't know what an AOC would look like if she was in power. And number three, with respect to the rest of the parliamentary system, Pedro Sanchez is a center-left figure that is trying to ensure that a far-left group doesn't actually win more favor. Those are the reasons why he's doing this stuff, which, you know, I don't have disagreements with. I mean, it's moving the needle in the right direction. Okay.
Chinese ship that's been sanctioned by the US passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Are you hearing anything in Beijing about that?
That's right. The Starry Rich, which is a mid-sized oil tanker, interestingly.
Surjith 259. Thank you.
It's a Malawi-flagged ship, although it is quite clearly owned by China, and it also broadcasts its own signals as being affiliated with China. We know that it left Dubai yesterday on Monday and actually stopped before the US trade blockade was announced, and it actually went to do a U-turn, and then it continued through the Strait of Hormuz, and we know it was the first vessel to pass through the strait since the blockade was imposed on Tuesday. Now, interestingly, as you mentioned, it was actually sanctioned in 2023 by the US for evading its sanctions on Iran. And so really its passage through the strait raises more questions than it provides answers. First of all, was it allowed by the US to pass through the strait because it was coming from Dubai and not from Iran? Or was its passage kind of missed by the US, maybe pointing to how difficult it is to enforce a blockade of that waterway? So I think we have to see how many more ships are able to pass and what their affiliations are.
Bringing us up to speed there from Beijing, that is Katrina Yu. Thank you very much indeed.
很高兴啊，同桑尼斯先生再次会面，这是你4年内第4次访华。
Bro, when they say this is your fourth visit to China, this is your fourth visit to China in 4 years, it almost seems like, bro, what are you doing? Like Xi Jinping is like, come on, dog. What's happening here? You like China a little too much, maybe. Cut it out. Cut it out, big dog. You've been here quite a lot.
访华， 当今世界乱象丛生，国际秩序礼崩乐坏。如何对待
Every time I see this room, I just realize our tables aren't big enough. True.
国际法和国际秩序，反映的这是一国的世界观、价值观、秩序观、责任观。中国和西班牙都是有原则、
Are you jealous? Yes, I am.
道义的国家，都愿意站在历史正确的一
I am
边。
jealous.
我们应该加强沟通，巩固互信。
Yeah, we should strengthen communication, deepen mutual trust. Always the same stuff.
合作，反对世界倒
We
退
must oppose a
回
return of the world.
丛林法
We must oppose a return of the world to the law of the jungle.
则，共同捍卫真正的多边主义，
Uphold true multilateralism and safeguard global peace and
守
development.
护全球的和平与发展。
Presidente, sí, es un auténtico placer volver a verle. Que hoy volvemos a elevar al poner en marcha el diálogo estratégico entre nuestros dos países. Somos un pueblo amigable y constructivo.
What do you mean by that? Like, why would she be bothered that Pedro Sanchez visits China too much? It's a joke, man. I'm joking. Okay.
Con una larga historia, como también tiene China. Somos un país estable, predecible, y porque sabemos que solo ese espíritu nos conducirá a una prosperidad y a una paz duradera.
两岸同胞同属中华民族，中华民族是有。
This was Xi Jinping meeting with KMT leader Cheng Li-wen in Beijing. This was quite the controversial move. Okay. It was quite the controversial move because, you know, it's not allowed. Any sort of conversation around like normalizing relations between mainland China and Taiwan obviously goes against our interests of using Taiwan as an entry point, as a constant thorn on the side of China. Now, Cheng Li-wen is interesting because she initially was obviously a massive she was a massive advocate for separation, massive advocate for independence, and her attitude has changed over the time. And the reason why I say this, for the record, the reason why I say this is not because like I think there is a growth in the Taiwanese population to unify with mainland China any moment now. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply saying that if there was ever an appetite for unity, reunification necessarily, in Taiwan, America would not allow it. I genuinely don't think America, as it stands currently, would ever allow that. And we're seeing a part of that equation right now. Okay? As soon as this conversation took place, and there's obviously supposed to be a meeting that Xi Jinping is going to take with Donald Trump that was supposed to happen this month. It was supposed to happen right now, actually. But now they pushed it back because of the Iran debacle. But in that conversation, they were going to talk about arms sales, right? Arms sales to Taiwan. America has consistently increased arms sales to Taiwan. China, understandably, is disturbed by this and considers this to be an act of aggression against the United States, against the People's Republic of China. The KMT isn't even really advocating unification for the moment. They just prefer closer economic and cultural ties with a more dovish defense policy. Exactly. Baby steps. Baby steps that I think are moving the conversation in the appropriate direction. Okay? China considers additional defense contracts from America to Taiwan as a provocation. It's understandable to see it as a provocation. They want peaceful reunification to take place. The Taiwanese population's attitude that is consistently polled year over year shows that they want status quo. Okay? It's the overwhelming majority opinion. They want status quo with China. 1 foot in the Western world and 1 foot in China, mainland China. And you'll hear, like, even in this conversation when he's talking directly with the KMT leader, he doesn't say we're going to reunify by force or by peace, no matter what, like the way that it's presented in the United States of America. He's basically just saying, like, we want to improve cooperation. We want to improve relations across the strait. That is usually the language that is used. We want to decrease tensions and hostility across the strait. We want to improve relations across the strait. Okay? There have been plenty of opportunities for China to try and militarily overtake Taiwan. Today and tomorrow is a wonderful opportunity for China to do so, considering the American limitations, right? Like, look at the situation with America and American power projection capabilities, American force projection capabilities. America's so busy trying to dominate Iran and failing to do so for the last 46 days that how the fuck would they ever actually successfully defend Taiwan if a military takeover ever took place? They can't. So that should potentially help you understand, or clue you in on what the ambitions actually look like, right?
有着5000多年文明史的伟大民族，包括台湾同胞在内的各族人民啊，共同开拓了祖国的辽阔疆域，共同缔造了统一的多民族国家，共同书写了辉煌的中国历史，共同创造了灿烂的中华文明，共同培育了伟大的民族精神，也铸就了国土不可分，国家不可乱，民族不可散，文明不可断的共同信念，引领中华民族啊自强不息，中华文明啊绵延不断。
大陆的发展在习总书记的领导之下，
What is this rom-com music? I don't know.
而且持续腾飞。15的规划刚刚开局，必将再上新的台阶，值得期待。
The meeting marked the first formal high-level engagement between the leaders of the two parties in a decade. Xi said the meeting holds significant importance for advancing relations between the two parties and for promoting ties across the Taiwan Strait.
当前世界百年变局加速演进。
No matter how the international landscape and the situation across the Taiwan Strait may evolve, the overarching trend toward the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation will not change, and the prevailing momentum for the Chinese on both sides of the strait to come together will not change.
不会改变。
Chen echoed what Xi said. She believes both parties should uphold the common political foundation of adhering to the 1992 consensus that embodies the One China principle, as well as the post-Taiwan independence. Chen later held a press conference where she spoke about the meeting and called on all parties in Taiwan to set aside their differences and work together to promote peace amid rising tensions across the Taiwan Strait and increasing confrontation in cross-strait relations.
Yeah, what she wants out of this bargain is better relations with mainland China. What she's willing to offer for it is limiting arms sales from the United States of America, and in exchange for that, what they receive is Taiwanese cultural products to enter the Chinese market, TV shows, things of that nature. You know, a boost of the Taiwanese economy, stuff like that. Okay.
General Secretary Xi Jinping has shown a significant gesture of goodwill. Such exchanges will definitely go beyond the scope of just between the Communist Party of China and the Kuomintang.
From 7th to 12th April.
She is a traitor. Oh, eyvallah baba. Sağ ol. My dad brought me a pizza. Evet, ekrandasın tabii ki de. Baba, kamera tam karşımda. Hayır, yapamazsın. Bitirdim kahveyi. Kalmadı. Anyway, no matter what your attitude is overall, like, this is a step in the right direction regardless. Okay? Developing better ties with mainland China, this fucking behemoth, is still not a bad thing, okay? It's not. It's ridiculous to treat it as such.
The delegation led by Chang Li-wen visited Jiangsu province, Shanghai, and Beijing in a tight and busy schedule. Despite this, the visit certainly brought about successful results. On Wednesday morning, Chang Li-wen and her delegation of Chinese Kuomintang Party have come to visit the mausoleum of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, a great pioneer of China's democratic revolution. 21 years ago, she stood in the same spot as a spokesperson for the Kuomintang delegation, accompanying then-chairman Lian Chan on his historic ice-breaking visit. Visitors from across the country greeted them. The moment left a strong impression, underscoring how deep-rooted and enduring the bonds across the strait remain. In Shanghai, the focus shifted to economic vitality, with more than 20,000 Taiwan businesses currently operating in the city. Through first-hand experiences ranging from drone delivery services to the tour of C919 assembly line and a visit to Yangshan Deepwater Port, the world's largest automated container terminal, Cheng highlighted the vision of development that is already taking shape. In Beijing, Chang Li-wen made a point of visiting Tsinghua University High School and Zhongguancun, often referred to as China's Silicon Valley, focusing on AI education and the broader innovation ecosystem. She emphasized the engagement with the mainland goes beyond managing tensions. It also provides access to technological opportunities that will help shape the next generation's future prosperity.
I usually say that both sides of the Taiwan Strait have strength of their own, and now they should join hands to solve problems together, and even beyond that, for the world.
As the delegation was wrapping up their visit on April 12th, the Taiwan Work Office of the Communist Party of China Central Committee unveiled a package consisting of 10 policies and measures that aim to boost exchanges and cooperation across the Taiwan Strait. This includes the establishment of the regular communication mechanism between both parties, promoting two-way exchanges between young people on both sides, fast-tracking the full resumption of regular direct flights across the strait. The Chinese Kuomintang welcomes the policies and measures.
The Chinese Kuomintang Party welcomes this and hopes that all parties in Taiwan will jointly promote it without being hindered by any obstacles so as to benefit the people of Taiwan.
Although the ruling Democratic Progressive Party authorities in Taiwan made a statement criticizing Kuomintang and Chang Li-wen for visiting the mainland, others said the visit holds great significance for the promotion of peace and common development across the strait.
I think the meeting between both parties was very successful. It lays a good foundation for peace. And I particularly thank our compatriots on the Chinese mainland for supporting all of this.
We expect to use the opportunity of this meeting to work together for peace and to liberate our sources from bottomless weapon purchase and to return to the construction for people's livelihoods.
The road ahead may not be smooth, but after years of rising tensions, Cheng's visit serves as a reminder that dialogue remains essential. It not only reinforces the political foundation for more stable cross-strait relations, but also offers a framework for broader engagement between the Chinese mainland and a wide range of political parties, groups, and social sectors in China's Taiwan region, helping steer the exchanges back toward a more constructive path.
Let's update you on what is happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz with the latest.
Yeah. If Iran drags war out, the current war runs into a hard deadline. Under the War Powers Resolution, Trump can't legally continue a military operation in Iran past 60 days without Congress, but he may try to redefine the operation and reset the clock if push comes to shove. Under the War Powers Resolution Act of 1973, presidents must terminate military operations after 60 days unless Congress has voted to declare war or pass legislation to authorize use of force. Yeah, I don't think he's going to care about that. I don't think America or Donald Trump cares about that sort of thing. CPC and KMT leaders have met over 20 times in the past 2 decades. Figures like Lian Chan, Wu Po Sung, Ma Ying-jeou, Eric Chu, and Hung Husiu Chu have all met either China's President Hu or President Xi. Yet none of these meetings sparked anything close to the global reaction we're seeing this time. What has really changed is the atmosphere. In the past, people understood that the conditions for reunification simply weren't ripe. Those high-level meetings, while symbolically important, can't fundamentally alter the status quo. But now, with China's steady rise, a growing number of observers have come to believe or feel that the conditions for reunification are gradually falling into place. China's adversaries also feel the shift viscerally, and their anxiety is palpable. Their fierce opposition to this latest meeting only draws more global attention to it. Cheng Liwen is not necessarily more pro-China or more capable than her predecessors. But as an old Chinese saying goes, a man of the hour is made by the times, not necessarily himself. Okay? So that is that's the situation, and I suspect that is the reason why. I suspect that's the reason why Americans and Western analysts are more mad than ever before. Ancient Chinese saying, yeah. Anyway, let's continue. It's just funny because, like, this is what we're doing around the world. Like, they are taking advantage of the chaos that we're causing to achieve their goals. Okay? All the while, what we're trying to do is just, like, develop even more leverage against China in the Malacca Strait as well. There's now a security cooperative agreement with Indonesia that Donald Trump signed off on recently, and people think that that's another way to create an additional checkpoint where oil and gas passes through on its way to China. And you have the likes of Rick Scott, who constantly talk about how I have called for his assassination when I did not. Yesterday, he was at a semaphore conference in D.C., and he had, let me see if I can find it. He had some choice words, some unbelievably violent rhetoric, talking about the double blockade that currently exists, not just against China, but also against all of the other countries that rely on oil and gas coming from the Strait of Hormuz. Here it is. He said, I think blocking the Strait of Hormuz is fine from my standpoint. Let's see what he had to say.
We're in Iran, which is sort of in a ceasefire right now. How do you feel like this is going? Should the U.S. wrap this up, get out of there now, or do you think there's more to do there?
I appreciate that Trump's trying to get rid of the nuclear weapons. I don't want to die by a nuclear weapon from Iran. They wanted to kill us. I mean, I mean, this appeasement of bullies, I don't know if in your life if that's worked for you guys. It's never worked for me. And so they wanted to kill us. So they're getting close to being in a position to kill us. And they basically have been killing Americans. So I think what Trump did is the right thing. Now, I think
saying that while we're in the process of killing Iranian people is so funny. It's just such a strange predicament, and it basically exposes American hypocrisy. Like, our enemies are not human. Only we are human. Our enemies are just something different, right? They're parasites that need to be vanquished. That's just the way we operate. Like, he literally is like, oh, Iran's been killing our people. Have they? That's interesting. It's news to me, you know? We've been killing their people for the last 46 days. I mean, you killed a bunch of Americans doing Medicare fraud, but that's a totally separate story, right? You get to do that, Rick Scott. But in the process of, like, why we must continue this blockade, he speaks in this callous manner about the other secondary, unintentional, and sometimes intentional victims. He's talking about starving out China here, okay? And it's so fucking stupid.
He has to get them in a position that they don't have the ability to do nuclear weapons or ballistic missiles. I think that's where we have to go. I don't know what the right approach is going to be. I think blocking the Strait of Hormuz is fine from my standpoint. If no oil ever goes to China again and their economy is destroyed, that would be a really wonderful day for me. Sorry.
So here's why this is incredibly violent for understandable. I think many of you can understand what this is, right? Like, he's saying, oh, let's just destroy the Chinese energy grid. Let's, like, starve out China. Now, that's already a demonic thing to say. However, what he fails to consider is that you're not just blocking oil to China when you do that. You're blocking oil to Japan, which gets 90% of its energy needs from the Gulf, from the Persian Gulf. All of those tankers cross through the Strait of Hormuz. You're talking about the Philippines. You're talking about Korea. You're talking about the entire Asian market. You're not just starving China. You're starving the entire East Asian market. That's number one, which is unbelievably stupid to say. Number two, China is responsible for 30% of all of our trade. It is the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. China produces the components necessary for our national defense. China refines the rare earth minerals that are also necessary for our national defense. To just, point out one sector, but pretty much all sectors, right? So what do you think happens to America if China no longer has access to energy? You're so fucking stupid and racist that you think we live in a totally separate design, a totally separate world where every single country is not interconnected, especially China is not interconnected with every single country in the productive process. It's so stupid. Like, this is not how this stuff works at all. He's just so horny to be brutal. He's so horny to behave like a ghoulish monster in this moment that he doesn't realize that he's basically demanding not only billions of people die, not just in China, but all around the East Asian markets. But on top of that, he's talking about American death too. Because if we played this out to its final conclusion, if he actually got his desires across, if that was the American foreign policy, Americans would die as well. It would destroy the entire planet. It's just so stupid. But also a perfect demonstration of American exceptionalism, American imperialism, American exceptionalism, American individualism, and how self-defeating and how idiotic of a assessment this is. To carry out our violent goals, to carry out our violent goals against an enemy state that we have designed as a foreign adversary and doesn't need to be seen as a foreign adversary at all, we will destroy the whole world and kill our own people as well. People are that rich. People that are rich enough to not be affected say, let it all burn. No one is rich enough for that, okay? That's not a real thing. We live on the same planet. It's the same principle with climate change. People are rich enough to soften its impact, but they're not rich enough to avoid it, right? Everything is connected. It's a very stupid way to operate. Yeah. Billionaires Penny Pritzker and David Rubenstein, co-founder of the Carlyle Group, fund Semaphore. Surely they can find someone in Washington, D.C. who understands the oil markets are global and tanking Asian economies will come back to us everywhere. It's not just the oil markets that are global. This isn't about being rich enough to avoid the worst consequences, okay? This is about being racist enough to not recognize the immediate worsening of conditions across the board that this will yield. Like, this would have tremendous consequences. You just can't foresee them because you're a racist idiot. A new YouGov poll shows 25% of Americans falsely believe Iran possesses a nuclear weapon, and 45% believe the also false claim that Iran is an active nuclear weapons program. So I examined why this misinformation is so widespread, namely sleazy, innuendo-laden Iran coverage by U.S. media. That's what it is. I love these polls because it sometimes reads like a flex, right? American media, when they conduct these polls, are almost flexing. They're like, look at how powerful we are at making large chunks of the population into stupid cattle, completely oblivious to how things are happening, completely oblivious to how things are going around the world.
Ship tracking data that's been analysed by BBC Verify, showing that 4 Iran-linked tankers have crossed the strait despite Washington's naval blockade. 2 of those ships had visited Iranian ports. That's according to Marine Traffic. Its data shows a bulk carrier, the Christiania, crossing the strait on Monday, having called at the port of Band Aman Khomeini. China, the biggest buyer of Iranian oil, describing the US restricting access to Iran's ports as irresponsible and dangerous. And what we've been hearing from the Pakistani capital, Islamabad, as well, reports that the next round of talks may take place this week or early next week to extend the current 2-week ceasefire. So far, neither Washington nor Tehran have made any formal comments on this next round of negotiations, but we're watching out for that and we'll bring you any comments as soon as we get them. Well, James Parkin is a retired Rear Admiral in the Royal Navy. With Iranian-linked ships managing to get through the Strait of Hormuz, he told me what he thinks is going on the strait.
I think the most important thing for your viewers to note is that this is a blockade of Iran's ports rather than a blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. And as a result, much of the action and activity in that area of the world is going to be calibrated by how ships try and escape the blockade, and the 4 ships that have gone through the strait today indicate that perhaps it's not.
Damn, that's a very British guy. Not only is he a very British guy, this is a very British room. Everything about him is so unbelievably British.
Being as enforced as strictly as might otherwise be the case.
So what we're seeing at the moment is a policy from the US Navy of deterrence, James, rather than enforcement.
Well, it's an interesting analogy because one of the things that has been apparent in the last few weeks is that despite quite a lot of the rhetoric, the Strait of Hormuz is not actually blocked. It's not blocked physically. There's no evidence of any mines being laid. But what has happened is that civilian shipping companies have been deterred from transiting the Strait of Hormuz because of the danger of attack from Iranian forces in particular. I see no evidence that that deterrence has been dialed down at all. And merchant shipping companies who are perhaps connected with non-Iranian ports and non-Iranian cargoes have so far been extremely reluctant to go through the straits because of both the shipping insurance impact and also the risk of attack or damage to their cargoes. So for a blockade to be legal and effective, it does have to be enforced. And certainly from the first 12 or so hours of the blockade, that doesn't appear to be the case.
What is the biggest danger right now?
I think there are two dangers that leap out as to courses of action that may take place. Danger number one, I think, is that the ships and the assets that the US Navy have assembled to enforce the blockade are not able to do that. Blockades themselves are actually a matter of international law, and one of the elements that has to be fulfilled for this to be a legal blockade is that it has to be effective. And if 4 ships have gone through already linked with Iranian cargoes that have not been stopped, not been boarded, that implies that the US Navy at the moment is struggling to have sufficient assets in the area to be able to enforce the blockade itself.
They're saying is a fake Mickey Mouse blockade. The American one, that is. They're saying that sufficient deterrence from the Iranian blockade over the Strait of Hormuz has been established, but the American part of the blockade that was supposed to have been established is not real, is a Mickey Mouse blockade.
So I think danger number one is that the Iranian ships continue to get through and the US forces perhaps slightly overreact in order to counter the narrative that the blockade is not being enforced. Perhaps the second and more dangerous but less likely course of action is that the non-Iranian linked ships, which are free to pass under the US Navy's notice to mariners to non-Iranian ports, when they start to go through and they've been reassured that they are subject to attack by Iranian forces, that would be the worst of all worlds, because it would show that the merchant shipping community is not free to proceed that the US Navy's told them to do, and the Iranians are reopening hostilities against both ships and potentially ports in the region.
How much of a concern?
Imagine being called an economic terrorist by Vance of all people. It's ironic because he called himself an economic terrorist last night as we watched. He basically said, what Iran is doing is economic terrorism. Two can play that game. We're going to do it too. Which is such an insane thing for America to say, because it's like fundamentally at odds with the whole point of America being the global hegemon, right? The entire point of why America is the global hegemon, the bargain here is that the United States of America gets to keep all the waterways free of interference. Okay? That's the whole point. That's why we have 13 aircraft carriers, right? That was a real, our enemies never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we moment. Yeah. America is number one because we guarantee a system of free trade and international law. Now, obviously, that's been bullshit for the longest time. Like, we've never really followed through on that. The whole international law design that we put together, the post-World War II international rule-based order, was designed in a way where we could just claim that our enemies are not abiding by those rules, and then we get to violate those rules whenever we want, right? But a part of the reason why we get to do that is because it was supposed to create global stability. This is the exact opposite. You are throwing the sole purpose of your existence away as the global hegemon when you lean into Israel's desires of dominating the fucking region, and in exchange for that follow through, what you get in return is Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz, forcing your hand into negotiations. You've created global instability. Iran is basically saying, look, there's only one way out of this. We got a gun to the head of the international oil markets, a proverbial gun. We're not even pulling the trigger. We're letting everybody pass through as long as they pay a toll. And then America's like, no, we don't like that. You defeated us here, so we're going to fuck it up even further ourselves. That's insane. Further evidence that America is not invested in stability at all.
Is it, James? And we've talked about it a lot, but if you're actually out there and you're the US Navy, that it's not always possible to identify these ships, that there's false flags, and you don't know necessarily where they're going because they could turn off their tracking data.
Well, that's a really good point from an open source intelligent point of view. But in reality, modern armed forces know very well where every ship has been and to whom it is connected. From your reporting earlier on today, you discussed a false flagged vessel flagged with the Comoros Islands, which is actually not a registry that I believe has.
Why aren't the markets reacting negatively to the blockade? Because the markets are bullshit. What are they supposed to do? Concede to the reality and then watch everything implode? Because if they were to be like, yeah, you know, sell everything, panic sell everything, it's over, then they can't make money. There has to be a maintenance in this fake system. There has to be some level of confidence, some semblance of stability. And every player in this design has to make it seem like, no, things are fine, actually. There isn't a crash that's imminent. Yeah, the markets are being weakened at Bernie's right now. Exactly.
That ship on its books. But actually, US Navy, the UK Maritime Trade Organization, which is the global leader in tracking merchant marine traffic in that area of the world.
I regret to inform you that your waitlist ticket for this evening debate with Hasan Piker has been canceled. A limited number of non-union Yale undergraduates will be admitted. However, due to the low likelihood of entry, we discourage lining up. Sad. I apologize for the amount of excitement that is surrounding this event that I will be doing on your campus, chatter. That happened to me too, bruh. Sorry, I have to pull out my investment in Piker Broadcasting Service. If there's only one entity that is growing, baby, that is the Piker Broadcasting Service. Sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. Get those gift subs rolling. You can gift others a subscription to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the best possible way to fund the operations. You can also subscribe on your own for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Set to it, run. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Captain Ajax, whoa, thank you for the 10 gifted. Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. 8 a lot. 29, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Jin the Jin, thank you for the 10 gifted.
World, they have a very good understanding of which.
Why have you been traveling so much recently, Mr. Worldwide? I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but I got a lot of stuff going on. I got a lot of stuff happening. I got to be in many different places. The funny thing is that with everybody hedging that the markets won't fully collapse, when it's time for it to collapse, it will happen much faster instead of forcing parties to slowly or without this kind of protracted belligerence when the markets work again. Science is a candle in the dark. Thank you for the 10 gifted as well.
Have gone where their cargoes are from and where they have been, even if their destination is slightly opaque.
Yeah, I got motion twin. That's why I'm traveling a lot.
Of the Iran-US-Israeli war, and the first 24 hours have passed of Donald Trump's blockade of Iranian ports. Retaliation for Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz that J.D. Vance, the vice president,
what are you talking about? I already saw this.
Economic terrorism. So what, if anything, has been the impact on shipping in this crucial shipping lane? This shows us 24 hours of movement since that blockade began. We've speeded it up. You can see scores of cargo ships and tankers on either side of the strait at bay, uncertain what to do. Many have been there for weeks. Some vessels, though, willing to make the dash through the
Halo
Strait
Sydney,
of
thank you for the 10
Hormuz,
gifted.
despite it facing not one but 2 blockades. Let's take a little look at some of the vessels individually because they tell a tale about what's going on. This is the Elpis. It is US sanctioned for having moved Iranian oil in the past. It's come from Bushehr in Iran, where it's filled up with oil. We don't know where it's going, destination unknown, but it has passed through very close to Kashim Island here, and it got as far as here, just off Oman really, but then it paused about 10 hours into the blockade. We don't know why it stopped, but it hasn't moved on. There's a similar story with this vessel, the Rich Starry, again, US sanctioned. This one's Chinese owned. Again, it headed east out of the Persian Gulf, got to here, and then a few hours ago, it turned back. We don't know why, but it has nevertheless done a U-turn. Now, it came from an anchorage off Sharjah in the UAE. Donald Trump has said that neutral vessels that aren't going to Iranian ports will have free passage. So we have to wait and see what happens to this vessel, and whether that US sanctioning trumps any of the questions about where it's actually loaded up with oil. Let's look at two more, because they show us another side of this story. The Merlik-Kashan and the Peace Gulf, somewhat optimistically named, they've got several things in common. Number one, they are heading into the Gulf. They're not heading out. They're both empty. They're not laden, so they're presumably looking to load up with oil.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me no pleasure to inform you that the Northern Lion Super Cruise has not been able to pass the Strait of Hormuz. They are currently stuck in the Persian Gulf. That's right. Unfortunately, the Northern Lion Super Cruise is still stuck on the other side. They have paid the Iranian toll, but there is growing concern that the American Navy might explode their cruise, and therefore they can't pass through the strait. Northern Lion has commandeered the ship. He's officially the captain. He's chosen to take off the transponder in an effort to turn the ship dark and allow safe passage. But unfortunately, in spite of the mutiny, they haven't made any leeway. Wally Blanco, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
They are both linked to China. The Merlik-Kashan has come from Lanshan in China. The Peace Gulf is Chinese owned. There's something else they have in common, though, that I want to point out here. See if we can get a look at this. They've both taken this route north of Larak Island. It's a narrow strait above the main Strait of Hormuz, and it's where Iran has asked ships that are paying a toll to pass through so they can take a look at them, actually almost physically. Tehran's toll booth. Now, we've got no idea whether these vessels have paid that toll, but it is perhaps telling that ships on the way in have chosen to take that route. The big question for these vessels and the others we've looked at is what happens when they eventually do try and leave the Gulf. Now, the US Central Command has said that in the first 24 hours, 10,000 sailors and Marines and a dozen warships have enforced the blockade. No ships have left.
Make fun of me if this is a dumb question because I know nothing about oil. Can they use planes to transport oil? No. It's a lot. So no. It's very heavy. 2 to 3 million barrels of oil sit on top of these tankers. It's impossible to transit this by any other means. Yeah, it would not be cost effective, and you would never be able to reach the same quantities.
The Gulf, and that 6 Marine ships turned round back to Iranian ports. We don't know if any of the boats we've looked at are part of that. What we do know is that the bulk of shipping is not willing to take the risk of potential Iranian attack by moving through the Strait of Hormuz in any volume, as long as these two are trading barbs, even with a ceasefire, as long as there's a diplomatic impasse, the Strait of Hormuz effectively remains closed, and the global economy, and all of us ultimately.
Stunning. It was achieved through the wars Israel pushed the U.S. into, the genocide it committed, and the manner in which criticism of Israel has been punished. But it's backfiring massively. Holy Toledo. Here is Harry Enton, also known as Harry Emden. talking about Israel's approvals absolutely cratering among men under the age of 50. Now, this is also part of the reason why I feel unbelievably confident in my position, not only because it is a position that is born out of truth, it is the morally righteous position, but also it's a position shared by many people. Okay? More people in the United States of America than ever before. This is why Fox News can chirp about, whatever I'm saying all day, every day. But the reality of the matter is we are living in a very different information environment. We're living in a very different environment where the attitude against Israel is only getting worse every single day. Look at this shift for the net favorability of Israel among men under the age of 50 from 2022 till now.
They have very much shifted away from Israel. Look at this. Net favorability of Israel among men under the age of 50. In 2022, not too bad, but not too hot to trot either at -3 points. By 2025, again, down we go, minus 22 points. That is a 19-point shift in just 3 years' time. But it gets even worse. Look at this for Israel. Minus 47 points. That's a 44-point shift away from Israel on the net favorability amongst young men who, of course, shifted massively into the Republican column back in 2024. And they have been shifting away from Israel over the last 4 years.
Yeah, and there's obviously still more room to grow, right? There's still more room to grow. You already know my position on this, We're not hating hard enough, okay? Nathan J. Robinson says, Israel doesn't care about losing public opinion as long as it maintains political support. The crucial thing is to translate the shift in public sentiment into meaningful change in U.S. policy. Also correct. This is a great video to pop up to show how far we've come. Yeah.
Let's talk about the U.S. relationship with Israel. Senator Sanders, you maintain that Israel's response in Gaza in 2014 was, quote, disproportionate and led to the unnecessary loss of innocent life. What do you say to those who believe that Israel...
It's really funny because, a lot of people are going to hear Bernie say this and be like, oh, there goes Bernie. He has a wishy-washy attitude here. This was in 2016, okay? I don't think any of you have the capacity to understand how unbelievably refreshing this perspective was to hear at the main stage, okay? I'm telling you right now, in 2016, a decade ago, Bernie Sanders was one of the only figures that would say things like this, okay? This was like coming out of Yahya Sinwar's Strongest Soldier in 2016. Exactly. This position was, in comparison to what my position is currently in American discourse, the way that I talk about Israel, the way that I talk about, the Palestinian resistance, it's the equivalent of that being not even the equivalent of that, actually. It's not even that. It's like saying... It's like someone coming out and saying Yahya Sinwar is a brilliant tactician and all this stuff. It's like being pro Yahya Sinwar in 2025. That's how incredibly rare this was at this level.
Israel has a right to defend itself as it sees fit.
Well, as somebody who spent many months of my life when I was a kid in Israel, who has family in Israel, of course Israel has a right not only to defend themselves, but to live in peace and security without fear of terrorist attack. That is not a debate. But what you just read, yeah, I do believe that. Israel was subjected to terrorist attacks, has every right in the world to destroy terrorism. But we had in the Gaza area, not a very large area, some 10,000 civilians who were wounded and some 1,500 who were killed. Now, if you're asking me, not just me, but countries all over the world. Was that a disproportionate attack? The answer is I believe it was. And let me say something else. As somebody who is 100% pro-Israel, in the long run, and this is not going to be easy, God only knows, but in the long run, if we are ever going to bring peace to that region which has seen so much hatred and so much war, we are going to have to treat the Palestinian people with respect and dignity. So what is not to say that right now in Gaza, unemployment is somewhere around 40%. You got a lot of that area continuous and hasn't been rebuilt. Decimated, houses decimated, healthcare decimated, schools decimated. I believe the United States and the rest of the world have got to work together to help the Palestinian people. That does not make me anti-Israel. That paves the way, I think.
Thank you, Senator.
This is so oxymoronic, and the fact that you're calling it as refreshing is disgusting. Buddy, did you not hear what I said? The truth about Israel was still the same in 2016. I'm not talking about what the truth is. I'm talking about how rare even this sentiment was in 2016, especially being delivered at the main stage at a Democratic presidential debate during the fucking primaries. That was 10 years ago. At a certain point, you have to understand, like, I'm using my words very carefully, okay? You are behaving irrationally because you don't want to understand the words coming out of my mouth, okay? Even saying this was unbelievable for 2016. I said what I said. Oh, just take a fucking day off. You're so goddamn unbearable, dude. Because again, you're arguing with someone who's been an anti-Zionist, okay? It's so fucking annoying to constantly have this back and forth because, like, you're angry because you're misunderstanding the point I'm making. I'm trying to show you how much public attitude has shifted since then, and you're just trying to fucking be ignorant, like willful. You're demonstrating willful ignorance to what I'm saying. You're like, I don't care. I'm mad. This is no longer even a point of contention over the facts on the ground. This is just you refusing to understand the point I'm making. So fucking annoying.
Approach that works in the Middle East.
Thank you. Secretary Clinton, do you agree with Senator Sanders that Israel overreacts to Palestinian attacks and that in order for there to be peace between Israel and the Palestinians, Israel must...
Also, it's really funny because, like, you know, most of the prominent anti-Zionists were so elated, myself included. I wasn't a prominent anti-Zionist back then, but most of the prominent anti-Zionists were actually so excited at the prospect of having such a pivotal figure in American politics openly say these sorts of things. Okay? At the time, there were dudes doing the dabke at Bernie Sanders rallies. Okay?
Quote, end its disproportionate responses.
I negotiated the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in November of 2012. I did it in concert with President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority, based in Ramallah.
I door knocked for Bernie until he said this in the debate, by the way. I had a whole ass fucking bobblehead and action figure of Bernie that literally burned in a fire pit after this. You should pat yourself on the back for converting someone who was clearly that propagandized, and I'll forever be grateful for you. Grateful to you for it. That's so funny. You burned the Bernie Sanders bobblehead. That's That's so funny. And now you're to the left of Bernie on this. Like, it's just like people change. People have the capacity to change, especially with new information, especially if they maintain charitability. That's so funny.
I did it with the then Muslim Brotherhood President Morsi, based in Cairo, working closely with Prime Minister Netanyahu and the
God, I can't believe Hillary Clinton didn't win.
Israeli cabinet. I can tell you
I
right
was
now.
15, brother.
No, because I have been there with Israeli officials going back more than 25 years, that they do not seek this kind of attacks. They do not invite rockets raining down on their towns and villages. They do not believe that there should be a constant incitement by Hamas, aided and abetted by Iran, against Israel. And so when it came time, after they had taken incoming rockets, taken the assaults and ambushes on their soldiers, and they called and told me, I was in Cambodia, that they were getting ready to have to invade Gaza again because they couldn't find anybody to talk to tell them to stop it. I flew all night. I got there. I negotiated that. So I don't know how you run a country when you are under constant threat, terrorist attack, rockets coming at you. You have a right to defend yourself. That does not mean that you don't take appropriate precautions. And I understand that there's always second guessing anytime there is a war. It also does not mean that we should not continue to do everything we can to try to reach a two-state solution.
Yeah. It's like, Hamas. Do Palestinians have a right to defend themselves? I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you need to acknowledge that you have many Arab fans that simply hold resentment towards people like Bernie because we don't believe in the right for Israel to exist no matter how much we align with Bernie. I don't give a shit. Shut up, okay? I don't care. Like, what do you mean? That's not the point. That's not the point that we're having here. That's not the point of contention. Okay? It's a misunderstanding of why I was showing this. Jesus Christ. It's unbelievably annoying to do this because the conversation that we're having is not about how correct Bernie Sanders was in 2016. The conversation is about how unique this was to hear from a person, because we're reflecting on how much the attitude has shifted in the last decade, especially in the last 3 years. Okay? Oh my God. It's so weird, bro. It is so fucking weird. And I was there back then. And you're wrong. You were probably a baby back then. So you don't remember. I was there back then. And people were fucking stoked. So you're wrong about that too. A song crying on cue as per usual. Bro, move on. Bro, move on. Bro, move on. Please move on, buddy. Move on, Baldy. Here, a 36-month subscriber. You can get fucking perma-fried if you want to suck it from the back. Anyway. It's just so funny to also do it to someone like myself. Like, I'm, a fairly prominent critic of the state of Israel. And certainly even critical of Bernie Sanders on this issue. So what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, let's get back to Iran. Why the Iran ceasefire may have shifted dynamics back in Trump's favor, says Trita Parsi. Diplomacy between Washington and Tehran has not yet unraveled despite J.D. Vance's theatrical departure from last week's talks in Islamabad. Trump now signals that the two sides could reconvene within days in the Pakistani capital. Whether negotiators return to the table or continue their exchanges through quieter remote channels before the ceasefire lapses, one reality appears to have shifted. Trump has clawed back a measure of momentum and with it leverage over Iran, largely by virtue of the ceasefire. Here's why. I don't know if I agree with this assessment, so let's take a look. Trump entered this moment politically cornered and strategically constrained. Surging gasoline prices were inflicting acute domestic pain, eroding his standing at home. More critically, he faced a barren escalation ladder. Each conceivable move, strikes on Iran's oil infrastructure, attacks on civilian targets, the seizure of Persian Gulf islands, or covert operations to capture enriched uranium, carried the near certainty of forceful Iranian retaliation. Such responses would not merely match his escalation, but compound it, deepening his economic exposure, amplifying political risk, and entangling him further in a perilous and unwinnable strategic bind. Nor could he simply extricate the United States from the conflict on his own terms. Absent an understanding with Tehran, Iran retained both the capacity and the incentive to continue targeting Israel and vulnerable U.S. assets across the Gulf. Trump needed Iran's permission to get out of the war. The ceasefire, however, has subtly altered that equation. Trump may no longer need a formal nod from Tehran to step back. If he disengages now without a comprehensive agreement, Iran will almost certainly maintain its grip over the Strait of Hormuz, a strategic setback for Washington. Yet Tehran is unlikely to resume direct military operations against U.S. targets in the Persian Gulf. To do so, in the absence of renewed American strikes, would cast Iran as the aggressor, inviting severe and potentially coordinated repercussions not only from Washington, but from wary global powers such as Russia and China. Moreover, the balance of needs has tilted. Iran now appears to need an agreement more than the United States does. Trump has already secured a central objective, the escape from a war he was ill-advised to begin with, while Iran, despite accruing leverage through its command over the strait, remains far more from realizing its broader ambitions, meaningful sanctions relief, a definitive and enduring end to hostilities, and perhaps even the contours of a more stable, constructive relationship with Washington. Tehran's decision to dispatch its largest, most senior, and most expansive delegation to Islamabad for direct talks with the American vice president reflected a striking confidence that it occupies its strongest negotiation position vis-a-vis the United States since 1979. Yet, to convert that moment of perceived ascendancy into little more than a cessation of U.S. bombardment would fall short of its aspirations. Even if Washington were to acquiesce to Iran's control over the strait, such an outcome would pale against the far more consequential gains Tehran believes are within reach. Instead, Iran needs to translate this leverage not only into a durable end to the war, but ideally into a new peace, one that delivers sweeping sanctions relief and inaugurates a more stable, mutually defined economic and political relationship with Washington. Such an arrangement would serve as a bulwark against renewed conflict. The economic imperative is especially stark. Sanctions relief is indispensable to reconstruct a country now burdened with damage running into the hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't know if I fully agree with that because I think controlling one of the key trade routes around the planet that is responsible for 20% of all of the oil and gas needs is and achieving that militarily is a spectacular feat. I disagree. I don't fully agree with this assessment. I get what he's trying to say, but I don't think this is as beneficial to Trump because as long as the energy markets are still suffering, there will be domestic pressure. Every day that Iran continues to control the Strait of Hormuz and continues to operate a toll on the Strait of Hormuz. Like if tomorrow Donald Trump decided, all right, fuck it, we're not doing a double blockade, right? We're not doing a double blockade. Iran says, okay, 15 ships pass the Strait of Hormuz. We can make that 100 if necessary. They implement a toll system, a more efficient toll process, and allow ships to go through unimpeded. All of a sudden, there's a major revenue resource here. But on top of that, on top of that, not only is there, this is a major source of new revenue coming in, revenue that will be utilized to rebuild Iran, okay? This is a major pressure point that it now has, command that it has over the rest of the globe. This way, Iran, while also maintaining the position of being the more stable actor in comparison to the United States of America, can commit to bilateral relationships with many other partners around the world, which has started doing anyway. America's control in this process with like secondary sanctions to anyone that is actually trading with Iran will diminish. I don't fully agree with this assessment. They fought militarily and won a major strategic objective. As I've argued before, sanctions relief is not merely an economic demand, it's a strategic necessity. Without it, Iran risks a condition of chronic erosion, a slow but steady weakening that would leave it exposed. That vulnerability, in turn, could invite further attacks. It was, after all, the misperception of Iranian weakness that helped open the window for initial strikes. But Trump does not, in any fundamental sense... Okay, wait, hold on. I got to grab the door real quick. Hold on.
This morning, new details emerging from peace talks that broke off between the U.S. and Iran over the weekend.
The big question from here on out is whether the Iranians will have enough flexibility.
Vice President J.D. Vance says while progress was made, Iran would likely need to send a new negotiating team to reach any deal.
The team that was there was unable to cut a deal, and they had to go back to Tehran, either from the supreme leader or somebody else, and actually get approval to the terms that we had set.
Those terms reportedly include a demand that Iran suspend uranium enrichment for 20 years. But Iran reportedly proposed suspending enrichment for only 5 years. Iran's foreign minister calling U.S. demands excessive, but acknowledging there was progress on many issues discussed. The Associated Press reports a second round of talks could begin as soon as Thursday. Now, with the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz in place, experts warn oil prices do not yet reflect the supply issues caused by the war. More than 80 oil facilities in the Middle East have been damaged, resulting in 13 million fewer barrels.
I don't think he's saying it's not a strategic win. He's saying it does not help them achieve their main goals of sanctions relief, and he's likely correct that if the U.S. does not re-engage with strikes, Iran would not be able to resume its own strikes without the world shutting them down. It's still a loss for the U.S. and a strategic win for Iran, but far from what they were looking for, and kicks the can down the road for future conflict. Yes. That's why I also said the number one thing that they wanted beyond sanctions relief, that they were never going to get, ironically enough, was to restrain Israel, to drive a wedge between the relationship between America and Israel, and to show the rest of the world that America had the capacity to stop Israel, okay? The reason why they wanted to do that, the reason why they had to do that was so that they could actually ensure that future conflicts, such as the one that Israel brought America into, never happens again. There's also another problem here, though, and that is another part of this puzzle that I think Trita is not factoring in to the equation, which is that Iran can rebuild and develop closer ties with China in the process, and not only develop closer ties with China in the process, but get better weapons, get better defenses, and on top of that, if it's an inevitability that Israel tries to attack Iran again, this time they will have a stronger force against Israel, a better means of retaliation against both Israel and maybe even the United States of America if that were to happen again. They reinforce their control over the Strait of Hormuz. That doesn't go away, and then also on top of that, they have more bandwidth to potentially fight back against Israel. But Trump does not, in any fundamental sense, require any of this. The United States can endure without a formal agreement with Iran and without the benefits of an economic relationship with Tehran. To be sure, a negotiated settlement would better serve long-term American interests. The nuclear constraints which Trump seeks can only be credibly secured at the negotiating table. Abruptly abandoning diplomacy while leaving Iran in undisputed control of the strait would also unsettle key regional allies. Yet these strategic preferences, not immediate necessities. Like I don't see this being a bad thing for Iran at all. Because let's say Iran decides we're actually going to nuke, we're going to get a nuke. Okay? Iran's like, we're going to build a nuke. Fuck it. You can't do anything about it. We need to develop sovereignty. We're going to build a nuke. That's always an option on the table now. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei passed away. His fatwa is gone. It seems to me like the remaining Iranian leadership are far more favorable to the idea of developing nuclear arms. Okay? Let's say in the process of developing nuclear arms, Israel tries to attack Iran. This gives yet another opening now to a much stronger Iran to fight back against Israel and restart it all over again. In the past, they did not control the Strait of Hormuz. In the past, they had not blown up every American military base and every radar installation in the region. This is a very different Iran. Iran won. America was begging to get to the ceasefire table. That's it. It's a massive W for Iran. Even if America retreats from this conversation, even if America retreats from the ceasefire process, okay, and basically forces Iran's hand not to restart the tit-for-tat bombing campaigns or whatever, okay, Iran can continue bombing Israel, for example, if Israel continues to bomb Lebanon. That's another angle here. So there are numerous ways in which Iran could continue applying pressure. Trump's calculus is far more transactional and far less patient. He can point to the damage already inflicted on Iran's nuclear infrastructure and conventional forces, proclaim a hollow victory, and disengage. He has already emphasized that the United States no longer depends on the Persian Gulf oil, insinuating it from direct economic consequences of Iran's toll regime. As a result, the burden shifts outward. The strait becomes a problem for European and Asian powers, countries that Trump has noted declined to rally to his side when he sought their help in prying the water away from Tehran's grip. The window now open offers Tehran a chance to convert battlefield leverage into lasting strategic gain. To let it close would mean forfeiting not just incremental progress, but the possibility of reshaping its economic and geopolitical position. By contrast, the United States, having already secured a tenuous exit ramp through the ceasefire, has less at stake in the short term. Walking away, therefore, is politically and strategically easier for Trump than for his Iranian counterparts. Both can live with diplomatic failure, but Tehran has more gains to lose. How Tehran chooses to navigate this narrowing corridor, whether it presses advantage or overplays his hands, will be interesting to see. I think this assessment is far too pessimistic on the upper hand that Iran has and the amount of damage Iran has been able to do to the confidence that other countries have in American defense. Not only that, but also there are numerous other pressure points for Iran going forward, and also an additional stream of revenue.
Is how can we reduce the demand? Because, of course, the least expensive energy is the energy that is not used. We should reduce demand while fully respecting the free choice of consumers. So we are looking at energy efficiency levels such as renovation of buildings or the renewal of equipment in industrial operations. These are some measures, but there are also other measures that we will present or will be the core of the presentation of.
Bro, there is no more cucked a fucking entity than the European Union. Is unbearable. First with Russia, then with this situation. Like, they always get... How do they not see that they just get fucked over so much harder than America does every time America does some fuck shit?
The communication next week on the table of the leaders. So far for the...
It's like... it almost feels like they're also accelerating the anti-EU movement. Like they want to destroy the European Union, it seems. Everything I hear from EU leadership is worse than the last statement, you know? They're forcing governments to stop fuel subsidies for the common people, by the way, because of fiscal pressures. They want to do austerity at every turn. Yeah. Uh-oh. Is Twitter down? Seems to me like Twitter might be down, huh? That was going on? Never mind. It's just it's an ad block situation again. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine versus the war in the Middle East. We are achieving levels of liberal contradiction heretofore unknown to man.
More vital.
The breakdown of international law is evident in today's two preeminent global crises: Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the war in the Middle East. Oh. Who are the parties in this broad war in the Middle East? Who are the parties involved? Who are the belligerents? Who is responsible for this war in the Middle East? It's just happening, I guess. Oh, I can't say. So stupid. The Singapore foreign minister came out and he was like, we're not going to negotiate with Iran for safe passage of ships because we are Singapore. We also control an even smaller choke point than the one Iran controls, and it's completely against like everything that we've ever done to recognize recognize any sort of toll system on choke points. It doesn't even matter though, because I think Donald Trump wants to control this choke point regardless. I suspect the real reason for Singapore's out here. Let's just watch what he had to say. It's short.
The Straits of Malacca, the Straits of Singapore, is in fact another critical choke point. You may be aware that, in fact, if you add up all the maritime oil, crude and refined, you might be surprised that actually more flows through the Straits of Malacca and Singapore than even the Straits of Hormuz. If you think about global trade, container trade, there's far more flowing through this place. And the most important geographical fact, which most people are not aware of, the narrowest point in the Straits of Hormuz is 21 nautical miles. Guess what the narrowest point in the Straits of Singapore is?
Iran has the means to control the choke point. Singapore does not. Might is right. Quite simple. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's also true.
It's less than 2 nautical miles. So do you understand now why we have to take a categorical position that international law...
It's just funny to say this because, like, if Singapore had, a competent defense industry and they were attacked militarily, I suspect that they probably would also change that dynamic. I suspect that their calculation would change dramatically if such a thing happened, right? So it's not like Iran one day woke up and was like, hey, the Strait of Hormuz is looking real tight. Would be a shame if it got tighter. Oopsie. Like, there's a reason. There were events that took place before Iran did the unthinkable, right? Anyone can control the choke point at this point because of drone technology. The Houthis could do it in Yemen with next to nothing. Singapore could absolutely shut it down. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, let's say they have it. Let's say they have the drone technology. They purchased it. They have competent enough defense, because you can't really do that. If you were to control a strategic choke point such as that one, America would come and blow up your fucking country as they did with Iran. Well, they did it before Iran ended up controlling the Strait of Hormuz, but like they would be able to militarily reopen the Strait of Hormuz if Singapore was trying to, or the Strait of Malacca, if Singapore was trying to maintain control over it. Singapore spends three times more on its military than Iran. Yeah, I think that's a very different situation. Does Singapore have DPRK-backed underground missile silos? If the answer to that, and underground missile striking capabilities as well. If the answer to that is no, then Singapore can't control the Strait of Malacca. You know what I mean? Not many countries. First of all, Singapore is also tiny. It's like literally half of a fucking city in comparison to Iran. Not many countries also have the capacity to withstand American bombardment campaigns and still be able to have a competent capacity to retaliate militarily. It's just not a thing. Singapore is a fucking city-state. They don't have the capacity to control the Strait of Malacca and militarily defend that decision.
An UNCLOS is the constitution of the oceans, and this is a right. Freedom of navigation as a right and not a privilege for ships and planes. And this is of profound importance to Singapore. So to your specific question.
I don't think so. As long as there's someone who can press buttons that shuts down the Strait. If Iran hasn't blocked the Strait of Hormuz because it has great Navy or missiles aimed at the ships, is the threat of just one drone that's keeping it shut. There haven't been that many strikes in the Strait itself. That's not true. There have been plenty of strikes so far. And that's, I mean, it doesn't take much is what your argument is, yes. But again, okay, let's say Singapore is not like a Western aligned nation tomorrow, okay? Let's say with all the military might that they have as a city-state, they choose to close the Strait of Malacca. Do you know how fast, not even America, do you know how fast like Indonesia, Malaysia, and every other country would just like destroy the whatever remains of the Singaporean military with conventional arms? Like, it's just not a thing. The point that I'm trying to make here is that Iran has militarily conquered the Strait of Hormuz. And part of that is because they can withstand American attacks.
Yes, I have engaged with the Iranian foreign minister before the war. And yes, I'm sure I will engage him in the near future. But as a matter of principle, and not because we're taking sides, I cannot engage in negotiations for safe passage of ships.
How can Singapore spend a lot more than Iran, but withstand the attacks less? What do you think? At some point, you have to realize that, like, the dollar value that you spend on your military is sometimes an irrelevant factor in terms of demonstrating military competence. Geography plays a role, right? Topography is a huge factor for Iran. And also, Iran's budget is very different than Singapore, which operates like a normal country that is, they have a very different currency than Iran does. I mean, look at America's military expenditure. America's military budget is larger than like the next 10 countries combined. And even then, they could not defeat Iran militarily. Yeah, that makes sense. The defense aspect is different, but it seems that the offensive capability is far less relevant than if it used to be, because with very little actual attacks, it can make getting insurance for your ship impossible. Sure.
Or negotiate on toll.
But I'm just saying they would just pounce on Singapore. They shut off Singapore's water. Okay.
Rates, because to do so would be implicitly eroding this legal principle. So again, this is...
So anyway, he just says like he has a principled stance against this, right? Controlling any strait whatsoever. They are committed to free trade. Arnaud Bertrand says, I suspect the real reason for Singapore's opposition to a toll on Hormuz is not some high-minded devotion to international law, but because if it sets a precedent and a toll were to exist on the Strait of Malacca, it would basically kill their current business model. Geographically speaking, Malacca runs primarily between Malaysia and Indonesia. Singapore only controls a small stretch of the southeastern exit. Yet currently they capture most of the strait's commercial value through port services, bunkering, and transshipment. It's basically like them having the best service station on the world's most popular free highway. What the Hormuz precedent, if established, is all about is the revenge of geography, power given back to the countries that own the road, as opposed to those with the best rest stop. Fantastic news for Malaysia and Indonesia, which is partly why you're seeing key Malaysian political figures like Nurul Izzah Anwar issue a highly unusual rebuke of Singapore over Balakrishna's remarks, but a big threat to a city-state whose entire economy is built on being the best service provider on what's largely someone else's waterway. I think the other problem for Singapore is that, if they try implementing tolls, or if America's like, hey, you have to implement a fucking toll, you have to, implement a blockade for Chinese trade or whatever, they're cooked. So for them, maintaining a consistent position overall is probably so that they avoid further conflict down the line. Europe has gone so demented that I cannot tell whether this meant a celebration or condemnation. What is this? New Third Reich, a far-right Polish deputy brandishes an Israeli flag marked with a swastika. What the hell's going on in Poland, man? Also, there might have been a security incident breaking. A large number of Israeli soldiers were lured into a trap by Hezbollah and killed. According to reports from on the ground, the soldiers were lured into a building in Bint Jbeil, and it was rigged with explosives. The whole building was detonated with no survivors. Israel reported a serious security incident, but is yet to comment on the details. Very Polish things happening. Yeah, Polish pride. Yeah, they're back to their old... When I'm fucked up, that's the real me, said Poland.
Produced each day.
Right now, there's no fighting. Right now, we have a blockade. Iran is doing absolutely no business, and we're going to keep it that way very easily.
Meanwhile, Israel and Lebanon will hold talks in Washington today. Israel's sweeping attacks on Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon have reportedly killed more than 2,000 people and have displaced more than 1 million residents. But Hezbollah vowing it will not abide by any agreements reached during the talks.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to host those talks in Washington today.
Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said that her government has suspended a defense cooperation pact with Israel. It comes after Israel fired warning shots last week at Italian troops serving in Lebanon under a UN mandate, causing damage to a vehicle, and after Giorgia Meloni's criticism of Israel's bombardment of Lebanon. Her far-right government has until now been one of Israel's closest supporters in Europe. Seema Gupta is in Rome. Seema, I hope you can hear us. What has brought Giorgia Meloni to this point?
Yes. Well, it is quite a sharp reversal, as you mentioned. I mean, back in 2023, early 2023, Benjamin Netanyahu actually visited Rome. And at the time, Ms. Meloni said that Israel is a friend and key partner of Italy. And now, today, she has made a statement saying, in light of the current situation, the government decided to suspend that Defense Cooperation Pact. Now, that pact was set up back in 2003 under the government of then Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi. It is about procurement and training, as well as the import, export, and transit of defense and military equipment. And so it's not a massive thing for Italy, but for Israel, but it was definitely a point of connection for these two countries. And it was something that was automatically renewed every 5 years. But the decision was made that as the renewal was coming up, not to do it this time round. And this this was something that the government, the opposition here, had been long calling for the government to do. And Ms. Maloney said, essentially, when things are happening that we don't agree with, we will act accordingly. So really a reaction, perhaps, as you mentioned, to the warning shots that were fired by Israeli soldiers on the Italian soldiers that are based in Lebanon as part of a UN force. There were no injuries, but a vehicle was damaged. And at the time, Rome summoned the Israeli ambassador to Italy. And subsequently, the foreign minister visited Lebanon on Monday, and he said it was unacceptable, the attacks on Lebanese civilians.
Pizza.
Israel, in turn, calling on the Italian ambassador to Israel. He was summoned.
Maybe it's because I haven't had New York pizza in a minute, but this might be the greatest pizza I've ever had. It's not even warm. It's been a minute since I've had East Coast pizza, but god damn, dude. Unbelievable.
So clearly, tit for tat, and now the suspension of that agreement. Israel, of course, saying on their part that this was not an important security agreement. It was simply a memorandum of understanding, but clearly this is a strain on ties.
Indeed, I think they can dress it up however they want. It's clearly someone who is actually saying they disagree with what they are doing, and clearly this is having an effect across the international community. And I'm wondering, Seema, is the position now taken by Maloney really a reflection of public opinion in Italy?
Yes, I think it's very much a calculation on her part in terms of moving forward. She's very much aware of the fact that Italians have taken to the streets to protest against the Israeli government, particularly the situation and the war in Gaza and their support for Palestinians. And Italians are also very much against the US-Israeli war in Iran, feeling that, of course, this is having an impact on their bottom line in terms of resulting in higher gas and petrol prices. And so with this much opposition, she's also got her eye on the general elections in 2027, and she can't afford to lose people's support. It's interesting today that the Milan-based daily Corriere della Sera also published a short interview with President Trump on his comments on Ms. Maloney, and he said he was very shocked by her decision not to assist the US in the war against Iran. And he actually said, and I quote, "Do people like her? I can't believe it. I thought she had courage. I was wrong. It's very different from what I thought she was." So clearly a reaction also from Mr.
This is a big deal. I assume we're getting New Haven Tez. She is succumbing to domestic pressure and basically has to do this. She didn't do this on her own volition. She did this because the Italian labor unions have been going absolutely crazy. The Italian labor unions have been doing general strikes over and over again. She has an election coming up. She has to do this.
Trump to her statements about him, particularly in reference to the Pope. She said the statements that Mr. Trump made, his criticisms of Pope Leo XIV, were unacceptable. He turned around and said she was unacceptable because it seems as if she doesn't mind Iran having a nuclear weapon that could hit a country like Italy itself. So clearly the tensions and the relationship, she was once considered the Trump whisperer. Now it seems that there are tensions in that relationship as well. But it's sort of a calculation because Italians are not happy with Trump, not happy with what Israel is doing, and she has to respond to that.
Indeed, Maloney taking a stand. Donald Trump, as usual, trying to deflect the criticism that is landing on his doorstep. Seema, as always, thank you very much indeed. Seema Gupta joining us there live from Rome.
Hey there, I'm Harry Enton, and today we are running all the numbers.
Oh, there's even more numbers. Nice. I love, this is my favorite. feel so proud when I see these numbers. Israel's popularity diminishing. We saw a piece of it. Democratic Party is officially to the right of Giorgia Meloni on foreign policy. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I never thought I would fucking see the day.
On Israel's U.S. popularity problem, Israel is losing support here in the United States, even amongst Republicans. Take a look at this data. Take a look at this data amongst young Republicans. Look at this massive shift that we have had over just the last 4 years, the net favorability of Israel among Republicans under the age of 50. You go back to 2022, 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up for Israel amongst young Republicans. But by 2025, look at this. Already a 30-point shift away. Their net favorability down to -2. Today, look at this, minus 16 points. That's an over 40-point shift in just 1, 2, 3, 4 years' time away from Israel amongst young Republicans. But that's not the only part of the Republican base where Israel is struggling. How about amongst moderate or liberal Republicans? They make up about a third of the Republican base at this point in time. The net favorability of Israel with moderate liberal Republicans back in 2022, again, 2 thumbs up. You'll notice I do a lot of Siskel and Ebert references. I just really like them. At plus 26 points. Today, again, negative territory, -9 points. That's a 35-point shift in just 4 years' time, with moderate liberal Republicans shifting away from Israel. And this, to me, gives you a good indication of why one of the more ardent critics of Israel within the Republican Party is actually, at this point, favored to win a competitive primary. You may know him, Thomas Massie. He, of course, is the representative from Kentucky's 4th District. He has been opposed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has endorsed his opponent. Pro-Israel voices are also opposed. Many of them have also opposed Thomas Massie. But at this point, look at this. His chance of being the Republican nominee, winning that Republican primary in Kentucky's 4th District, is actually more likely than not to occur. Look at this. According to the Kalshi prediction market at this point, a 71% chance. But here's the thing. Again, I'm building blocks here. It's not just on the right. It's not just amongst Republicans where Israel is losing support.
I mean,
amongst the
is there any support remaining on the Democratic side? It's like, what, 90? It's going to be like 98% to 2% at some point.
Expected places. How about among younger men who were a key part of Donald John Trump's coalition back in 2024? They have very much shifted away from Israel. Look at this. Net favorability of Israel among men under the age of 50. In 2022, not too bad, but not too hot to trot either.
Yeah, CNN has a Kalshi sponsorship. That's why Holy Toledo is referencing Kalshi as though it's like a serious part of the analysis.
-3 points. By 2025, again, down we go, -22 points. That is a 19-point shift in just 3 years' time. But it gets even worse. Look at this for Israel. -47 points. That's a 44-point shift away from Israel on the net favorability amongst young men who, of course, shifted massively into the Republican column back in 2024, and they have been shifting away from Israel over the last 4 years. But here's the thing. You want to talk about unexpected, perhaps no number I have seen is more unexpected than this one, because when we talk about the Democratic base, right, and we talk about them being against Israel, that's been true amongst liberal and very liberal Democrats for a decent period of time. But now we're even seeing it among moderate and conservative Democrats, because take a look at these numbers. I mean, this is a sea change. This is a sea change. Net favorability of Israel amongst non-liberal Democrats, that is those who identify as either moderate or conservative. Back in 2022, Israel was on the plus side of the ledger. I'll give it 1 thumbs up at +3 points. Look at this. By 2025, -30 points. That's a 33-point shift in just 3 years' time. You think that's a big shift? How about now? Look at this. Among moderate conservative Democrats, the net favor of Israel down into the Sea of Galilee at -55 points. That's a nearly 60-point switcheroo in just 4 years' time.
That's the bulwark audience, right? That's why I wasn't stressing when everyone was on my ass. And I'm still not stressing it. Because it's fucking over. You can come after me all day, every day. But you can't change these numbers. Okay? Now, what's really interesting about this, of course, is that these percentages are brought up on CNN, but the media is not representative of this attitude at all, and neither is our political class. Non-liberal Dems is in like conservative Dems. Think about that. Major sea change. These percentages are completely untenable with any kind of support for Israel. And yet, when you look at mainstream resources, mainstream outlets, legacy publishers, and the like, it's the exact opposite. Obviously. It's the exact opposite. For mainstream outlets, maybe you get like 10% anti-Israel sentiment to 90% pro-Israel sentiment. For mainstream, for politicians, you got 10% critics of Israel, 90% supporters of Israel. It doesn't make any sense. The media and the political class are not representative of the majorities of the masses. I've never seen this much of a divergence, clear-cut divergence. This big of a gap between what the public feel like and what the media wants the public to feel like. And I don't know why they have not figured out that instead of attacking people like myself, they probably should try and coalesce around people like myself to gain back some confidence, to gain back some credibility on this issue.
Now, why are we seeing these shifts? Why are we seeing these shifts amongst Democrats, amongst Republicans, at least certain portions of the Republican electorate, and why are we seeing it among younger men who are a big part of Trump's coalition? It is because it is part of a larger sea change against Israel. I mean, just take a look at these overall numbers right now. The net favorability of Israel among all adults. In 2022...
Is the Bulwark audience big? No, it's not. It's because mainstream media and politicians think they can discipline their audience back into a more manageable position. I think one of the problems politically is that even though Democratic voters hate Israel, many don't yet hate Israel enough that it means they won't vote for a pro-Israel candidate otherwise align with. Needs to be more of a wedge issue. I mean, I'm sure that's part of the equation for the Democrats. That's certainly part of the equation for the Democrats. Like for the party itself, they're like, yeah, we'll lie to you and we'll figure out a way to get you on board regardless. The problem is these resentments are never going to go away. They're only going to keep festering. They're only going to get worse, especially because this is Israel's last opportunity, and therefore they're going to get increasingly more belligerent as they have done more and more insane shit, more and more ultra violence in the region. I mean, they got the Trump administration to attack Iran.
Plus 13 points. I'll give that 2 thumbs up. Look at by 2025, minus 8 points. That's a 21-point switch in just 3 years. And now the net favorability of Israel amongst all adults, minus 23 points. That's a 36-point change in just 4 years' time amongst all adults. Now, okay, that's part of the reason why that we're seeing these groups within these shifts, right? A rising tide lifts all boats. But it's more than that. How about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which of course has been taking center stage over the past few years here in America, especially after the October 7th attacks and then Israel's response to it. Take a look here. I mean, this is a change. This is a change. Who Americans sympathize more with, the Israelis or the Palestinians? Back in 2022, before the October 7th attacks, it was the Israelis by 28 points. That would even climb into the 40s, 50s, depending on which polling you looked at in terms of who Americans sympathize with, the margin very much on the side of Israel. But look at where we are now. In 2026, Americans sympathize more with the Palestinians by an 11-point margin. That is a shift of nearly 40 points in just 4 years' time. And when you compare it to 2023, after the October 7th attacks, we're talking about what, a 50, 60-point change? My goodness gracious. This is the best position that the Palestinians have ever been in the minds of the American public. The Palestinians making history in terms of who Americans sympathize more with. But it is not just the Israelis and the Palestinian conflict in which why we're seeing these shifts among all these different groups and overall as well. It is because of the man who right now is the prime minister, the longtime prime minister of Israel, who's been prime minister at least in parts all the way back to my childhood. I mean, I think he was the prime minister when I was like 8 or 9. That is how long. And while I look young, I'm not that young anymore, but take a look at Bibi Netanyahu. Look at his net favorability rating here in the United States. In early 2024, he was on the plus side of the ledger at plus 9 points. But look now, minus 23 points. Again, an over 30-point shift in the wrong direction if you are a fan of Bibi Netanyahu here in the United States. And among independents, we're talking about that his net favorability rating at this point is a minus 35 points in the average poll. He is about as popular as Donald Trump is here in the United States.
What do Israel supporters think about when they look at this stuff? They freak out. They think all of it is because of anti-Semitism. They also, like the smarter Israeli officials, they see these numbers and they're obviously a little worried. They're panicked about it. So what you're seeing as far as like what Israel's doing right now is their last big attempt to acquire as much territory as possible and therefore ironically enough, it's just like leading to even further disapproval. I think mostly liberal Israelis care what America thinks. I don't think the more Orthodox should care at all. No. Like the average Israeli, I'm sure the average Israeli looks at this with concern and maybe even a little bit of panic. I'm saying that I suspect most of it still, by their calculation, is what they think is due to anti-Semitism. They're like, oh, it's the anti-Semitism that is guiding people into this position. I can't believe how anti-Semitic people are. But that doesn't even matter. What matters is what the Israeli government thinks. And the Israeli government sees these numbers, and they recognize that their time is running out. Their time is running out. So they're trying to do as much as they can, as much damage as they possibly can, before the funding vehicle runs out. And Israel tries to develop some kind of like self-reliance, focuses more on like their own indigenous manufacturing industry, their weapons industry. Despite the U.S. bending over backwards for Israel all the time, Israeli society, at least in my understanding, thinks America is too critical and not supportive of them anyway. Sure. I mean, you saw that with Biden. They treated Biden like Biden was an oppositional figure. It's fascist, man. It's a fascist society. I don't know how else to explain it. They're not, like, stop trying to make sense of it. Okay? They're insane.
And of course, Trump ain't too hot to trot, to borrow a phrase I used earlier on. And here's the other thing, which is this is starting to have major electoral ramifications. Israel has become a 4-letter word in Democratic primaries. And one way you can see that is AIPAC, right? AIPAC, the lobbying group. Google searches for AIPAC in 2026, up like a rocket, up 363% versus last year, reached an all-time high last month. You often hear those.
Can Israel look for another sponsor like China? No. Because in the absence of, if Israel is looking for other regional partners or global partners, that means that America is no longer the global partner. And if America is no longer the global partner to Israel, then China, as much as it loves trade maxing, doesn't have any utility out of Israel. Because for the longest time, the reason why China has maintained good trade relations and good relations overall with Israel is because Israel gets the latest technology from the United States of America, and maybe sometimes the latest technology that no one else gets, except China gets to have some of that technology because Israel gives China some of that technology, at least to my understanding. So if America and Israel's relationship is broken and changed in an irreparable manner, then China doesn't have much utility for Israel.
On the left, using AIPAC against their opponents if they have in fact taken money from AIPAC. I'm not expecting that to change anytime soon on the left. I think the question is going to be...
Yeah, Russia is a more likely potential new primary beneficiary here than even China is, I think.
If these young Republican numbers hold, and we see this right here, will AIPAC and Israel possibly become a boogeyman on the right as well?
People say China does not care about any human rights violations. Yeah, of course they don't. They don't give a shit. They never have. They work with us. Why would they give a shit? Again, they are responsible for 30% of all trade, okay? 30% for the United States of America. If they're working with us while we're literally actively trying to wage war against them, a cold war and potentially a hot war, okay, then yeah, I don't think they're going to have a fucking issue with working with Israel. Even if it's beneficial for them to apply pressure to Israel to show that they are a, global superpower capable of applying political force and political pressure to a rogue actor.
We're not really quite sure at this point, given how quickly these numbers have changed. Maybe they'll change back the other way in 4 years' time. But the bottom line is this. Views on Israel have shifted tremendously in a lot of unexpected places, not just on the left wing of the Democrat.
Yeah, this is, again, and I keep repeating this over and over again, but this is why I don't mind when people are like, oh, dude, you're fucking anti-Israel. It's like, yeah, so is everybody else, dumbass. Wake up, okay? Wake the fuck up. Former PLA head of intelligence said that Pakistan is to China what Serbia is to Russia or Israel is to the U.S. Quote, Pakistan is China's Israel. Yes, this is true. On what basis are you talking about U.S.-Israel relationship breaking? The max extent of domestic pressure we're applying domestically is furry stick and dildos inside of concentration camps. Views are irrelevant. No. I mean, you're not wrong about that either. Yes. I was just giving a hypothetical scenario to a chatter who asked, if America and Israel's relationship was, irreparably damaged and broken. The likelihood of America and Israel's relationship changing, though, is, I think it's very high. Okay, I think America and Israel's relationship will forever change. I don't think America can steadily funnel all of its resources, all of its tech, move its naval assets with ease in the way that Donald Trump did ever again. I think Israel, if we were somewhat competent, Israel would become a partisan issue, but even then, I think Republicans would basically reluctantly defend Israel in the way that, Democrats do currently, right? Not literally reluctantly, but at least they would show a little bit of reluctance publicly, even if they admire what Israel's doing privately, just as Democrats do currently. Jake Tapper must be vivid. Yeah, I think these guys are not seeing the political reality. Their political culture is based on victimhood and portraying all dissent from their actions as anti-Semitism, which is blinding them to the reality they could change their behavior to improve their image. Megan K. Stack says, I wonder if Israelis realize the animosity growing in the U.S. public. I'm not talking about anti-Semitism, which I also see growing, separate topic, but Israel itself. A few years ago, I could have never imagined the passing comments I hear from apolitical and centrist acquaintances. Trust me on this. There is a reason why I feel confident whenever I get attacked on this issue. Partially because I was attacked on this issue with heinous smears for the last 2.5 years. And, you know, there was limited success. But especially now, I know for a fact that the overwhelming majority public opinion is on my side on this issue. Okay? That's it. So they can fucking keep chirping and complaining over and over again. But it's over. The conversation is done. Now is the time for action. Like, how do we actually enforce the public's wishes? The Israeli public don't see it at all, I promise. Even if some do, they think it's meaningless, the relationship between the governments. I mean, I guess that's like not a wrong interpretation of events, okay? Because, you know, that's not how foreign policy works in the Western world, and especially when it comes to Israel. That's just, you know, democracy doesn't really matter. It's secondary. But public opinion can gum up the works. It makes things more difficult. Like Maloney being forced to change her attitude. Like Maloney just cut off the defense contract that the defense contract they had with Israel. Why did she do that? Well, she did that because the Italian population has been unbelievably angry and showcasing how much power they have as well to cause a ruckus, to create instability, to withhold their labor power, their productive power. That's huge. It's massively consequential. New poll shows Cori Bush tied with incumbent Wesley Bell in Missouri primary. A poll commissioned by Cori Bush's campaign conducted by HIT Strategy shows Bush and incumbent Congressman Wesley Bell statistically tied among likely Democratic primary voters in Missouri's 1st congressional district, with Bell at 44% and Bush at 40%, within the survey's 5.4% margin of error. The poll conducted February 19th to 23rd among the 401 likely Democratic primary voters also found Bush holds higher overall favorability than Bell, 52% favorable to Bell's 45%. It's actually crazy that it's even close. It should be a blowout. The only reason why Cori Bush lost was because she was right too early. And that race was bought and sold by AIPAC entirely. It was like the singular race. The poll also tested favorability of AIPAC, a major backer of Bell's 2024 campaign, and ICE, finding 40% and 86% unfavorable ratings, respectively, among district Democrats. Someone said Philip DeFranco covered me again. Does anyone have a link? Yeah. Governor here just announced this. Governor just announced this. Just recently, Indiana was chosen to have a national drone testing site. Stop. Wait, did he actually talk about me? Or was that a lie? Okay, I guess that one chatter was lying. Oh, Rick Scott at the end.
code DeFranco and start cleaning up your digital footprint. But then, diving into our final bit of news today, we should talk about what ends up being another controversy surrounding, or at least involving, Hasan Piker. And this time it speaks to a much greater conversation about free speech on college campuses. And that's because he's scheduled to appear at a debate with the Yale Political Union today. And so we had Florida Senator Rick Scott, who had previously done events with the organization, writing, Yale receives billions from the federal government. President Trump and Congress need to immediately revoke it. An elite private university that hosts an anti-Semite who says a senator should be killed, capitalists should be killed, and the U.S. deserved 9/11 shouldn't get 1 cent from taxpayers. And there, you had Rick Scott specifically referring to one of the things that Hasan was actually temporarily banned from Twitch over in the past. Because when Piker was pushing back against Mike Johnson's crackdown on Medicaid fraud, he said,
if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying if you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott is because, and not make him a prominent part of the Republican Party, is because he to this day is still known as committing the largest Medicare fraud in U.S. history.
So, Scott, not the biggest fan of Hasan. Of course, that wasn't the only criticism or thing people brought up when they were protesting Hasan being there. And in general, there's been this split on whether or not to embrace Hasan, to engage progressives, or to ice him out of politics for being too toxic. And that divide, it's playing out with what's happening with Yale right now, with the political union's president telling the Yale Daily News, we just bring in someone who's vocal and has influence. And Hasan Piker most definitely is vocal and has influence and has a lot to comment on in terms of the specific issues in today's politics. Saying the fact that a student organization's regular Tuesday debate has become discourse in the national media and has become commented on by prominent politicians and journalists speaks to the idea that our organization, the Yale Political Union, is one that is a central part of not just the Yale experience, but of Yale's unique university experience at large. You also had some students at the school defending Hasan, saying that it is disingenuous to try and cancel him when the right-wing figures dominating politics say much more inflammatory things. But then also, you had conservatives at that school feeling differently. Or the president of Yale's Turning Point USA chapter telling the
I hope you put my joke in. I hope you put my joke in. Come on.
Campus paper that Hasan's rhetoric, quote, isn't just inflammatory, it is blatantly violent. And then adding, it's language that is very antithetical to the mission of Yale University in terms of promoting an environment of free speech grounded in mutual respect in pursuit of the good. And ultimately, it's really just anti-American. And so yesterday, you actually had Hasan responding to this himself, specifically calling out Turning Point and other Republicans who oppose him speaking on a college campus.
Oh, Turning Point USA. See, this I do love. Okay, I love this. The reason why I love this is because it exposes the inherent hypocrisy on the free speech side of the conversation when free speech lovers actually fucking meet a guy who can go meat for meat, okay? Banned for fucking banned. All of a sudden, people have a very different approach to free speech. Your God, okay? Your Pope-like figure, Charlie Kirk, clearly had enough respect for what I brought to the table that he wanted to fucking debate me at Dartmouth campus. If you want to abide by the hadiths of Imam Charlie Kirk, okay, if you want to bless his memory, peace be upon him, then you have to abide by his standards. These guys want to fucking revere him like he was a religious figure, but they're not carrying the goddamn flame.
And actually, on that note, there's a whole other campus speech controversy happening regarding Charlie Kirk right now. Utah Valley University, the school that Charlie was speaking at when he was assassinated, is facing a ton of backlash over its upcoming commencement speaker, Shara McMahon, where she's an author and has a newsletter called The Preamble that breaks down, quote, government and law in straightforward ways with clarity and context, delivered with sanity and reason. And according to multiple news outlets, she made posts critical of Charlie Kirk following his assassination. And as far as what people are pointing to, and one that's actually still up on Facebook, she posted a video tearfully responding to the news of the shooting, writing, "This isn't the America I want to live in. I am sure Charlie Kirk and I would not agree on many things, and my heart is still broken for his family." Well, that seems pretty non-controversial and neutral. She reportedly also went further and
That's crazy that they got mad at her for that. That like even the mere mention that you might have disagreements with Charlie Kirk, bro, people were, man, that it feels like a lifetime ago, but the media environment was so wild. Holy moly.
Posts that have since been deleted. Or with, for example, her apparently addressing some of Charlie's quotes and writing. These aren't sound bites taken out of context. Millions of people feel they were harmed, and the murder that was horrific and should never have happened does not magically erase what was said or done. And one of many, they don't see anything controversial about that statement. The college Republicans group at the school released a statement opposing UVU's.
I want to know what people it's at the end, so there's probably not going to be a lot of commentary here, but I wish I could see what the Philip DeFranco audience had to say about my Charlie Kirk comments. But you just been filled in.
Are engaged in an all-out fight over popular Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, but I think I have a unique lens here. Not only have I done Piker stream a couple times, but I held an event with him at University of Chicago in 2025, which to me gives me a perspective that can help cut through some of the noise here and help you understand what this controversy is actually about. Democratic moderate think tank Third Way published an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal saying that Democrats should distance themselves from Piker. They said that his previous kind of controversial statements, saying that America deserved 9/11, or his pro-Palestinian advocacy, which some people have said have veered into anti-Israel sentiment or some anti-Semitism. But the catch-22 here is that Piker has a big audience, particularly with the type of voters that Democrats are doing worse against. All in all, I think this shows to me how some of this controversy is a little astroturfed. Piker's answered these questions for a while, and he's been consistent about making a distinction between his anti-Israel advocacy and anti-Semitism. I think you got to think of him as somewhat of a shock jock, someone reminiscent of the radio host of the 90s or 2000s that really drives people somewhat through driving engagement, interest, and ruffling a few feathers. The other thing I'd say is I don't think this is really about Piker himself, but really about a Democratic organization who's wrangling with the question of how its voters are changing when it comes to Israel and Gaza overall. The Democrats are going to have to answer this question in a big way come 2027. Piker seems like small potatoes. In fact, it somewhat feels like these interest groups are trying to create a litmus test before the big fight comes later.
I agree with that, yes. He will probably do more damage than good and alienate rural voters who isn't satisfied with either camp or the other side. That's what's so crazy about this conversation is, like, who do you think is more vulgar in the way that they communicate? Who do you think is more vulgar in the way that they communicate? Like, I don't know, like a Yale graduated liberal that went to work at a DC think tank for 15 years and maybe has a career in the media where they appear? Or, like, who is closer to the way that, like, the average person speaks? Someone like myself or the other guy that I just mentioned, right? That's why it's so funny when I see this kind of sentiment on the internet where they'll be like, "Oh, dude, if Hasan met like a blue collar, if Hasan met a blue collar worker like a mechanic on the countryside, that blue collar worker would beat him to death with hammers." I was like, dude, what the fuck do you think? Like, first of all, everybody has access to the internet. That's number one. Number two, the broader policies that I advocate for is a lot more popular amongst people like that than you think, okay? It's just so stupid because it also makes it seem like my entire audience are a bunch of effete libs that live and only go to these like academic institutions. They're all in like Ivy League college campuses that like they don't have blue collar jobs or work in fucking warehouses or are Amazon delivery drivers that work all around the country. Okay, it's so stupid. It's this very strange elitist attitude that they demonstrate when they make it seem like the information I'm presenting is like not accessible to the average person, or that my commentary would come across as like super out of touch. It's very stupid. It's so amusing to hear those trash takes. In PA, truck nut wielding Trump bumper sticker guys will see my Bernie bumper sticker and say he's better than Biden at least. The idea of normie Trump voters are closer to third way POV is totally baseless. Yeah. Here's the other side of the story. Okay. I think a lot of people will hear what I have to say and might not even appreciate like the language that I'm using, right? But the one thing that I've seen consistently, even from Republicans, even from people who are, you know, self-identifying moderates, independents, whatever, is the idea that at least I'm saying things with conviction. I believe the things that I'm saying, as opposed to the understandable assessment that they make about Democratic Party politicians and their spokespeople. They look at guys like that and think, oh, these people are insincere. They're trying to lie to me. It doesn't even matter if those people legitimately believe in neoliberalism. They're not just preaching the gospel of neoliberalism. They're not just saying that because they're getting paid by corporations to preach the gospel of neoliberalism. They actually might sincerely believe it. But the language that they use is come across and is being interpreted as insincere, right? That's it. You might not disagree. You might not agree with me, but you know, I'm telling you how I feel. That might be a problem for you, but at the end of the day, it's honest. And I think a lot of people appreciate that. A lot of people would prefer that, even if there are disagreements. A lot of people would prefer that than this other totally sanitized mode of communication that no normal human being talks like. I'm suddenly wondering if they think a single blue-collar worker would vibe with someone like Michael Knowles. Yeah. And it led me, it got me thinking, like, who would be the perfect, like, working class whisperer from their assessment, right? Because if they think I represent, elitist, smug, entitled, liberal attitudes, by their assessment, like, who's better? Ben Shapiro? Nick Fuentes? Tucker Carlson? And even on the Democratic Party side, Jake Tapper. Is Jake Tapper going to communicate with the average working class person better than someone like myself? Are their beliefs closer to the average working class person, the blue collar worker that you're fantasizing about? Like they're some sort of savage that has, that has no way of seeing this kind of commentary on the internet to begin with. HVAC worker here from very red northern New York. I could tell you from experience, you have a far more positive reach in these areas than you think. My coworker and I put your stream on when you go live and listen to it on the job. More often than not, our customers have similar but views as you do, even in these deep red areas in New York. Yeah, Graham Plattner is a great example of this. Okay, a guy that just cuts through the noise, tells you exactly how he thinks. Okay, and you know, he looks the part as well, for sure. He looks the part a lot more than I do, right? That's the one area where you can call me out on, like, the clothes I wear, the way I carry myself, whatever. You might say, oh, that's too highfalutin, right? It's fine. Fair. Okay? But as far as the things that I'm advocating for and the way that I'm communicating my desires, I'm a lot closer to the average person than a million other Democratic Party consultants. It's very stupid. Not savage, but a simpleton who loves God, country, neoliberalism, capitalism, and hates vulgarity and cursing. That's who they dream of. Yeah, it's just funny because like like in their mind, the median voter is a person that that wants insurance to remain private, okay? That wants to continue funding Israel and is really worried about like the growth of anti-Semitism in the country and associates that with like negative feelings towards Israel, right? Like, what are you, fucking insane? That person doesn't exist. That person is just you and your friends in the media. And maybe you and your college-educated friends that went to an Ivy League institution and now work at a fucking think tank or work for campaigns. That's not a real person in the wild. The average American is a small business. Exactly. Anyway, let's, do you think they will woke scold next like this for Plattner? Oh, this is, yeah, I saw this. Graham Plattner claims he's changed. Why is he still using the R word, Mother Jones? Like, I'm not even going to get into that, okay? I just don't care. I don't care. All right. Yeah, that's indicative of no. You did a no growth, Grand Plattner. What is this? Moderator, next question. How do you feel about Hasan Piker Newsom? He's an anti-Semite and I strongly disavow his views on Israel. Trump, running illegal for a third term. Well, you know, he's a good-looking guy, good-looking, handsome guy. I can see why people like him. This person is another one of these like fucking annoying liberals, though, to be fair. That's funny. I like that take, but I've seen this person's commentary on me in the past. Okay? Sometimes they come up on my For You page. And it's always, I don't know. I just like, it's so annoying, these guys who are fucking, or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I don't know, but, yeah, this is what I mean. Look, this kind of feels like the bottom has fallen out of this sort of stuff. Hasan's too dumb to be a mainstream political figure, but this won't be what sinks him. Overton window's been blowing wide open. Overton window's been blown wide open. Nobody cares anymore. Like, when I see something like that, I get so fucking annoyed because it's like, who the fuck do you think is a brilliant mainstream political figure? Okay? Who is the brilliant force of politics in this goddamn country? Okay? Because, like, listen, I call myself dumb all the fucking time. All right? But this kind of shit annoys me to no end because your instincts are fucking dog shit. Your instincts have been dog shit. That's part of the reason why you get very annoyed with my presence. Okay? It's unbelievably annoying to see people consistently advocate for failed political maneuvering over and over and over again, only to then turn around and be like, nah, this guy's just dumb, dude. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, all right, well, sucks to suck for you, I guess. My girlfriend's boomer dad, who's your classic former Republican that Sarah Longwell crowd wants to show, they can bring to the Dem Tent, listen to that Bulwark episode, and then listen to your Pod Save episode, and said he has a lot more in common with you than what they are trying to sell is what moderate Americans want. They have lost the average person's position on Israel and class consciousness. Yeah. Regarding Hasan Piker, the fact that an internet personality Twitch streamer is topic of major political debate in this country is already so fucking sad, regardless of his stupid politics. Universities, newspapers, and centers of actual reasoning and education are axed and destroyed, and internet clowns come out on top. Stupid, stupid world. Yeah, the reason why he's saying that is because, again, lost the fucking battle for defending Israel award, okay? Another one of these guys. Every single one of these guys can't. I remember Arash Azizi's like consistent commentary where he was trying to find a fucking reasonable landing pad on the issue of Israel that still, you know, was defending Zionism, defending Israel. Okay, lost it. Guess what? Sucks to suck. Okay, now all you can do is run around and be like, oh well, he's just like stupid, dude. Just don't listen to him. He's just stupid. Okay, so why did this fucking stupid guy know exactly what the fuck was going on and knew exactly where the public was headed far before any of your brilliant liberal guys ever did? Go talk to some more Atlantic writers where you write for, Arash. Who do you think has a closer eye? Who do you think is closer politically to the average person's position right now? Me or fucking Jonah Greenberg or whatever, Goldberg, what's his name? The fucking editor-in-chief that used to literally work at one of the prison facilities in the Israeli occupying forces. All these guys lost the fucking battle, so all they can do is complain. Jeff Goldberg? Is that his name? I forgot. What was it? What was the read the second comment? And more people are part of the internet personality and Twitch streamer world and will call you elitist or whatever for standing up to this idiocy. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I basically responded to that before he even retorted. You think after these people have been wrong about everything since 2016, they'd have some self-reflection, but no, they're still the smartest people in the room to themselves? Exactly. They're surrounded by other people that are also lost in that same echo chamber, and they cannot contend with how much the public has moved on so many different issues. Okay?
The latest fallout from two major controversies involving President Trump and religion. He has now taken down an image he posted showing himself as a Christ-like figure. That's after backlash from Christian conservatives. But he's doubling down on attacks against Pope Leo. He calls him weak on crime. Weijia Jiang is at the White House. Weijia.
How do you know more than someone who's written books about what Iranians want and is a historian at Yale, though? I don't know what you're referencing. Are you talking about Arash? Is he a historian at Yale? I don't think he is. I don't even think he actually disagrees with me on Iran any longer. Arash is a Marxist himself? Yeah, sure. Jonah Goldberg's at the Dispatch? No, I'm not talking about Jonah Goldberg. I'm not talking about Jonah Goldberg. He sucks too. I'm talking about the fucking editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, who was literally a concentration camp prison guard. Jeffrey Goldberg is the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. The one that was the quote-unquote journalist in the Signal Gate. Also, the issue was not about Iran. The issue was about public sentiment shifting on the issue of Israel. Even if you've written extensively about what Iranians want in Iranian history, it's an entirely separate subject matter. I'm not, contesting his knowledge on Iran.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, Nora. Good morning to everybody.
I already got pizza in New Haven. It was really good.
Several of President Trump's staunchest supporters were among his critics, something he is not used to. In fact, Trump initially blasted those who thought he meant to portray himself as Jesus. Later, in a phone call with you, Nora, Trump acknowledged the growing backlash among supporters led him to delete that post.
McDonald's. After a DoorDash delivery to the Oval Office.
This doesn't look staged, does it?
To point out President Trump followed through on a key promise, no tax on tips.
Wait.
Potentially. We asked the president about the latest controversy to land on his doorstep. This image he posted online, then deleted, appearing to show Trump as a Christ-like figure. He offered a different interpretation.
I thought it was me as a doctor and had to do with Red Cross.
But some of the president's supporters in the religious right saw it another way, calling the image outrageous blasphemy, while Vice President Vance said it was a joke.
He took it down because he recognized that a lot of people weren't understanding his humor in that case.
Just one day earlier, Trump took on the first American-born pope, calling him weak on crime and the threat from Iran.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon.
After that, one prominent American Catholic bishop, Robert Barron, called on the president to apologize.
Will you apologize? No, I don't, because Pope Leo said things that are wrong. He was very much against what I'm doing with regard to Iran.
Trump said the right people in Iran called again Monday, and they want to make a deal, quote, very badly. But he insisted his biggest red line remains.
You marking it down? Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
We asked President Trump if a deal is not reached by the end of the ceasefire set to expire in 8 days. Will his threat from before still stand? You may remember he said he would take out an entire civilization. Trump said he wouldn't comment, but, quote, it won't be pleasant for them. Let me put it that way. Vice President Vance says the ball is in Iran's court to accept the offer he presented. Gail.
All right, Weijia, to be continued. Thank you very much. Weijia just mentioned, Nora, that you had a call with the president. You called him and he picked up.
He did. Well, he said that he was actually watching 60 Minutes on Sunday night. That's why he then issued that Truth Social post and then put up that picture where he depicted himself as a Christ-like figure that he's now taken down, but he has not apologized for it. You know, when I talked to Trump, he was doubling down on his criticism of Pope Leo. I said, would you call him? He gave me a firm no. I said, do you think the Pope will ever come to the United States? Because, you know, he was born in Chicago. And he said, I don't know, that's up to him. So they're still at a standstill. I mean, this is quite a diplomatic firestorm.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like it.
Never seen anything like it.
To see a pope and a president at odds. And it's interesting, J.D. Vance said, you know, it was a joke. So there again, there's another interpretation.
And I want to say that, you know, the vice president is Catholic. The Secretary of State is Catholic. 6 of the 9 Supreme Court justices are Catholic. 30% of Congress is Catholic. This is a huge voting block of people. And the question, I think, is what's going to happen now in the midterms, because a lot of Catholics were offended and Christians were offended by that image.
For sure. All right. To be continued.
Breaking news this hour, another woman accusing California Congressman Eric Swalwell of sexual misconduct hours after he announced that he would resign his House seat. He held a news conference in Beverly Hills today with her attorney and said that back in 2018, she was drugged and assaulted by the congressman before going to a political event. Take a listen.
I believe he drugged my drink.
Jesus Christ, dude. This fucking guy. What an animal. What a fucking psycho he is, huh? Why not the mouse suit? Trump loves winners, which is why he converted to Shia Islam and made fun of Christ. No Muslim would ever make fun of Christ. Straight up. Certainly not a devout Muslim. Actually, not even a not devout Muslim would not make fun of Christ. Vance is getting heckled at the Turning Point USA event.
So if you want to complain about what happened in Gaza, so if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you complain about Joe Biden and the last administration? We're the administration that solved that problem.
God, he's so fucking annoying. Muslims are so respectful when it comes to other religions. It's kind of crazy. It's not that crazy. And also, Isa is a prophet in Islam as well. We solved that problem is wild to say. I guess, like, I mean, this is in some ways not dissimilar to Trump being like, well, Obama built the camps, right? Like, that's what they're trying to do. That's what he's trying to do. But he's such an annoying lib, an annoying and smug ass lib in the way that he tries to diffuse or deflect. Me.
And by the way, not only was our administration like the administration that solved the problem, but the president. Excuse me, sir. Right now, you see more humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years, because we have taken that.
I was canvassing for Oliver Larkin in a wealthy neighborhood of Jewish retirees, and I encountered 10% of Dems who were still pro-Israel. Moskowitz has never had a town hall, yet these people knew him personally and spoke frequently. They were pro-Israel, yet anti-war, and they refuse to believe that Moskowitz supported it. This is who the Dems like Chuck really represent. I mean, there's like 8 of them. So
situation. So if you want to
Let's see. There was another one. Vance, how can you say that God was never on the side of those who wield the sword?
How can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the Nazis? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust? I certainly think.
Someone said God would not be on the side of genocide?
The answer is yes, and I agree. Jesus Christ does not. I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide. Whoever yelled that out from the dark, he certainly does not. I think that's pretty easy. I think that's a
Oh, God. Okay, so what is it then? You're like, how do you square that circle? Is it just that, like, oh, well, it's not a genocide. What Israel did is not a genocide. Jesus would agree with what Israel is doing to the Palestinians.
Pretty easy principle. Okay, so here's a guy. Let me just say this. This is a guy. No. First of all, random dude who's shouting. Can I finish my point and then I'll respond to what you just shouted?
Oh my God. Oh God, he is fucking so repulsive. Another $240 million torch. U.S. Navy has confirmed that it lost a $240 million MQ-4C Triton reconnaissance drone last week. Likely, this one crashed into the Persian Gulf after scouting the Strait of Hormuz. Nice. But make no mistake, Iran's anti-air defense systems have been destroyed. This is how you establish air superiority. They wanted to drop the Triton drone, okay? You see that was on purpose, okay? We like dropping drones for fun, to show how much money we have. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, oh, that's my throwaway $240 million machinery. That's just how it is. And also, there was a laundry fire on the drone, and it was old. It's irrelevant. Nobody likes those drones anyway. Who cares? Trump mocked their cheap one-way drones. We're losing our expensive two-way drone. It doesn't matter if it's two-way if we waste it. Well, when you think about it, an MQ-4C Triton reconnaissance drone can be used as a one-way drone. As a matter of fact, in this circumstance, it was used as a one-way drone. So, while the Shahed drones are $10,000 a pop, this one is $240 million, and we destroyed it. We used it like a Shahed drone, Please go to Pepe's Pizza. That's what I had, okay? I had Pepe's Pizza already. It was delicious. More money equals bigger boom. Hasan, it's not funny. Drones only do that when they're extremely distressed. Oh, here. We'll talk about Swalwell's horrible allegations, and then we'll talk about Gallego as well.
I only had one glass of wine.
Hasanabi, is there a way to rewind the stream to see you enjoying Pepe's Pizza? Yes, if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, you will be allowed to rewind. You can rewind the broadcast if you subscribe for $6 or for free.
We were supposed to go to a political event, and he said he needed to get paperwork from his hotel room. When I arrived at his hotel room, I was already incapacitated, and I couldn't move my arms or my body. He raped me, and he choked me.
ABC News has not been able to independently verify any of the claims against Swalwell, but earlier this week he did deny what he calls serious false allegations made against him. ABC News has asked Congressman Swalwell for a reaction to the latest accusation. He has not yet responded. Our Alex Stone is on the story out of L.A., along with our political director, Avery Harper. So, Alex, what more can you tell us about the latest accuser and these allegations we just heard?
Yeah, Kara, they are violent allegations. There are similarities to some of the other allegations as well about grooming, getting to know her, promising connections, that sort of thing. But then there is a difference in what she is saying, that the violent nature of it. You heard her there a moment ago saying he raped me, he choked me. She said, I thought I was going to die. I did not consent to any sexual activity. She did not go to police, but she says that she is going to file a police report to get an investigation going. She did not do a.
Of course, it's not just the Republicans. Someone said I'm on Fox News right now again. Oh my lord, dude. Oh yeah, there's more. You want some? Yeah, my dad got it. It was spectacular. Why do you have the link for the live? I don't know why it's not loading for me. It's not loading. The live stream is not loading for me. I don't know why. God damn it. How are you charming the MAGAs more than ACP? Fox News is ripping the fuck Sam parachute cord. I can't watch it. I turned off my ad block. I don't know why. Fuck.
Speechwriter John Favreau tried to have Piker tamp down his suggestion that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel.
I do mean it. I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
Pennsylvania's Democratic Senator John Fetterman writing on X, the left 2026. Hamas, check. Nazi tattoos, check. But an X for Israel and Iron Dome. Piker's profile has grown in recent months after hosting Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, and he campaigned on college campuses with Michigan Democratic Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed. Brett?
All right, Mike, thank you.
That's
Breaking
it.
tonight, just in the past few minutes, Turning Point USA CEO Erica Kerr.
Can you remind me if Sky News is a reputable source? No, it's not a reputable source. Yeah, RNC Research. Democrat spokesperson Hasan Piker tells Ilhan Omar he will make significant changes to the Democrat Party. Okay, I'm not a Democrat spokesperson, man. What the fuck? I mean, I do take offense to that. Okay, yeah, do it. It's right there. I hate that shit. Why is Marge dressed like Ezra Miller? I don't know. Yeah, why didn't they show my response to the ogre?
Changes and build a real left caucus in the party and hopefully maybe even bully some other Democrats into coming on board with positions that they previously would never have the moral courage to openly fight for. Yeah. I think we do have a real.
Oh, yeah, don't touch it. They said the HDMI they got mad. The IRL guys did. Yeah, apparently the other HDMI cables have the capacity to like potentially break the backpack. Yeah, so they swapped it out. Yeah, they did. Wow, I thought you actually said something controversial, Law. Yeah, they're so weird, dude. They're so fucking strange. Sorry. I fucking hate cables fucking shit up. Yeah. Capitals bully politicians 24/7. That's why they own them. Yeah. It is funny though that this is not even an offensive statement. They're now going to report everything you say, just like those annoying Twitter accounts. Yeah, but it's kind of funny. Oh, I saw this, yeah.
Of a Democratic Party and of ChatGPT, because of course, when I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks.
He said, I don't want context, sir. I just want you to say that he's anti-Semitic. Yeah, I love when the woke AI doesn't give you what you want to hear. Yeah, hold on. I'll turn on the laptop camera. Boom. Okay. Yeah, woke AI, dude. Woke AI came in hot. What? Okay, no, it's fine.
ChatGPT. He's a rock star of the Democratic Party and of ChatGPT, because of course, when I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the...
Yeah, everyone is against you, man.
That Democrats need to realize.
What is this? Associating with Hasan Piker isn't how Dems win young men, young voters. Is how you alienate everyone else.
That these are not the kind of people you want to platform and be a part of. I mean, he's an anti-American, anti-Semitic misogynist. That the tent doesn't need to be that.
Oh, the former Biden staffer. Yeah, this person is. Fox News always loves bringing people like this, where they're like, see, even this woke libtard hates this other woke libtard. You know, they love doing that shit. Yeah, this person is the classic, like, let's bring in a Democrat to shit on the Democrats person. I've seen her before. All right, yeah, no worries.
Big in the Democratic Party, and I wish people would stop platforming him. But I also think Democrats and Republicans here need to realize that engaging with youth voters is not going through podcasts that are hateful and are going to drive division between the party. You have to talk about things they care about.
Yeah. No, hateful podcasters famously have not played a role in any president winning elections in the past.
And that's the economy. And so the sooner that Democrats realize that, the sooner they will get youth turnout to be more on their side. I think
they just hate how vulgar you are. They have no counter messaging. Yeah, exactly. At most, what they can do is just like posture on the aesthetics, talk about how vulgar I am, and maybe pull some choice clips out of context to be like, people don't want to hear this. Why is Fox News always telling the Dems how to win? They're just nice. They want to make it more difficult for themselves. Don't you kind of just platform yourself at this point? Yes, I do. Which is the whole problem that these guys are experiencing currently. The big issue for these guys, for mainstream media, both on the Republican side and certainly for the mainstream media that's more responsive to the needs of corporations and the super wealthy, is that they can no longer gatekeep information and gatekeep who gets to have a platform. So they're just trying to bully people like myself to the best of their ability with the hopes that, people won't tune in. But in this day and age, it's virtually impossible. Like, me not going on MSNBC is not bad for me. It's bad for MSNBC. That's it. You don't get to have access to my audience. for that show, for that format, as opposed to like I don't really need, as opposed to me needing your audience. Pull up to Yale, bro. Your event is about to start. Shut up. I know. Ruben Gallego just gaggled reporters for like 35 minutes. What is this? New Erica Kirk vid? Okay. No. Hold on. I got to show this real quick. Through tears, he says Swalwell was a predator and lived a double life. He said he had no knowledge and never witnessed inappropriate behavior, but he admitted he had heard rumors for years of him being flirty. I asked Gallego point blank whether he's ever engaged in inappropriate behavior himself with any woman outside his marriage. He said no. I asked Gallego if he ever witnessed Swalwell being flirty. He said never. Question was never. He said never.
There's a video online that surfaced of Eric Swalwell making out with a woman sitting next to someone. Was that you sitting next to him?
This is lies. No, I was not sitting next to him. I was not in the room. I was nowhere. I don't even know where it happened. But this is exactly what I'm talking.
Yeah, they were roommates, by the way. Him and Swalwell. They're like best buds. They were best buds in Congress.
About Chris LaCivita and a bunch of other right-wing political operatives are pushing this narrative that somehow I was in that room with Eric Swalwell. And that
Ruben Gallego's harassing behavior towards women earned him the nickname the Troll in the Arizona House. During his tenure in the Arizona State Legislature, fellow Democrat lawmakers Catherine Miranda and Lydia Hernandez filed a harassment complaint against Gallego. The complaint by the two devout liberals focused on Gallego's alleged comments that included an implication that Miranda was promiscuous. Gallego, a short, stout man, had earned the nickname the Troll while serving... while serving in the Arizona legislature. According to one Capitol insider, Gallego would pop up at the weirdest times, always demanding something. The last time he popped up, to the embarrassment of Arizona voters, was when a photo of he and Representative Eric Swalwell riding topless on a camel during lobbyist-funded junket to Qatar made headlines and fueled endless social media memes. That's funny. Are we ready? Yeah, he was demanding to pay the toll, I guess. The troll toll. All right. We got... I'll keep playing. We got to go.
Congressman, you have future political ambitions. How can people trust you to run for higher office if you didn't know that your best friend was engaging in even inappropriate behavior?
Look.
Oof.
I messed up. I'm human. I trusted this man. I trusted him to watch my children. I would watch his children. He knew that I had just gone through the most bruising campaign where I was accused of being a mule for the cartel, where my kids were subjected to TV commercials about what an awful human being I was. And he knew how to prey on that. And I was a loyal friend to someone that just was not loyal to me.
And so in the beginning, you said when you first heard these rumors a few weeks ago, that's when you called him. Then you said you've heard these rumors for years. So which one is it, Senator?
So I heard rumors of him being flirty.
And that wasn't an issue enough for you to not trust him to watch your kids or be close with him?
Because, you hear this, and then when you're close to somebody and you know his wife, you see this. You see that relationship. You know that, it maybe just isn't true.
When you first heard these rumors, should you have acted when you first heard these rumors several years ago?
The rumors I heard were that he was just a flirty social guy. That's it.
The bombs have stopped falling on Iran, for now. But before we exhale, let's be honest about what just happened. 40 days of an illegal war. An elementary school full of Iranian children gone. The worst energy shock since the 1970s. 1 million people displaced in Lebanon. Threats of nuclear annihilation. And a ceasefire that could collapse at any moment. This is what American foreign policy looks like. Not just under Trump, under both parties for decades. Wars that working people fight and die in. Wars that make life more expensive for all of us. I have a different vision, that working people in Brooklyn and Queens have more in common with working people in Tehran, in Havana, and Gaza than with the billionaires who profit from our suffering. That real security doesn't come from bombs, it comes from solidarity. Today, I'm releasing our foreign policy platform, permanently end the war in Iran, lift the embargo on Cuba, freedom for Palestine, self-determination for Puerto Rico, and global cooperation on the actual threats to our survival. My name is Claire Valdez. I'm running for Congress because working people across the world have nothing to gain from endless war and everything to win from peace and solidarity. Read our full agenda at clairevaldezforcongress.com/no-war.
We just got results from the first post-debate poll, and our campaign is surging. In just a couple months, we've closed the gap between ourselves and our opponent from 21 points to just 5 points. And we've got the highest favorability of anyone in the race.
Bro.
California has a top 2 election system. And
This man is cooking. They're calling it the Hasanabi bump. No, I'm kidding. It's not me.
we've closed the gap between ourselves and our opponent from 21 points to just 5 points. And we've got the highest favorability of anyone in the race. California has a top 2 election system, and in a general election head-to-head, we're tied. But I'm not planning to come in second. We have a chance to win this in the primary and completely shock the establishment. And our opponents know this. That's
Hell
why they're
yeah.
sending out lies about me, attack mailers, and coming after me for going on Hasan Piker's stream. They're panicking because they know if we win, we can finally break the corporate stranglehold in our politics so we can pass Medicare for all, ban congressional stock trading, and end the endless wars, including the genocide in Gaza. So if you're ready to completely change the direction and leadership of the Democratic Party, join the movement, go to shoycott.us and sign.
Damn, bro, I'm in campaign ads and stuff. Was crazy. What the hell? All right.
I love Hasan Piker.
Israel is an extension of American empire. Israel is not a separate entity from the United States of America. There's
All
a
right.
reason for why Israel is this malignant force in the region, this violent entity in the region, a constant destabilizing force in the region, and that is because it corresponds to the American grand design in this resource-rich region. Israel is a attack dog for American empire here.
A bunch of Democrats say Democrats should shun Piker because he's bad for the party. He's a loose cannon. He says wild stuff that's crazy.
Let's be clear, Hasan is radical. He says things that are indefensible, and he's definitely a wild card.
Some Democrats are trying to cancel Hasan Piker, and that could have huge consequences for the Democratic Party. He's been accused of making anti-Semitic comments, calling Orthodox Jews inbred, and for defending Hamas. Piker denies he's anti-Semitic, saying that his criticisms are focused solely on the Israeli government and Zionism, not Jewish people as a whole. But the centrist think tank Third Way sent a memo urging Democratic leaders to distance themselves from left-wing voices like Piker. They even called him anti-American, saying that he's no different from ultra-right-wing streamers like Nick Fuentes.
Hasan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition. He's an illiberal guy. He's a China, Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things.
At the end of the day, the real problem that is being presented here is Israel. They don't like that there are loud, outspoken anti-Zionist voices that Democratic politicians are hearing from. And they want to desperately gatekeep who their politicians speak to and listen to. They're actively trying to turn someone like myself into a toxic person within the party. The only thing that is correct about this assessment is that I am vulgar. But that's just who I am. I'm a vulgar person, and I think that's still infinitely better than being a civil war criminal. Being a civil person that defends war crimes or defends war criminals is, in my opinion, far worse than being a vulgar person that is on the side of justice and on the side of truth.
Does this man look bad for the party?
Every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is stolen from each and every one of you, because that's a dollar that they spend blowing up a school overseas instead of building schools in your neighborhoods.
You want to know the worst possible outcome for 2028? Tucker Carlson runs on an anti-Israel platform, and the Democrats put forward a pro-liberal Zionist, pro-defending America's military might candidate. Tucker Carlson wins by Ronald Reagan numbers. The Democratic Party is done. The next wave of fascism is here. That's what I'm afraid of. Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom is unlimited Tucker Carlson victory. This is why I've been trying to urge Democrats to take a stronger stance against Israel. You cannot have a guy like Tucker Carlson lead the conversation on Israel. The Democrats, as a national party, have to universally oppose Israel. If you don't do that, a guy like Tucker Carlson, who has been leading the conversation for normies on the issue of Israel, will come out and destroy you.
What is Piker really about? He's a very articulate, well-read, intellectual, good-looking, manly star of the far-left media ecosphere. When the left said, we need our own Joe Rogan, here's a charismatic, masculine, progressive media star. Is that not the left's Joe Rogan? As if that's what the left needs. Piker's on the far left, like he's a fan of Bernie, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar. He's for Medicare for all, taxing the wealthy, free public transit, affordable housing, radical lefty stuff. He thinks Iran should have a nuclear weapon because that would keep other countries from attacking it.
I think they should have nukes. If they had nukes, it would be like North Korea. Every country in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, where a separate world power could actually protect other countries under their own autonomous nuclear umbrella, you got to build nukes. That's it. You have to build nukes. If Iran had nukes, then the region would be much more stable. Iranian population would be safer right now, okay? They wouldn't be getting fucking bombed. Israel would not even be able to do half of the shit that it's doing in the region. That is precisely the reason why Israel never wanted Iran to get nukes.
He's a Marxist-adjacent democratic socialist, but none of that is why anyone is attacking him. Piker is at the heart of a fight about what direction the Democratic Party is going to take in the near future, because Piker represents the rapidly rising pro-Palestinian left, a faction that could become a kingmaker within the Democratic Party, because today, 2/3 of Democratic voters are pro-Palestinian. But most Democratic elected officials are pro-Israel. We are in a battle over who the Democratic Party is going to be, and Piker is at the heart of that as one of the loudest, most pro-Palestinian voices out there. He's pro-Palestinian in a way that's shocking to some people. Piker has said that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. That is not wrong. Israel's decades of genocide, murder, apartheid against Palestinians is far worse.
Israel is an apartheid state.
Piker has said he has no issue with Hezbollah. Again, this is shocking to people who don't know a ton about the situation, but Hezbollah was created in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. It exists to protect Lebanon from Israel. Hezbollah would not exist if Israel had not repeatedly attacked Lebanon. They are defenders of a small nation that cannot protect itself against an Israeli army that is funded by the U.S. People are horrified by Piker saying these things about Hamas and Hezbollah, partly because they hear a sanitized version of who Israel is.
Many people have just never encountered my worldview in America.
As Piker said on Pod Save America, Israel creates October 7th for Palestine all the time.
I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time, because I'm looking at the situation as a paramilitary organization that has like a political party as well, a Politburo as well, that is entirely comprised not as an alien force, but of orphaned children that have, had their parents killed by an apartheid state that has been dominating the lives of Palestinians for 80 years at this point. And they've done a genocide at this point as well, but like it started off with the Nakba and has only...
Okay, I'm swamping it.
Okay, swap it.
Oh, hey. Didn't see you there. Currently on our way to Yale Union, where we are going to be participating in a debate. The debate is about ending the American Empire. It's a resolution. I'll be delivering a speech for 30 minutes, give or take. I wrote one, once again. After that speech, there'll be a brief Q&A portion. And after the Q&A portion, there will be, I believe, 5 or 6 students, both on the left flank and the right flank, both in the affirmative and against my resolution that will duke it out in the marketplace of ideas. I'm not entirely certain as to what I'm supposed to be doing while that's happening, but I guess I'm just going to be like the overseer of the debate or something, and then I give my final remarks at the end. Never done something like this before. Not certain how this stuff works, but excited to be a part of it. And yeah, hopefully you guys will also enjoy the experience.
Can I show them the Northeast?
Sure. It's beautiful. The college campus is incredible.
I didn't know New Haven was the American capital of pizza.
Yeah, everyone's been saying it.
I had pho earlier.
Yeah, you fucked up. You fucked up. Downtown New Haven. Yeah, it's really, really nice. The master debating is going to be hard. It's a debate you take notes so you can counter the arguments they make. No, I'm not going to be countering their arguments. The fuck?
Coming for you, bro.
That was strange. Sally's Pizza for the win. No, I have Pepe's.
Pepe.
Which people think are... Everyone's doing caught in the chat. People say Pepe's is not the best, but I liked it. I liked it a lot. It was incredible. I get why people ride for Connecticut pizza. I feel like I've had Connecticut pizza before, but I don't remember it being this good. But it could be because I haven't had any East Coast pizza in a very long time. But yeah. New Haven is beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's very pretty.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Good job. Good job, Connecticut. You got motion. You got motion, twin. I didn't realize. That was disrespectful of your game. I didn't know you had it in you. But yeah. We Must End the American Empire is also right in my fucking wheelhouse as well. But hopefully there won't be too many clippable incidents. You know what I mean. You know where it is?
Bence yolun başında bekleyenler vardı gravatlı oğlum. Orası olma ihtimali daha yüksek.
Where? Let me see that photo again. Wait, don't show the. Which side is that?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out right now.
Bak şu çocuk da yürüyor oğlum.
Dur baba bir dakika. You see the brown? I mean, we can find it out.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's just get out.
It's fine. We'll get out. Thank you, sir.
I'm hiding cam for a bit. Alright, chat box. Sorry, I know it's fucking blown out right now. I'm pointing the camera down as to not make it
Is it
entirely obvious where we are, so.
And none of them says where it is.
I'm texting them.
O şey olabilir. İçeri girmek için bekleyen olabilir. Fan olabilir. O yüzden yanlış.
Evet.
Tamam oradan girmeyeceğiz. Arka kapıdan gireceğiz baba. I think this might be it. Come here. Or maybe not.
Need to find it somewhere?
Yeah. You want to show them the photo?
One sec. It's there in the back door, but I'm like, oh, he just dropped us off
in the wrong place.
Just a bit far, I think. It's up.
Oh, it is up there.
It's this one. Don't say it out loud, though, please.
Okay, I think it's this one down here in the corner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, he just dropped us off in the wrong place.
Yeah.
All right. Did you fix the exposure?
Yeah.
Word. All right. It's actually a beautiful day out too. I was telling Marcius, but in the East Coast, New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, springtime and fall time, in my opinion, are the two best times. Summer's too hot and too humid. The winter is too wet and too cold. Right now, perfect temperature, perfect time, perfect conditions.
Look at these beautiful ass buildings.
Yeah, this campus is sick, dude. Hi.
All right.
Hi, Chad.
Hi.
Come on in there.
Thank you.
Yale trivia. How old is Yale?
I have no idea.
You want to take a guess?
1874.
1874.
I don't know. What's going on?
Is this who we're?
Nice to meet you.
Are you who we're looking for?
I'm the president of the Yale Political Union.
Hell yeah.
We are. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Avi. I'm the speaker.
Nice to meet you.
Jason, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We are going to go backstage and then brief on the procedure.
Okay.
That's
Nice to
my
meet you
dad.
as well. Oh wow. Nice to meet you.
How was the travel?
What's going on?
All right. We'll go back this way, yeah?
Okay, I'm glad I wore a suit.
This is the nicest it gets in New Haven weather-wise.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
All right. Once we get back there, once we get in there, I'll give you the procedure, sort of how it all works.
Yeah.
Rules, etc. I moderate this.
Perfect.
Excuse me. This building's ancient.
Let's not enter there yet. That is going to be our stage. Can I take your things for you? Or would you like to have them?
Is there like a place I can put it?
No, we don't want that.
Is there a place I can put it?
Yes.
Where can I put it?
So it's a different room. I'll just grab them and put them there.
Oh, is there
Yeah,
no?
also,
we
I
can
don't
bring
want
them up
to
on
No, I
stage.
don't want to bring it up on stage.
Is there a green room or somewhere?
We do. Yeah, it's a side like green room that we can put it in.
Yeah, can we just go there right now, real quick? Do
We have
time?
to go through the audience, I think, is the issue.
Oh, okay.
Then
Let me just
power to the audience.
Is there a way to close this door? Because I'm keeping it closed, but it's opening. And we don't want that. Thank you.
I mean, we can go through the audience. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it does ruin the entrance.
Okay, we won't go.
We prefer, or we can go around and.
Yeah, we can go around.
But we can go around to the front and.
Let's do that then.
Yeah, let's do that.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you guys, just Avi and Hassan. Yeah, we'll just.
Do you want me to? Do you want to have him enter from the front then?
Oh, yeah, we can do that. Is it okay with? Is it okay with you if we enter through the front?
If that's what you want to do, sure.
I think it might be easier. We'll enter through the front then.
All right, let's do it.
And that was the drive over.
It was fine. It was
Yeah?
it's a short drive.
Have you been to Yale before?
No, I've never been.
Maybe I brief on procedure on the way then.
Okay, perfect. Let's do it.
Cool. So it should be super easy. Debate starts. I'll gavel us in. We'll have 7 brief announcements from the chairs and chairman of our different parties. Just sit there, look pretty for that. Then Moore will give a brief announcement. And then I'll say, is there perhaps a first docketed speech in the affirmative? When that happens, you raise your hand and say for the speech. Then you get up to the podium, give your speech. Should be hopefully between 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll gavel once at 10, twice at 20, 3 times at 30. That's just your cue to sort of wrap up. I won't be super strict with that. Then you'll have questions. I'll call on the questions, so you don't have to worry about that. I'll make sure people in the union, people who like actually talk about your speech, most importantly. Yeah. It's a microphone. It's okay, can you give me my phone there?
I brought it. I told you I was gonna bring my camera.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Then we'll have questions. More. Hey, phone. And where are we gonna keep? Where are we going to?
Oh shit.
Thank you. All
It's
right.
too late. He's not a senior no more.
So let's grab. We just need to access some early lane.
Okay. This way. Okay. Then, just a couple things during your speech.
Wait, what do I say again?
I'll say, is there perhaps a first docketed speech in the affirmative? You just raise your hand and say for the speech.
For the speech.
For the speech. Easy peasy, 3 words. The only things during your speech is to try to keep swearing to a minimum. Every time I do it, every time you do it, I have to gavel and say decorum. People like laugh at me, but like
I love that.
If you try to limit it, that'd be wonderful.
I will.
Thank you. And the other thing is just like crosstalk. Like when you're sort of like talking, like try not to like do call and response from the audience to like your speech. You will have time to like obviously talk to people and questions.
Yeah.
Or like, you know.
Yeah, if we can just put your things down perhaps here.
All right.
Okay,
great.
And after questions, you will sit down and we'll have 5 student speeches. For those student speeches, they're 5 minutes each, so they're much shorter than yours, obviously. All you do is listen, and you're more than welcome to ask questions of those. Well, obviously, if you have questions for those.
Sorry, Chad, I'm putting
If
you
you want
down.
to ask a question for those, just like raise your hand, and I'll call on you. So we'll have those 5 student speeches. We might have like a rebuttal or 2. 2 of those will be agreeing with you. 3 of those will be in the negative. And then I'll say at the end of debate, are there perhaps closing remarks from the guest?
And then I say forward to speech again?
No, you can just get up there and give closing remarks.
Okay.
That's not really a speech. It's more informal. That can be much shorter.
Yeah.
Comment on like the entire debate, what you thought, etc., etc. The only other thing is we stomp when we like something and we hiss when we don't like something.
Okay. It's good to know.
Don't get fazed by that. It's a little lost.
Question, we
Yes.
wanted to print out my speech.
It's all there on the table.
Oh, it's already on the table.
Yes, we have it for you. You'll sit in the middle and we have everything prepared.
Okay, perfect. All right.
That's how you're from.
Callers.
Yeah, anything about procedure that seems you have questions about? Okay.
No.
Should we
Should we go over
switch
questions already? What? You should ask questions to the student speeches if you have.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have them.
This is the clip on for
ask
this.
them.
I'm Jasper. I'm USA.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. That right there, that's cool.
Yes, on the way down, I'll just
You can just tuck it in your pocket and just don't let me forget to get it from you. And will you be sitting here? You're wearing it either. You might.
Yeah, could you show me where
Well, I was going to go pee real quick.
Or do you want to be in the aisle? I'm not
I spoke to someone.
right by the venue.
I forgot who they were. I read a tech call.
Okay, yeah, I saw.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
All right. And when are we starting?
Yeah, probably an aisle. Yeah.
Oh, okay. They were just waiting for us, so we should just go right now.
Okay, well let me.
Yeah, let me.
Well, let me.
We'll go to get on stage. Yeah, that would.
Okay, well I need to go set up.
What?
I need to go set up.
All right, you go set up. I go pee.
Okay, give me the mic.
And then someone, could you give us a green light once the camera?
Sorry, chat.
is set up, and then I'll.
If you have any rules on procedure while we're up there, I'm going to be next to you. Just ask me.
Okay.
All right, chat. It's gonna be just you and me for a minute, okay?
I'm going to go on stage.
And then Hasan, I will walk in with you, so we'll do that. We'll get seated on stage. I'll show you.
Hassan, wait. Sorry, one last thing. Before he goes up, where are you going to stage him? Like in that back room we came in at the very beginning?
So no, now the idea is to walk him through.
I just want to put a mic on him before he walks on stage.
Okay. So if you just come downstairs there, we won't walk in until you give us the green light.
Got it. Sounds good. Okay. Well, as you're coming in, I'm going to mic you, and then I'm going to set up the tripod right now.
Okay.
And yeah, it's just going to be adventure time with Marchie for right now.
All right, we got it.
Yeah.
Should be fine.
Yeah. All right, Chad, I'm putting a tripod on you. I'm inserting it. Sorry, I know this is really personal. Yes, they can.
The crowd is boring already.
Okay. Someone show me where to set up, and I'll go set up. Let's go.
I'll take you to the front row.
I have the other mic.
In the back row.
Back row. Okay. For sure.
Alright.
And then if you can come with me, Hasan.
Alright, chat. This is how we're gonna do it. We'll do a little side quest, little production side quest. You guys have been here before, you know what it is. Oh, actually, I'm so sorry. I have to change a lens real quick. Sorry. Already, L. Look, it's all live, okay? There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of stuff that happens, okay? It's hard to remember everything. Gotta put the long lens on you guys. I'm not reading chat right now because I'm balancing so many things, but please be patient with me. Actually, I'll open you guys up, that way I can at least monitor the situation that is the chat box. Hi, chat. I want March's entire fit so bad. Well, it's a good thing you said that because this knit is actually Fear and official merch that is releasing very soon. So stay tuned. Also, you're gonna have to get flashbanged. I'm warning you. It's okay, I'm back. I'm holding you now. I'm holding you now. And then I'll adjust the light. Okay, a much longer lens on there now. I'm gonna bring a backup white mic with me just in case everything goes to shit. And now we should be good. Let's fucking go. That wasn't so bad, right, chat? Okay.
You too, sorry.
Yeah, this new Fear and merch is coming out. I actually love how it turned out. It's like an oversized gradient knit, custom cut, and so asymmetrical. Anyway, I'll tell you later. Okay. So yeah, I think a hallway setup would be ideal. Works wherever I can get a clear shot of the stage.
Yeah, the recording is not allowed. Could you go upstairs and tell us?
So this is
yeah, this alleyway works. Well, let me see.
Moore's gonna bring the son in down here too.
Where's he gonna stand, at that podium there?
He's gonna be, when he's speaking, he's gonna be at the podium, and then when he's sitting, he's gonna be in the middle seat.
Okay, I think this works. Yeah, this works. Oh, let me ask the chat. They're my sounding board. Chat, does this work? Right? This works, right? Yes. Yeah, it's good. Okay. All right, I'm gonna post up here. Thank you so much. Wait.
Coming in right.
Oh, yeah, not yet though. Let me set up the actual tripod. These are so antsy. Give me 2 seconds, guys, to open the legs. These youngins so full of energy, am I right? Oh, to be young again. Sorry, chat. I know it's really shaky. I'm almost done. I promise. I'm sorry, chat. Okay, I'll adjust you from there. Okay, here. Yeah, I'm just gonna give him the microphone.
What?
Can you hand this to him?
Oh, yes, of course, yes.
We have the left sits on the left, the right sits on the right, and then a lot of the guests meet in the middle.
Someone.
Is that,
Yeah, great.
If you could step away as well once they're ready for it. Oh, okay. No, once they're ready. Are they ready? You ready? All right, I'll lead the way. That's okay. All right, we're ready? All right.
Best of luck with the debate.
I call this debate caucus of the Yale Political Union to order. Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chair of the party of the left? Chair. I have, but it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the party of the left debated resolve reason over religion. We chose reason. With the Federalist Party, the party who will now be debating resolve the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. in the chapter room of the University.
The chair is thanked. Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chair of the Progressive Party? Chair.
Last week,
closed caucus. Chair, thanks. Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chairman of the Independent Party?
For the announcement,
Chairman.
Last week, the Independent Party gathered to debate. Resolved: embrace consumerism. We shall not. Next week, tomorrow at 7 p.m. 53 Wall Street. The Independent Party will be debating. Resolved: great American novel. Chairman is safe.
Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the proxy to the chairman of the Federalist Party?
For the announcement. Last week, the Federalist Party had a closed caucus. This Friday at 8:15 p.m. in the Benjamin Franklin Common Room, the Federalist Party will be debating Resolved, Join the Sons of Liberty.
Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chairman of the Conservative Party?
The proxy.
Proxy.
Last week, the Conservative Party debated Resolved that America is an idea. It is. Closed caucus.
The proxy. Thanks. Is there perhaps an appropriate announcement from the chairman of the Tory Party?
For the proxy.
Proxy.
Last week, the Tory Party debated politicized music with the Progressive Party. We shall. This week, on Thursday at 8 p.m. in the Bradford Trumbull Room, the Tory Party shall be debating Order over Freedom with our petitioners. You are invited to come. Thank you.
Is there perhaps a final appropriate announcement from the chairman of the Tory
For the announcement. Members, friends, and Hasanabi Twitch subscribers. Welcome to this evening's historic event. I am Morsa Bashir Jr. at Yale College, and I am the 184th president of the Yale Political Union. The union is the largest and oldest intercollegiate debate society in America. Every Tuesday, we host a prominent guest speaker and debate them on the most controversial issues of our day. We exist to subject every idea, especially our own, to the discipline of serious opposition. We stand as one of the only firm bastions of free speech in American higher education. As such, I would like to remind everyone that we host speakers to debate their views, not to endorse them. Earlier this semester, when we hosted New York mayoral candidate Curtis Fleetwood, I stood on this very stage at this very podium and proclaimed that I can say without a shred of doubt that I have never seen this level of excitement for a guest of the Yale Political Union. Mr. Speaker, that distinction was perhaps short-lived. Tonight, I am honored to declare, again without a shred of doubt, that I have never seen such a high demand to attend a Yale Political Union debate as we are witnessing. Over 10% of Yale College students attempted to secure a ticket. Importantly, our event is currently being live streamed to tens of thousands of viewers worldwide. If any of those viewers or anyone in the audience would like to stay updated on the Yale Political Union's activity, they can follow our Instagram at Yale.political.union. It is now my distinct honor to introduce our guest for this evening's debate. Mr. Hasan Piker is one of the most prominent progressive voices in American media. Known for bringing politics out of traditional studios and into the immediacy of live streams. He has built a massive following, over 3 million subscribers on Twitch and almost 2 million on YouTube, reaching viewers worldwide. His streams cover everything from elections and foreign policy to labor and internet culture, often driving the broader political conversation. Before becoming an independent commentator, Mr. Piker was a host and producer at The Young Turks, helping shape a new generation of online political media. He is a graduate of Rutgers University. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone that Yale is committed to protecting free expression and peaceful dissent. Interfering with a speaker's ability to speak and the audience's ability to hear and see is not consistent with the university's free expression policy. Please note that Mr. Piker will give opening remarks, and after just 5 brief student speeches, he will deliver some closing remarks as well. Audience members are required to stay for the duration of the entire event. Hundreds of people have to be turned away from this evening's event, so it is disrespectful and in fact an expression of the antithesis of our mission, which is to debate, if attendees leave early. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the Yale Political Union debate resolve end the American Empire.
Is there perhaps a first documented speech in the affirmative? For the speech.
This is going to pick me up, right? Everyone can hear me? All right. Just want to start off by thanking everybody for allowing me to come to Yale University today and be able to deliver a speech on one of my favorite subjects, U.S. empire. I know that it was quite contentious, it seems, that there were a lot of people that didn't want me to come here today and speak to all of you. That's right. I know what that means now. I want to start off by thanking the Yale Union. I'm especially sad that Senator Rick Scott couldn't make it. Sure, you had many opinions on whether or not we should end the U.S. empire and the global capitalist system, which is what I will be talking about today. And then your grandparents are probably going to hear about it on Fox News tomorrow. But it's an interesting resolution, end the U.S. empire. It's interesting because how do you end something that's already in the process of dying? Because that's the situation with the American empire as it stands today. The empire of the United States was born in the Spanish-American War and rose to the position of global superpower during World War II. People are hissing World War II. That's crazy. That was a good one that we fought. Sure, you can trace America's imperial roots to killing and stealing from the Native Americans or to the Mexican-American War, but America's status as a transoceanic power came with the dawn of the 20th century. After the Second World War, the American empire was in a time of expansion. We benefited greatly from our distance from the damage to the war itself. We hadn't suffered the terrible losses that our allies did, like in the USSR, with more than 20 million slain, defeating the Nazi scourge. But the Axis powers had been defeated. But the United States, fueled by anti-communist fervor, turned against its former ally, the Soviet Union. This next phase of the American empire was structured as a world competition between Washington and Moscow. Everywhere the United States looked, it found communists under the floorboards, under the beds, both real and imagined. And naturally, this anti-communist struggle went hand in hand with American imperial interest. From Europe to East Asia, the interests of our investors and our corporations were protected, and protected unconditionally, mind you. And rather than start converting our swords into plowshares, at the end of World War II, we dropped atom bombs, 2 of them to be exact, to show the rest of the world that we had that capacity to change the tides of history in an irreparable manner. We helped out Nazi and Japanese war criminals. We got into a hot war in Korea where we used the information that we got from those pardoned Japanese war criminals, chemical and biological warfare on Korea. And we began this long-term worldwide Cold War. In other words, we became the monsters that we had supposedly vanquished. What Americans call the Cold War, was, to most of the people on the planet, an endless series of butcheries, each more perverse and more tragic than the last. In Korea, the United States dropped 635,000 tons of bombs. By comparison, the United States dropped 500 tons of bombs in the entire Pacific theater in World War II. The United States and its allies destroyed Korea, cut the peninsula into 2, built up an anti-communist dictatorship in the southern half, and have maintained a 75-year economic war against the northern half. Global American aggression during this period, however, was not limited to the military. Sometimes we used covert operations to take out socialist governments, replacing them with our favorite clients. This was exceptionally effective in the Third World, where the American empire went into overdrive. Take the case of Chiquita. Some of you might be familiar with this company. Today, it's one of the world's biggest food companies. But once upon a time, it was called the United Fruit Company. And for a decade, the United Fruit Company worked as kind of a state within a state in Guatemala. All resources in the country, land, labor, transportation, you name it, were mobilized in service of United Fruit and its investors. Essentially, there was no part of the state left uncaptured by United Fruit. But a left-wing government came into power in Guatemala. After a 1944 revolution, and this socialist government pursued, trigger warning for all the capitalists in here, land To make matters worse, they tried to break U.S. corporate control over their land and to reappropriate it to Guatemala's vast peasantry. To make it even scarier, they also reformed the labor code, giving the power to strike to the workers on United Fruit's plantations. But Uncle Sam had different plans. That was far too much. I should point out that the American Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, you might be aware of this person, had previously been United Fruit's corporate lawyer. Now, he was in a position to back them up. In 1954, the CIA organized a coup d'etat in Guatemala. They did this by isolating Guatemala diplomatically, punishing it economically, cutting off weapons purchases, and when Guatemala was weakened, the CIA organized an army in exile to finish the job and to throw out the socialist government. The CIA drew up a list of dozens of communists to be killed by assassination. Guatemala has suffered in poverty and violence for most of its history since then. Now, many people have rightfully wondered, what was the point of defeating the Nazis if we went on to dominate so much of the globe as violently as we have? Was the point of all of it so that we could have the rest of the world to ourselves? The Guatemalan president, Juan José Arevalo, delivered a speech at the height of the American pressure campaign that kind of channels that exact same question. Before the coup d'etat, he said these words, and I think those words still ring true today. He said, and I quote, "The war that began in 1939 ended. But in the ideological dialogue between the two worlds and two leaders, Roosevelt lost the war. The real victor was Adolf Hitler. It is my personal opinion that the contemporary world is moved by the ideas that served as the foundation on which Hitler rose to power." 70 years later, I think history has proven Arevalo right. In place after place, time after time, the United States can never settle down its imperial bloodlust, this forever hunt for manifest destiny. We can draw a straight line from indigenous massacres of the early United States to the 20th century, killing fields that we have created in the Third World. Hi. In Vietnam, we continued France's colonial war for decades, tearing society apart at home for pretty much no strategic gain abroad. In Iran, we spent the 1970s sending the brutal Shah's regime billions of dollars of weapons, only for those same weapons to fall into the hands of the Islamic Revolutionary Government in '79, our new and heavily armed worst enemies. Worst enemies that kept propping up over and over again. Enemies that we designed sometimes because they simply wanted to have dignity and sovereignty. The story keeps repeating itself over and over again. We didn't do much better with Iraq, where we spent the 1980s arming Saddam before invading and then sanctioning Iraq into destitution. We wielded Iraq as a weapon against Iran as well at that point. All that before we actually invaded and just straight up broke the country in 2003. I can go on and on and on. And we celebrated the fall of the Soviet Union, cheering on its destruction, which plummeted millions and millions of people into an economic disaster, the consequences of which we still see today. It's Zoran Mamdani's election victory night party. I was interviewed by a media outlet where I said, we defeated the USSR and the USSR dissolved, unfortunately. This was quite the controversial statement at the time. Fox News still loves repeating this soundbite. And some Democrats also channel that frustration as well. They say, how dare you, Hasan? The USSR was our enemy. They were ruthless, authoritarian. The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century. Just wait, listen, maybe you'll agree. Not only was there incalculable harm done to every single country under its banner, child prostitution, skyrocketing suicide rates, life expectancy plummeting, but America was no longer contested around the globe. And it is precisely because of the end to that multipolarity that we saw accelerated neoliberalism that is devastating every Western nation right now. Unlimited and unchecked greed. Our successes are leading to our own demise and the demise and collapse of the liberal system. The U.S. has produced disaster after disaster after disaster. I am reminded, however, of some famous words spoken by a guy by the name of Mao Zedong. Speaking with an American journalist in 1946, Mao Zedong said these words: all reactionaries are paper tigers. In appearance, the reactionaries are terrifying, but in reality, they are not so powerful. Speaking of U.S. imperialism, people seem to feel that it is terrifically strong. But it will be proved that the U.S. reactionaries, like all reactionaries in history, do not have much strength. In the United States, there are others who are really strong. The American people. I think about that quote quite a bit, especially in these last couple of weeks as Operation Epstein's Fury wages on. Perhaps Mao was right about this, but maybe he was a little too early. After all, being a leftist is about being right, but too early. I'll revisit that quote in a little bit. I want to talk about another great man, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov. You might know him as Lenin. Lenin. It was Lenin who described imperialism as the highest or newest stage of capitalism. Successful imperialist powers, he observed, allowed their citizens to benefit from the exploitation of their colonies. But the system was unstable. The development of imperial economies was uneven. The colonies were a way of sending surplus capital and people into new markets. In the 1960s, Kwame Nkrumah, the African socialist who served as Ghana's first president, updated Lenin's theory with his own book on neocolonialism. What he described was how, in the era of decolonization under American hegemony, colonialism actually endured. Through many different ways, foreigners were still able to dominate notionally independent countries like the Congo or Colombia. To give an example, say an African country nationalizes its oil reserves, but unfortunately, they don't own or operate their own domestic refineries. Or maybe they don't even have domestic refineries at all. Say that African nation decides to take a closer look at the Western capital-backed contracts. What do you think happens? All of a sudden, armed militancy and uprisings prop up, left and right. Instability is born out of nowhere. Now, those militants might not wear a NASCAR jacket that says Shell Corporation, but that doesn't change the reality that those militancies oftentimes are working for the same exact interests. So there's the visible forms of intervention, rendered invisible through the covert actions of the State Department, but then there's the more complex forms of economic imperialism through a financial infrastructure that Western capital has built to benefit its own interests, offering loans through the IMF only to cycle that wealth back to foreign capital. It's one of many ways. Loans that come with tremendous restrictions like austerity. Money that is handed over to developing nations that are only allowed to be spent in ways that generate returns for foreign investors. And to think all of that debt in the third world that is owed to financial institutions in wealthy countries, whether it's Goldman Sachs or the IMF, capital does not go to those who most need it. This has been, with, of course, substantial updates, the system of global exploitation that has endured for decades. And it has been facilitated by the United States, which, after so many disasters, is now running out of energy to hold this system together. There are no more big enemies left that the United States can beat. And after an empire destroys all of its enemies, it turns the gun on itself. After all of this plunder is not necessarily done for you. It's done for parasitic international capital. And parasitic capital has no loyalty to ethnicities, religions, nationalities, but only to the almighty dollar, only to the profit motive. Although critics have been pointing out the decline of American imperial power for decades, I'm certainly one of those critics, we've never seen the decline happen so quickly. And we have never had this much obvious evidence for it. The many Trumps around the world, like Viktor Orban, they're not doing so hot. They're not doing great. As the Ukraine war heads to a settlement that will be unfavorable to NATO, the United States and Europe are fighting over Greenland and Benjamin Netanyahu. And speaking of Benjamin Netanyahu, some might say the real president, a man with great ambition, constantly trying to get America to become more active in waging war with Iran for multiple decades. Well, he found the perfect guy to do it with. Donald Trump let the Israelis drag the U.S. into this newest war with Iran after 3 years of bipartisan support for the genocide that Israel was committing on a different front of Israel's multiple ongoing wars of aggression. While Americans have shown the world that might makes right, it appears the U.S. has bit off more than it can chew with this supposedly 47-year imminent threat, which is just really picking on a country that chose to fight back for the first time in a very long time. And one of the lessons that not only we are learning, but the rest of our security partners are learning, is that In the absence of soft power, 800 military bases that we have all around the world can very quickly turn into 800 separate invasions, or in the case of the Gulf nations, it can turn into missile sponges at the behest of Israel, almost overnight. And all of this is happening as the United States government has destroyed its credibility domestically with a murderous and absurd deployment of ICE as the cost of living just keeps going up and up and up. The very same tactics that we have observed in countries that we have dominated, in countries that our allies have dominated, like in occupied Palestine, are now being turned back on the domestic home front against American citizens. Masked thugs of the state, unaccountable to no one, unelected, are engaging in acts of violence against Americans with impunity. And when Americans fight back against ICE, as they did in Minneapolis, ICE shoots back. And the problems continue. The analyst Stephen Semler wrote recently that Trump's budget manages to be $361 billion larger than last year's, despite cutting $300 billion in social programs and other public investments. All of that money is going to policing, and it's going to endless war. It's not going to bridges, it's not going to tunnels, and it's certainly not going to health care. Every single one of you, regardless of your political affiliations or your ideology, should consider that money to be stolen from you. Those are dollars stolen from you to be put towards industries of death that have no future. This bargain isn't tenable anymore. It's over. It's not tenable for the employee of the California missile designer. It's not tenable for the veteran who wants free college. It's not tenable for the kids in crumbling Philadelphia schools. And it's certainly not tenable for the homeless, the working class, and of course, for the rest of the world. Those who happen to exist under the boot. We have been spoiled by an American way of life that requires so much death. The fruits of imperialism were always immoral. Now, they are obviously rotten. I don't know how else to put it. The American empire is fading fast, regardless of what we resolve here today. And I'm not just saying that so that I have an upper hand in this conversation. No matter what we say here, American empire is going to inevitably fall. But I think, as Mao Zedong himself said earlier, there is a power within the American people to change the nature of this decline. He had a lot more confidence in the American labor class than many Americans do today, I'll tell you that much. I believe that we are living through a strange and radicalizing time for millions of Americans, and I've seen that with my own two eyes. I've gone to protests all around the world, tasted the tear gas of different countries, and I've seen Barbaras and Debras, aged 75 and above, yelling at ICE agents in Minneapolis. The contradictions have worsened, and they are also restless. they also want that change. People intuitively understand that there is another way for the United States to exist in the world. A way in which we're not constantly exploiting people, deciding other countries' futures for them, or, say, blockading their seas because they just completely embarrassed us politically, like in the case of Cuba. Holding on to old grudges for no reason as we starve economically and literally an island nation that happens to be 90 miles off of our coastline where 10 million people live. And that's happening on autopilot. It's happening even if you give no consent to that whatsoever. But we can change that. Once you see the cruelty of American empire, it's quite difficult to unsee it. And I do think American people are seeing it for the first time ever. And they know that we are getting a raw deal. The super profits that we have enjoyed are coming to an end. And our debt to humanity requires negotiating a new deal, a real, equal world peace. Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. But we must manage the retreat of a superpower from the world stage. This is a challenge for our time. Actually, this is the challenge for our time. Because if we do not do this, then the American empire will come to an end in a much more violent way. A curse on future generations that we must avoid at all costs. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Questions on speech? Perhaps question. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Well, I thank Mr. Piker for his speech. I really agree with all his points. I think that when Mr. Piker mentions that the American people are the political body from which struggle begins, I guess I want to ask Mr. Piker, how do we also square American national struggle with international struggle? What does it look like to actually have this sort of overthrow the empire and be something that isn't a kind of national product?
Great question. So, from my calculation, the way I see it, as I tried to explain in this speech here, is that it's going to happen because it will collapse on its weight no matter what. It'll collapse under its weight regardless. And what I want to explain to every American that will listen is that we do have the capacity to change the system that we exist under in an effort to ensure that we have a much more equitable outcome where we don't diminish the potential of Americans and we don't diminish the potential and starve out the potential of people living in the periphery. This is something that I saw personally when I visited Cuba recently. The economic terror that we've subjected this island nation to is unforgivable. And yet the Cuban population has still thrived in very meaningful ways. They found novel cures for the lung cancer vaccine that they've had since the 90s. And I was talking to a scientist on my trip there, and apparently Cuba also has the only current working treatment for Alzheimer's and dementia. It's in stage 3 clinical trials in Canada right now as we speak. I think about what Cuba would look like if they weren't constantly under the threat of American sanctions. Because these sanctions have stifled growth. They've played a formative role in developing even further cures, right? So that's not just bad for the people of Cuba who are suffering. Their economy is in tatters. But it's also bad for people like ourselves. I mean, Alzheimer's and dementia is a massive problem. Almost all of my grandparents suffered from Alzheimer's and dementia. So the way I see it, it's almost a selfish argument to make sure that we can unlock the potential of all of these countries that we seek to dominate. And on top of that, I feel like all of the resources, all of our productive output is wasted on this unlimited, endless cycle of violence that we subject other nations to. And as soon as you connect foreign policy back to all of the domestic problems that we have, not just in the concept of blowback, which I famously have spoken about, but also the reality that every dollar that is spent on a bomb is spent on a bomb that blows up a school is a dollar that could be spent building schools here. Americans, at least in my experience, are much more responsive to that kind of message. Because at the end of the day, you don't have to use academic language or talk about the international proletarian cause. You can just tell regular folks, ordinary folks, that random person living in Tehran has the exact same interests that you and I do. They want to have shelter. They want to have a hot meal. They want a better future for their children. We're all people. So, at least in my experience, that's been a way to get ordinary Americans who've never really thought about these sorts of things to start thinking about it in these terms that dictate that we cease our senseless violence and bloodshed campaigns overseas and instead focus on ourselves. There was a guy who said that, and he won twice. His name is Donald Trump. He lied, but that's what he said. And it was successful. I hope that we can have more earnest leaders who will actually advance that cause so that we can allow the nation of the periphery to breathe, so that they can develop sovereignty and dignity for themselves, so they can unlock their potential, and that we can unlock the potential of Americans as well.
Further questions? Perhaps question. Sure.
I'm very glad that the guest spoke about equity. I'm very glad that he spoke about morality. I am slightly less glad that he spoke disapprovingly about the U.S. intervention in South Korea. If he truly disapproves of the U.S. intervention in South Korea, what exactly about a unified communist Korea, for instance, would he find to be equitable? What about it would he find to be good, more preferable than the current capitalist?
Great question. From my assessment, I don't necessarily care about the way that other countries govern themselves. I know that we like to act as though we do. It's the basis for American intervention. It's the number one argument that we present as to why we must intervene in other countries' affairs. But it's an inherently hypocritical argument because there are plenty of countries in the world that have devastating systems, ruthless autocracies, that are formative allies of the United States, and no such intervention is ever seen as a necessity. Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, the kafala system that they have. Now, you might say this is whataboutism, but the reason why I'm bringing this up is because For my estimation, the things that we did in Korea before there was such a thing as South Korea or North Korea were unbearable. Not only did we prop up a military dictatorship that was unbelievably authoritarian and unbelievably deadly, taking out any kind of socialist, trade unionist, or communist uprisings that were taking place in the South. But beyond that, what we did in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, or North Korea, is tantamount to genocide. The only distinction is that it was America that did the genocide, so the rest of the world does not call it a genocide. What can you call the destruction of 90% of all standing buildings? What do you call the death and destruction, the utilization of biological and chemical weapons on the Korean population that led I believe, 10% drop-off of the entire population? It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable bloodshed. I don't know what Korea would look like in the absence of our intervention, but I can only speak to what we've done to Korea. And what we've done to Korea is incredibly violent, and for no good reason whatsoever.
Further questions? Yes. Perhaps an ultimate question.
They want to ask more. They're hissing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm familiar with about 90% of Mr. Hassan's arguments. I do, however, have a question regarding when the U.S. should use its power abroad. Countries will just do this as a function of sovereignty and having to maintain allies, relationships, etc. When is it right for the U.S. to intervene in, say, Ukraine or Taiwan? Should the U.S. have gotten involved in something like World War II, even though it's not our country?
It's a great question as well. I think exhausting diplomatic solutions is the most important thing that the United States should be doing in every single scenario. And once it's established that diplomacy is impossible, then I think military intervention can be reasonable. An example I'll use is not Taiwan or Ukraine, but Israel. This is why I advocate for boycotts, divestments, and sanctions from the state of Israel. 80 years of apartheid. 80 years of settler colonial violence, ethnic cleansing, mass surveillance, mass incarceration of Palestinians, robbed from their ancestral homelands with no right to return. Against all international humanitarian law, against every rule in the rule book. Israel has been able to do this because they were an invaluable Cold War ally and an invaluable ally to the United States' interests in this resource-rich region. But if there was such a scenario where in the aftermath of that one phone call that Joe Biden could have made, that Donald Trump could make, that he seemingly chooses not to, it'd be really good if he made that phone call, especially lately. What comes next would be social pariah status at the international stage. No more political cover for Israel. No more weapons to Israel. No more aid to Israel. And if that doesn't work, sanctions on Israel. Now, I'm of the mindset that it wouldn't even get to that. That's why I believe that a single phone call would probably put an end to this kind of death and destruction. But as far as our foreign adversaries goes, I think we present a lot of opportunities. We create a lot of instability around the world with our intervention, with our interventions in the affairs of other countries in an effort to constantly prod at these foreign adversaries that we've designed, rather than trying to have an equitable solution that treats these countries not as foreign adversaries, but as diplomatic partners. But in the absence of that, of course, I think military intervention would be appropriate.
For an actually ultimate question.
Wait, I can't hear you.
I'd like to thank the speaker for his speech. I agree with him on many points, but I'm curious about his last point on the dangers of ending the American empire. What exactly does the process of ending the American empire with, as you said, preventing catastrophe for future generations look like? And is it not the case that if the American empire ends, that another global imperial power will rise?
Great question. So this is the argument that necessitates the existence of American empire, right? This is what we tell ourselves. This is what we are taught to fear. The idea that if we were to retreat from the rest of the world, other great powers would be just as ruthless to us. But the way that I think about it, as someone who's fascinated by movements of liberation throughout time, this argument has been the exact same argument time and time again. The idea that the white slaver, if they were to abolish slavery, would live in the same status in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery and be treated by the newly freed African men and women in the same way that the slaver treated them. The idea that if liberation came to countries like Algeria, or if the apartheid in South Africa was abolished, that somehow this new formation would actually punish the 10% whites in apartheid South Africa in the same way that the 10% white population has punished the black population. History has also shown us that that's not what happens. It's never happened. So the idea that other countries would treat the United States of America with the same violence that we have subjected them to has never really borne itself out. So I don't believe that that would be the case. It's a fear that many people hold on to, though, and I think that fear is what justifies, in the eyes of many Americans, the continuation of empire. Now, you asked me about trying to manage this retreat and what this catastrophic outcome would look like. I think we're living through that right now. The destruction of all previous rules of engagement, international human rights, the law of the jungle, a retreat from our previous security commitments, no longer relying on soft power initiatives. This is the death of American empire. We've now moved on to a much more vulgar form of imperialism, much more vulgar form of commanding our interests over the rest of the globe. And I think, and I hope that this is not the case, but I think that things are going to get even more violent from this point on. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. Because the reality of the matter is empires rarely die quietly. They go out over the course of sometimes centuries, but in America's case, probably a lot shorter, with increasing amounts of violence. And we're seeing that with our little sister nation, Israel, right now, going through its own fascist death spiral, not dissimilar to what the Nazis went through. I want to avoid that.
And for briefest
final question. I have a question. So the guest sort of makes this claim that the American empire is already ended, right? We don't, there's not much to do. It's in this death spiral, right? As someone who sort of wants to see this empire end, like the guest, should he just do nothing and wait for it to end? If he wants the empire to end and it is ending, what's the point of sort of doing anything politically if one can just sort of wait around and wait for it to end?
Great question. My statements are more so a warning for people. And like I mentioned, I want to manage this decline, and I want to move into the next phase of American development before it gets so totally out of hand that we see something as devastating, God forbid, as a nuclear holocaust or something. Because if the current economic organization of the American society persists, then the income inequality that we're facing is only going to worsen as wealth just stays at the top of society, and people who are from a working class background have a horrible end of that bargain, and their material conditions deteriorate even further, also accelerated by climate change too. So what I want to do is try to organize against that and to ensure that we have the most peaceful transition possible, so that we don't, so that we stop starving the potential of the masses here in the United States of America as well as elsewhere around the world.
And with that, yes, thanks. Is there
but apparently it will be streamed live on Twitch. Mr. President, Mr. Piker, Mr. Speaker, and chat, it's a pleasure to be here as we make the American Empire. And I really do think that Mr. Piker gets a lot right. He gets it right that America is an empire. He gets it right that it's being problematic. But he doesn't go far enough in defining what the American Empire is. What all I want to do today is that the U.S. empire is not just a question of territorial possessions, not just a question of military presence, nor of conventionism, but also one of technology, of finance and economics. That America has been a leader in those domains, has established a system of the rules of the game by which everyone else plays, to decide that those two are parts of its empire. The fact that almost every country in the world uses American satellites for GPS, the fact that the present food system means that it's an American created thing, created in Vermont or New Hampshire at 10 the fact that the U.S. dollar is the fiat currency of the world, so those two are parts of the American empire. Mr. Speaker, making no mistake, America is unique among empires. Thank you very much. First, I'll just outline 3 reasons why. The first is that America has no homeland. Mr. Piker will assert that America has been an empire since the Spanish-American War. I say it started much earlier than that. It started with the establishment of, yes, the 13 original colonies. America has been an empire since its inception. In fact, the land we're standing on today is formed by way of violent displacement of the Quinnipiac, Pawcatuck, and the Wappinger peoples. Second, America is no ethno-nationalist empire. Every other empire in history has been ethno-nationalist, with the exception of Rome. The British Empire was for white Brits. The Mughal Empire was for ethnically Indian people. The Chinese empires were for people who were ethnically Chinese. America is not an ethno-nationalist empire.
Finally, America is an economic, not a territorial empire. Why is this so significant? I think Mr. Piker and I would both agree that economics are the most important component of America's empire. It is capitalist incentives that draw us to this sort of downfall. And I'm really glad that he brought up the example of Guatemala. I agree that the deposition of Jacobo Arbenez, that was an economic incentive, but note the difference. It was not the case that it was a typical colonial expansion where America made Guatemala a colony. It was commercial interests. So that's the first thing I'd like to establish. But then the second thing I'd like to say, and this is where I'm in the negative, is that an American empire is greatly preferable to any other type of empire. Now, my problem with Mr. Piker's speech is that he lacks a theory of power. He lacks a theory of where power goes. Power does not evaporate. And I think it's telling that he would agree with me when he says that it was a tragedy that the USSR fell because suddenly there's a power vacuum and there were real big problems that sprouted from that. I would posit the fall of the American empire will lead to a very similar situation. Why is that important? I posit that one of two things would happen. Either we'd return to a system of spheres of influence, and we saw how that turned out in the early 20th century with World War I. It's a much bloodier world I'm sure we don't want to live in. And second, America could be supplanted. And I'm grateful to Ms. Perry for bringing this up in a question. Mr. Piker now claims, he says that that would never happen. He says there would be no supplanting because the historical record doesn't reflect that. But his examples, the fact that power went back to the people in South Africa, it went away from the apartheid state and towards the people, shows that power does not evaporate, it changes hands. So it's not a question of empire or no empire, it's a question of where the power is. And I posit it's much better that it's in American hands, which are covered in blood, than it's in Chinese hands or in the hands of another great power. Why is this the case? I'll posit that America gets a lot right. America gets free speech right. America gets capitalism right. America gets a lot right. The fact that we are motivated by competition above all else is the greatest virtue of this country. It means that we get an efficient economy. It has its problems, and I'll be the first to admit those. But it works a whole lot better than the Great Leap Forward, where the state says, we need to collectivize this land, and 55 million people die. Now, Mr. Piker recently made a trip to China, and he commented that this is a nation that's brought 800 million people out of poverty. That was because of reform and opening up. 改革开放. Reform and opening up to what? Reform and opening up to the system, the post-World War II system that America created. The opening up to billions of dollars in Western loans from the IMF and the World Bank. American empire has enabled these things, and while it's far from perfect, it's by far preferable. And Mr. Piker, because you like Mao so much, I'll end with a quote of his that I think you would do well to study, which is 枪杆子里面出政权. Did you get that? Did you get that? It's political power grows out the barrel of a gun. We do not want a violent world due to a power struggle when American empire falls. America has blood on its hands, but it's better for power to be in American hands than any other.
Question! Gentlemen!
Yeah.
For perhaps question, Nick Schwartz.
I'd just like to press on one of the statements you made about the active-nationalism question of the American empire. So other countries did have slavery. There were around before the U.S. existed. But the U.S. practiced race-based slavery, and it did it hasn't ended. It's still practice segregation based on race, and arguably Israel does the same thing. So why would the U.S. empire stop with racism in the U.S.?
I think that's an excellent question, and I think that it's true that our racist legacy continues with us to this day. But I think there's a big difference between a racist society and an ethno-nationalist one that claims this empire is for this ethnic group, and a system which is systemically racist. I think we can all agree that we are moving in what is certainly the right direction. We are moving in the direction of civil rights. The last half century has proven exactly that. And so while I'll be the first to concede that America is not perfect, especially on race, especially when dealing with immigrants, we are not an ethno-nationalist empire.
Further questions for the gentleman? The guest.
What's the format? How do I say for the speaker? Is that how you
Just ask the question.
Okay, all right, never mind. I just wanted to abide by tradition. It's been around. For the gentleman. You have somewhat of a deeply cynical, I would say, worldview about how power is supposed to continue. You did bring up an example in apartheid South Africa where the people were able to achieve liberal democracy to a certain degree. There were issues, and there's still issues in South Africa. Why do you think that the abolition of U.S. empire would create a power vacuum that creates a Chinese empire, for example? And why do you think that that system would be far more violent as opposed to an evolution just like what we saw with the American empire being a far better legacy than, let's say, monarchies that existed?
That's an excellent question. And I don't believe that when the American empire falls, if it does, China will necessarily take over. But I do believe that, apparently some people do, but I do believe that power doesn't evaporate. Power is something that doesn't simply disappear, it falls into different hands. And so I think as this applies to my speech, Mr. Piker, what I would say to you is that it has to go somewhere. And again, I think one of two things will happen. Either it'll be assumed by another great power. And unfortunately, there is no better great power than America. I really wish there were. And the other alternative is that we return to a system of geopolitics, which is contingent on spheres of influence. I don't believe we should return to the time when it's kingdoms fighting each other. I think that's a much bloodier world. In an interview with Ezra Klein last week, Fareed Zakaria made the comment, former YPU president, I will comment. He made the comment that liberalism has become a victim of its own success, which is to say that liberalism has succeeded to such an extent that we have forgotten. Mr. Piker, my generation, your generation, my parents' generation, your parents' generation. Hi, Mama and Dada. I hope you're watching this, which they are. We don't remember what it was like before this liberal system. We don't remember what it was like before World War II. We don't remember how bad it was. And so while I am right there with you, that America has created such evil through its colonial empire, I also believe that it is far better than anything we've ever had. It's the reason why we have intellectuals like Fukuyama saying it's the end of history. It's because this is almost as nice as we've ever had it.
And with that, the gentleman is thanked. For rebuttal.
With respect, your division of the violence and imperialist brutality that America has committed and the capitalist international order that we uphold is entirely artificial and farcical. The blood on our hands was spilt in service of the liberalized capitalist international order that you so idolize. Our coups and our imperialist conquests are committed at the behest of the international corporate conglomerates that our governments serve. America is not and has never been the linchpin singeing together the democratic free world. We toppled Allende to install Pinochet in the 70s, provided financial backing to the fascist Argentinian juntas, supplied unconditional support to Yeltsin, chief architect of the modern Russian oligarchy during the Soviet collapse of the 90s, and today we bankroll the genocidal apartheid Israeli regime, playing defense in the UN for the anal gang rape of Palestinian prisoners with rusty metal holes. We have set a global historical precedent for draconian drug laws, upending entire economies with gang warfare driven by the American elite's unquenchable twin desires for coke and bloodshed. We have set back progress, combating the climate crisis that threatens the imminent annihilation of life on Earth by funneling untold billions into hydraulic fracking and deforestation of old-growth forests on federal lands. The incineration of the Amazon is in service for our appetite for beef. The Israeli state is a product of Palantir, and we sponsor the dissolution of democracy internationally through armed violent coups, and we sponsor the dissolution of society through the insidious arm of neoliberal austerity exercised in our name through the IMF and World Bank. These problems are not a product of America per se, but they are an inevitable outcropping of our status as the concentrated seat of the powers of capital on the global stage. We are their principal agents and benefactors. Our interests are their interests. This barbarous monstrosity, this regime of terror and destruction and death that we have created must be destroyed, and it must be destroyed now.
Is there perhaps a question from the much maligned? Question. I agree. But I'm wondering if the speaker can tell me, where should the power go after? What better way of organizing power? I see the ways that we can actually build a stable system post-American empire.
I find the assumption that power must necessarily concentrate in the hands of some other international dominant government to be insane. What we are striving for is not just to transfer our status as imperial global hegemon to another quote-unquote more benevolent empire. What I and what the Left Project in general is aiming for is the complete dissolution of that hierarchical system of international control, power, and economic coercion. Where power should end up and where power should resolve is in the international hands of people, of human beings, not of governments, not of corporate leaders, not of stock traders, not of the monsters who would bomb life on Earth into oblivion for another cent in their stock portfolio.
In the affirmative. The speak.
That was a rebuttal. Don't throw anything like rebuttal we do, I think.
Oh, God. Hello, YPU. Hello, chat. Hello, March. Hello, guest. Okay, so in 1961, Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican president, a five-star general, and supreme commander of the Allied forces in World War II, warned the nation that we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence by the military-industrial complex, okay? He said that it would devour the resources the country needs to survive, and 65 years later, he was totally right. So, America is an empire. We've got 750 to 800 military bases across the globe, the territorial possessions from Puerto Rico to Guam, shout out, the ability to sanction any economy, bomb any country, and topple any government that we choose. The United States just approved a $1 trillion defense budget, and next year's proposal is $1.5 trillion. How are we going to pay for it? By cutting 10% of literally everything else. So, we spend more money on the military than the next 10 countries combined. That's 40% of all the military spending in the entire world. But my argument isn't just about money, it's about morality. Historian Howard Zinn documented how American expansion has always been justified by the same lie that we're spreading freedom and democracy around the world. But from the Philippines to Vietnam to Iraq, the pattern never changes. It's mass violence abroad, decay at home, and ordinary people are set to foot the bill. So, who gains and who pays? This year, Congress added $39 billion in military projects the Pentagon didn't even ask for. Why did they do it? Because of the lobbyists. This is empire. It's a wealth transfer from the working class paychecks to defend military contractor shareholders. So, there are currently 46 active armed conflicts right now, which is the most since World War II, by the way. We've spent $8 trillion on the world on terror, and what do we have to show for it? The world is severely less stable than it ever has been before, and this is the fault of the American empire. So, moving on to who's paying,
Let's look at the kid in Mississippi whose school can't afford textbooks while the nearest military base next door gets $500 million in expansion money. The veteran, poisoned by burn pits, denied care while defense contractors produce record-breaking profits. However, and having said that, money isn't the real issue. Even if we taxed the wealthy and funded both empire and society, empire would still be wrong because empire means domination. It means killing people who have done nothing to us, including our fellow US citizens. On to the impacts. From an environmental perspective, the US military is the single largest institutional producer and consumer of fossil fuels on the planet at 270,000 barrels of oil a day. And that's for routine operations during peacetime, not even at wartime. That's more emissions than 140 countries combined. And we, the people, are told to recycle, take shorter showers, buy EVs. The onus is put on the individual to change the world. Meanwhile, a single military refueling tanker burns more fuel in one flight than the average American does in 40 years. We sacrifice, they indulge. So, the military burns oil to protect access to oil, which funds more military spending. It's a self-reinforcing cycle of extraction and violence. Our business models cycle and sustain themselves on death tolls. And from a lives perspective, Brown University's cost of war projected that we tracked a human toll. So the deaths of post 9/11 wars have killed 4.5 million people and displaced 38 million people. And the empire doesn't deliver the stability that it promises. Every intervention creates blowback. We've armed the Mujahideen, we got Al-Qaeda. We toppled Saddam, we got ISIS. We are the ones perpetuating these conflicts because perpetual war is profitable for the elites. Says, like, be glad it's the American empire rather than somebody else's, but at the same time, this is a false choice. The choice isn't between, like, American empire versus Chinese, it's between domination and cooperation. China's power is economic, and mutual destruction isn't in anyone's best interest. So the power vacuum fear comes from, like, the idea that somebody must dominate, but that's an imperial mindset. Most of the world doesn't yearn for American or Chinese hegemony. They want multilateral cooperation where no single country has power or autonomy over them. And that world is possible, we're just blocking it. So, what is the world of the alternative? Empire undermines rule-based international order, replacing it with war of one against all. You can't champion international law while bombing whoever you want, and you can't demand others to follow the rules that you don't follow yourself. Most of the world already wants multilateral cooperation, we're just undermining it because we are the ones withdrawing from climate agreements, we're the ones vetoing UN resolutions, we sanction International Criminal Court. Instead, we ought to work towards diplomacy before bombs, strengthen our international institutions, create trade agreements that benefit workers, and use the trillions that we save into investments at home and abroad. So, with that being said, America's founding promise was self-governance, and empire betrays that promise. Every dollar spent on defense is a dollar taken from a public school. Eisenhower was right. In the empire, fund the future.
Question for the lady. For perhaps a penultimate question, Mr. Moho.
I thank the lady for her speech. I guess the question is, with this framing that America is the country that introduces, this desire for domination without the U.S. We all hold hands and live together and be really happy. I mean, it's really nice. Everyone claps. It makes me so happy. But I mean, does the lady, and maybe, I'm asking kind of as a proxy of Hasan, but I mean, how do they do Chinese efforts on the South China Sea? How do they do efforts to take over Taiwan? How do they do efforts to ensure so, okay, the U.S. goes away, and all these are fine because it's under, like a communist government. Like, I mean, do we just dissolve all governments and then we all live together and then no more of this? Like, where does it end?
So what I'm saying, it's not like militaries won't exist. I'm advocating for like regional partnerships. Like we aren't the ones, America shouldn't be the answer to like what's happening in the South China Sea. I think Japan, Australia, South Korea, Southeast Asia, they can form their own partnerships like through diplomacy or what have you.
Further questions for the lady, or perhaps a final question. I have another question. I got two debates. So the lady sort of makes the claim that there is an alternative to like domination, and it's cooperation. One of the sort of big issues with sort of international bodies that seems to me is that there is like not sort of cultural cohesion, right? I.e. some things that seem like totally incompatible for us are part of the cultures of other countries. How does she reckon we sort of work through that in this idea of cooperation? Do we sort of ignore the issues on which we have cultural differences, or will we eventually sort of coalesce around one global culture?
I don't think it's necessarily advocating for a global culture, like people can have their own cultures, what have you. I think it's just about diplomacy, and what our guest said, like diplomacy, diplomacy, diplomacy, till the last, like that, as far as we can go, rely on that rather than, you know, us unilaterally deciding what the world can and cannot do.
And with that, the lady is thanked. Motion!
We go back to I move we thank Ms. M.J. Joseph for a 5-minute speech on the floor of the Open.
Is there perhaps a second docketed speech in the negative?
For the speech.
Speech.
Sorry to everyone that missed Ben & Jerry's free ice cream. So thank you. I missed it. I'm pretty sad I missed it. Okay. We on the left need to say something that too many of us have become afraid to say. America is worth loving. Yes, America has flaws. Serious ones. I'm one of the biggest critics of my country, and I will continue to be. We should be honest how we treat the poor, how gun crimes ravage our communities, and the lack of health care. But call out the hypocrisy that exists in the gap between our reality and our ideals, but never forget that we're still better than any of the countries supposedly under our empire, not just the alternatives to our empire. My mom was born and raised in India. She loved learning and reading and writing. She scored at the top of her class in school. But when it came time to college, my grandmother thought it would be more fitting for a woman to get married and learn the trades of a wife rather than allow her to pursue her dreams at college. She was married off to my dad, who she did not meet until our wedding day. He happened to be a good man. Many others were not so lucky. So what should we say to this? My grandmother was wrong. The culture which taught her this was wrong. The government which did not stop that and even incentivize it was wrong. And this is what so many of us on the left are so afraid to say. We are so obsessed with classifying everything in terms of hegemonic power, recognize evil. We think of the world in terms of such a binary. The West are the oppressors and everyone else is the oppressed. But in doing so, we romanticize and fetish the evil of these regimes simply because they are anti-Western. I respect you a lot, man, but Stalin dead has killed 20 million people. Look at Iran. It is not some like innocent, misunderstood regime. It's a regime that killed 30,000 of its citizens just because they protested. It is a regime that has backed terrorists that have intentionally killed thousands of civilians. It's a regime that has allowed women to be stoned for committing adultery. Or look to Venezuela and Cuba that are so corrupted by cartels that they're basically narco states. They deny their citizens basic necessities. They jail and kill dissidents and only look out for those in power. You may oppose intervention for practical reasons, fine. People can disagree about what can be done and what costs are bearable. But do not delude yourselves into thinking that these people are free or that they are living great lives. Do not tell yourselves women beaten into silence or dissidents being thrown into prison just need more time to work things out on their own. The least we owe them is honesty. There is no hope for these people outside of America. Their regimes will continue to repress them while enriching their leaders. The lady before me asked for regional partnerships. A regional partnership with Iran and Lebanon going to free like the Iranians? And the rest of the international community will continue to turn a blind eye, whether in Israel or Palestine or in Armenia and Azerbaijan. The only solution is an American one. I agree with the lady before me that the like American imperial project is inherently corporatist, but like how do we solve that? Like I think Mr. Piker has said before, elect someone other than J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom. That's the solution. Not to get rid of American power wholly, but to like make ourselves better. So criticize America all you want, I will too. But do not insult the people who flee these places by pretending their chains are beautiful. There's a reason my parents came to America. They were offered a promise, and though this promise is far from fulfilled, at least we're trying. My mom got her community college degree here in 2012, and she hopes that I will have a daughter one day to realize her dreams. So know the difference between a country that fails its ideals and regimes that do not even have those ideals. The left has room for patriotism. So while I have a little bit of time left, and it's my last speech at Union, I just want to say a few words about Rick Scott, who proves again that conservatives don't believe in free speech, or just conservatives. I condemn Mr. Piker's statements on political violence, just as I condemn Mr. Scott's colleague from Georgia who said that Obama should be hanged or that Pelosi should be shot. I condemned him just as I condemned the January 6 rioters who committed actual violence and was summarily pardoned by Mr. Scott's party. But here is the difference. I still believe that Mr. Piker and Ms. Green should be allowed to speak here. Because in America, unlike in Iran or Venezuela, dissent is not supposed to mean censorship or silencing. In this country, when we hear ideas we disagree with, we do not respond by saying that the state should shut it down. We respond by arguing, by vehemently debating. We respond by listening, persuading, debating bad ideas in the open. This is the fundamental ethos of the First Amendment and part of what makes this country extraordinary. And a group of college students seems to understand that better than the senator, because we do it every Tuesday at the Yale Political Union. So Senator Scott, you're free to rage about college students on Twitter and threaten our funding, but never again pretend to be a champion of free speech. Thank you.
Question for the guest.
Oh, I get special privileges?
Yeah, bro.
Okay. Great speech.
Thank you.
You brought up that Venezuela and Cuba were narco states. Not exactly sure where you got that information from. I think it was Donald Trump who said Venezuela was a narco state, and then he dropped it. Or at least the Southern District of New York dropped it. The FBI did, because there wasn't enough evidence for it. But beyond that, you talked about free speech at the end of your speech. It's a value that I also believe in, and maybe even sometimes exhaust. But I also believe that free speech has been taken away from Americans time and time again, especially throughout times of war. Eugene Debs famously was jailed for being a conscientious objector. We've interned Japanese people living on U.S. soil during World War II. We've assassinated leaders of the Black Panther Party, of the Black Panther movement. These are all direct violations of free speech, both for domestic concerns and at times when America's power around the globe is felt threatened. Now, do you feel like free speech is inherent to American liberal democracy, number one? Do you feel like social liberalism is only compatible with American imperial hegemony, and if so, why? And last but not least, what do you say to the argument that we are losing what remains of our free speech right now directly as a consequence of America's power waning on the global stage because empire does feel threatened?
So I think your first question was free speech and relation to liberal democracy. So I agree. I think I'm one of the big ones that condemns the Americans who jailed in the Red Scare and all those things. I actually think that we're actually pretty good at protecting actual free speech right now. I don't think people are actually jailed or anything. I think one of the most dangerous attacks on free speech It's a sort of more like institutional one, like the ones that's happening in like schools all over, like the South, for example, where you can't teach critical race theory. But once again, like I think one of my main points is that like this sort of free speech is like I think unique and like even unique to like America compared to the rest of the West. For example, the UK, where like they can like censor anything. But I think the state of free speech in America is certainly, I think, way better than anywhere else. Your second question, is social liberalization only compatible with American imperial hegemony? Currently, yes. Currently, yes. It's like we are the only ones in the global, like you look to our partners in Europe, look to anybody that's like advancing any idea of like social liberalism. Yeah, there are like some like dissents in like some of these countries themselves, but I actually think like the strongest voices are the people right here in America, and those are like the left. And I think like we gotta win this election 2028. That's how we solve it. I forget your third question.
It was just Venezuela and Cuba being narco states. Where you got that information from?
So I mean, once again, I'm not like the greatest like expert on like cartels, but I'm pretty sure, for example, like I can't tell you specific research for you, but like I'm pretty sure Cuba, for example, is like makes a significant amount of money as like a middle point between like South American cartels and like America, and it's like planes take off from there, and there is like some evidence that like the government has cooperated. Same, I think, similar in Venezuela. That's what I'd say. I think it's like wrong to sort of like say that they haven't cooperated at all with some of these cartels. Yeah.
For perhaps a final question. Mr. Kirkpatrick.
Oh, thank you for your indulgence. So I would agree with the gentleman in my classmate on
See you tomorrow.
About certain states maybe being better than others to live in. But my question is more about empire as a choice. Yeah. America being an empire is a hard-powered choice. It's something that multiple states a common around the world. And I would think that America may be great, but do we need to impose our greatness in violence? Does it shine something on a hill need to burn down other things to make them?
So on violence, I think one of the like tough parts of me giving this speech is that like I'm like a struggling pacifist. But then I also have like trouble like largely like thinking about history like World War II. But I do think there has to be like some level of imposition, right? That like these things aren't going to solve themselves. And I think that's like part of my point. It's that like Iran isn't like I actually think like revolution is like now impossible. You can't like resist states anymore. Like military technology has gone like way too advanced. Like the only way I think is external. And I think, to be honest, the only hope for like a lot of these countries is the American people. So go vote 2028.
And with that, the gentleman is thanked. Is there perhaps a third docketed speech in the affirmative?
For the speech!
Speech! And there's one more after.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand before you wearing all black for two reasons. One of those reasons is due to your resolution, because I fear we cannot argue about whether to slaughter an already dead empire. An empire is not defined by territory, especially in a world that is so wrought with globalization. Rather, empires are defined by their dependencies. If a state becomes structurally and asymmetrically reliant on another for culture and tradition, security, or economic survival, they are integrated within this larger empire. For example, if I'm a sovereign state that adopts American cultural traditions, receives protection through military bases, and relies on exporting goods to American soil, then I am one with the American empire. But there is one thing that those who have and will speak on the stage have gotten terribly wrong, Mr. Speaker. Empires are inherently good. When conflicts can be simplified down to in-groups and dehumanized out-groups, forcing other nations under one in-group is bound to reduce out-group villainization, dehumanization, and conflict. Without this coordination, power fragments, and struggle for domination wreaks havoc upon this now vacuum. An empire can stabilize trade, reduce conflict, and establish greater order and allow for greater lived meaning in a multicultural world. The world needs dominance for peace, and if this is a sort of utopic end, then certainly the ends justify the means. There is one condition though. An empire is only legitimate if it is directed towards a clear and coherent end, preferably one that maximizes collective human good, but an empire can be legitimate without. What an empire does require for legitimacy though, is for its actions to push towards this coherent end. And, for a time, the American empire met this condition. Initially with the Monroe Doctrine, and then later with policies in the post-war period like the Marshall Plan and the Truman Doctrine, America drove towards clear ends of democracy, social mobility, and containment of totalitarianism. But today, it has failed. It does not fail because it lacks power, but it fails because it no longer knows what this power is for. What are America's ends now, I ask this union? The issue is not that America has no direction. It is that it's attempting to pursue incompatible ones. The American empire still holds claim to its original ends, but it now directly contradicts that through maintaining strategic control over global regions like the Middle East, supporting allies and instigating regime changes, often promoting its own influence over eventual democratic outcomes. This is not covered under this ends justify the means philosophy, because these are competing priorities that are fundamentally incompatible. After all, control, by definition, limits autonomy. So, it is not that America has no end, but rather the presence of multiple incompatible ends at once. An empire with many ends has no ends at all. America no longer has a strong enough national identity to consolidate a single direction, and without that, its actions lose meaning. We see this contradiction clearly in practice. The American empire was built on the idea of a melting pot, a nation defined not by exclusion, but by openness and integration. But today, Mr. Speaker, even within its own borders, that identity is contested. Immigration is no longer a shared ideal, but a point of polarization within our political climate. And when there is that level of internal conflict, this empire cannot export an end that it no longer believes in itself. And on a global scale, this lack of coherence breaks down the very system empire is supposed to create. Where a strong empire organizes its subject states, an illegitimate one doesn't halt the in-group, out-group conflict, and instead serves as just another force in the mix that can be seen with Middle Eastern conflicts today. And when an empire loses its coherent end, its means no longer serve a purpose beyond themselves. What was once a path towards stability becomes a system of permanent control and just a lifeline for the Americas to stay kicking. The ends once justify the means, but now there are no ends left to justify them. So why not reform? Why not just realign the system? Because the American empire cannot regain a coherent end without abandoning the very structure that makes it an empire. If America chooses democracy as its end, it must obtain control over allies and regions, which dissolves dependency and the empire ends. But if it chooses control as its end, it must abandon democratic legitimacy, which destroys credibility entirely. In either case, the current system cannot survive. Ending the American empire does not mean chaos. All it means is abandoning a system of domination that no longer has direction, and letting American cultural, political, and economic presence fade. It means recognizing that power must be tied to a coherent, intelligible end if it's to remain legitimate. And thus, the danger is not that American empire ends. Thank you. The danger is not that American empire... Oh, that's one sentence. Okay. The danger is that it continues as a system that has lost its purpose, and in doing so undermines the very order it once claimed to preserve, and with that I yield.
Isn't this supposed to be affirmative?
Yes. Questions for the gentleman. Or perhaps a question. Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think this is all about a really interesting speech. I had a fun one at that. I I'm interested in like the sustainability of the system he outlines. He says like an empire must have sort of like one end, but it seems like to me that an empire naturally wants to dominate more, wants to take more, wants to have multiple ends, and it kind of like pushes into having multiple ends and then becomes unsustainable. It seems like to me this is a process of empire. Like how does the gentleman reconcile that? Is it like possible to have like a sustainable long-term empire with just one end?
I think that's actually a really good question because it can be shown with a lot of empires in the past that they start off with this clear goal, they dominate for it, but then eventually over time they start splitting, they start gaining competing factions, and then eventually they fall. So, I mean, I think America is already in this downward spiral, but I would like to hope that in an ideal empire, that there is one that is able to stick with their ends with either a strong enough constitution or leadership that keeps the same ideals through generations, which I know is very highly unlikely, but at least that is what the ideal empire would be like.
For perhaps a penultimate question, Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This presents this idea that empires, in order to have meaning, have to have one particular goal, and he describes which goals are good. But have any empires throughout history actually had one particular goal? They seem to be motivated by a variety of different factors. Motivated by freedom and fighting communism and other geopolitical ends. Can we actually obtain the standard that the gentleman describes?
So by one coherent end, I don't mean we're picking between democracy and the containment of totalitarianism. I mean like one set framework. But I do understand where the gentleman's coming from, and I honestly don't think any empire has really reached this at this point, because what other empires besides the American Empire, and perhaps the Chinese Empire, do we have really existing today?
And for perhaps a final question, the senior sometime speaker at Yale.
So, empires opt to employ ends to certain, or means to certain ends. So I'm curious what, kinds of means are justifiable. For example, if an empire deems a certain group subversive to its own ends, a group that makes up a sizable portion of its population, would something like a mass extinction or a mass termination or like a mass disenfranchisement of this group ever be justified? Because with the way that the gentleman posits his view of empire, it seems like this is a reasonable option. So
we're about to unveil liberal Hitler.
Absolutely. So I did have one line that was basically clear, coherent, and preferred, one that maximizes collective human good. So, I mean, the empire, if it does those actions that the gentleman is saying, then then it could be a legitimate empire, but it's certainly not a good empire.
And with that, the gentleman is thanked. Is there perhaps a final docketed speech in the negative? Speech.
So I'll have this, and then also the closing remarks. You don't have to say for the speech, just go up there. And those can be short.
No questions on him?
Yeah, him?
Yeah.
No, it's all. But yeah, no questions for you.
Oh, okay.
One day, the young people of today will inherit America. We grew up hearing that our country was strong and special. We heard stories of our founders that taught us that this country meant something, that it was more than just land, more than just an economy. We were supposed to be the nation of liberty, of builders, a nation of industry where those who worked hard succeeded. But we now stand to inherit an America that is not that. Our political machine has given us back-to-back senile presidents. Our president desecrates Easter on Easter. We still don't know what's going on with Epstein, but it isn't good, and it involves a lot of people. We have a Congress that's bought out that 80% of Americans disapprove of. That's our leadership. And what fruits has it bore? The economy has been rigged, We believed in hard work, now we gamble on sports and cryptocurrency. We're short 27 million affordable homes. We have no bullet trains. China has 30,000 miles of them. And our cities cede their public spaces to people zombified by fentanyl. Our house is not in order. And what about internationally? That's the subject of this debate. We have to watch on that runway in Afghanistan while our allies chase a C-17 down the runway. We watch them cling to the side while it takes off. Those people believed in our values, and look what happened to them. And now we have this entanglement in Iran. We've done a surprise attack like cowards. We never used to do those as a matter of principle. We've accomplished none of our goals 6 weeks in, and now we are considering their 10-point plan. So how can the proud American look at the state of our country today and feel anything but humiliation? And what was the point of it all? Cheap gas? Gas isn't even cheap. So I agree that we've got problems, but now we have this idea that's coming from Mr. Piker and other people on the left that we just need to maim America. We just need America to just shrivel up so it can't do any more damage to the world. And I hear this idea. It's so weak. It's so convenient because it doesn't require fixing anything or having solutions for our country's problems. Our national mission, the mission of Washington, of Hamilton, of Lincoln, has been subverted from the inside. It's been subverted by the rise of so many who desire nothing more than to skim off the top. People who see our country as an economic zone and think in terms of quarters and election cycles instead of decades. The abuse of our power abroad is just one part of our problem. We've lost that great civilizational gravity that built our power in the first place. We've lost the American difference in industry, in economy, in our standard of living. The American dream, essentially. And so to the rest of the world, we are not that city on the hill anymore. And so we replace that influence with the influence of bombs and drone strikes. But this smash and grab domestic situation and our disastrous foreign policy are both coming from the same place. The lobbyists, the super PACs, their donors, the defense contractors, they're eating our country. And so that's a hard problem to solve. We'll probably have to reform our elections. We'll probably have to reform our bureaucracy, revive antitrust and consumer protections, federalism, and so much more. But this idea that the solution is just to retreat from the world, I don't buy it. It's giving up. Maiming our stature will not fix congressional corruption. It won't solve the housing shortage. It won't fix our infrastructure. It won't rebuild faith in our country. But I have hope that we can once again achieve that civilizational gravity that we long for. That if we rise to the occasion, as we have so many other times in our history, and if America is renewed, not only in strength and power, but also in our values and beliefs, then we can be a force for good in the world. We profess our values today but fail to uphold them, but how many more refuse to even acknowledge them? The world of this weak, retreating America is not a good place, and the world of a renewed, focused, strident America is a better one. We do not have to accept anything less than what we know this country can be. I yield to questions.
Questions for the gentleman. Before perhaps the question, Mr. Miranda Blas.
Thank you for the indulgence. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing a lot of I, me, America. You know what I'm not hearing a lot about? The American Empire. As someone who is, get ready for it, from Puerto Rico. As someone who is a subject of the empire, why should I be compelled to care what is happening in the United States? Why should I care what the United States is doing when they are still in my country, exploiting my economy and taking advantage of a captive economy that the United States has imposed upon us and that is being imposed upon other countries as well? Why should those countries be okay with discontinued foreign policy? Why should we focus specifically be on what is good for America? If we were talking about the American empire, writ large. You know, that thing.
Well, certainly I don't think that our foreign policy should continue as it's been. That definitely is not a part of my argument. But to respond to the broader question, the point is that an America that lives by the values of the Declaration of Independence, an America that truly stands for what we say, is good for the world. And so that's why you should care. That's why people around the world do care what happens in our country.
Further questions? Perhaps a penultimate question. Ms. Abdul-Kahan?
A tension between maintaining a presence in the world and fixing all the internal issues that the gentleman mentioned. Housing, the fact that budget is a thing. Can you continue spending as much money sending moms abroad and maintaining this empire abroad when you have such a plethora of issues that the gentleman listed out? Is it not more morally consistent to retreat and to handle all the issues that the gentleman is so fascinating?
There is tension between spending $1.5 trillion on the military, as has been proposed, and fixing our domestic problems. But I don't propose that we spend $1.5 trillion on the military. But I do propose that we continue, as we hopefully reform and restore our country, having a place in the world, having the ability to project influence. And so there can be tension between the things that we do in pursuit of an empire and the things that we seek to do at home. But there is also a way to achieve both at the same time, I believe.
And for perhaps the briefest final questions. Gentlemen.
So as we know, the sort of world system is some sort of jungle system. There's no overarching enforcement mechanism for acting altruistically. So why would the United States ever act that way? Why wouldn't it just revert to acting in its own interest?
Well, if you don't believe that our country is special, or you don't believe that there's anything here, then that would be a cynical viewpoint that one could adopt. But that's not what I would ever want to see from our country. That's not what I would ever propose or support.
And with that, gentlemen, thank you. Are there perhaps closing remarks from the guest?
Yes.
Good.
Do I say forward to the speech again?
Nah, you can just go.
All right. Wow. That was incredible. A lot of wonderful speeches I heard today. And some maybe not so wonderful. I did, however, hear a lot of American exceptionalism. I heard a lot of liberal chauvinism and an overall fear of the unknown, a fear of the enemy that we've designed in our minds. That is what justifies Western imperialism in the minds of many, so it's expected. But I just wanted to say thank you for all your wonderful and thoughtful contributions today. I want to make this short and sweet. 100 years ago, liberalism was failing. There was tremendous conflict on the European continent. 100 years later, with the exception of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, let's be real, it would be unthinkable to assume that Germany would fight against France, or that France would fight against England. Why? Because there's collaboration. Capitalism has robbed us of our humanity. We assume endless greed is the nature of man. But while greed has played a formative role in developing Western society, so has collaboration. We look to these institutions that we've built. We look to skyscrapers, the invention of the internet. Maybe that was not so good. Although it did give me a job, so I have to be grateful. And we assume this is a byproduct of capitalism, a byproduct motivated by man's greed, the profit incentive. All of these institutions, whether it be skyscrapers, whether it be our infrastructure, was also built with labor, with collective action. It is our choice at the end of the day to focus on one over the other. We can make that choice to no longer be greedy. We can make that choice to no longer exercise that selfishness. And we can make that choice to engage in collaboration with many of you, I believe, regardless of your ideological background, would probably agree that Donald Trump is forcing us to retreat from that collaborative nature, whether it's for good or for evil. But ultimately, it is that wanting that each and every one of you has to collaborate with others that I believe that we can, no matter what happens next, find a much more just and equitable future. And the only way we can do that is through organizing. One of the first speakers, I forget your name, had some interesting words to say, that there's always going to be power. I say we put the power back in the hands of the many, rather than the power in the hands of the few. If a dictatorship is inevitable, I'd rather have it be a dictatorship of the proletariat than one that is designed around the needs of the bourgeois class. And on that note, thank you so much for having me today. Look forward to seeing yourselves on clips.
Appropriate motion. The motion, the chair.
I have the previous question.
No. The speaker by Speaker Yale.
I move we make the guy.
Hearing seconds and no objections, the guest is so thanked. Is there now perhaps an appropriate motion?
For the motion.
By Speaker.
I move the previous question.
Hearing seconds and no objections, we will now come to a vote. Floor leaders, please come to the front. Per the Union Constitution, please only raise your hand to vote if you are a member of one of our 7 parties. All those members of the Union in the affirmative of the resolution, please raise your hand. Members of the Union.
Oh yeah. I vote for the.
All those members of the Union in the negative of the resolution, please raise your hand.
Ooh.
Oh. Yeah, make sure you get the
54 to 31 to 3, this motion passes. Is there perhaps a final appropriate motion? Mr. Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I move we adjourn. There is seconds and no objections. It is so moved.
Mr. Piker, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it. Pleasure to meet you as well.
Nice to meet you.
Patman crowd just trying to get us to adjourn.
Just two?
Yeah, we have to. Thank you. Let's get a. We're taking a photo.
You want to take a photo?
If we can share it with the front.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks for your help.
What is this for, USA Today?
Yes, sir. You're doing an interview with us.
Oh, yeah, I am, yeah.
You're right.
All right. Yep.
Yeah, I have it in my pocket.
We're going to take a picture.
1 second.
Yeah.
Let me just give this to March.
Yeah, you got it.
There you go.
We're going to go to our event site. Would you like to meet the people or should we just go see it?
Yeah, no, I'll meet the people. I mean, it's going to be crazy, but...
I'm looking getting framed all by you in that picture.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Nice chill.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we'll talk at the event. Okay. All right. More. When do we need to go to the event?
As soon as Mr. Piker is
okay. Just let me know. I'm gonna take care of it.
Okay. The event is dinner, right, or something?
We do have a charcuterie.
Okay. Cool. What's up? Nice to meet you. You guys were incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Thank you so much.
Brilliant, both of you.
Can we take a picture?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Okay, great. Get well.
What's going on? Nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah.
Do you want me to stand like in between everybody? How do we want to do it? It's going to be tough. Okay. First, let's do just us three. Is that what you want to do? Wait, first I'm going to do just with them two and then it with everybody, okay?
Wait. Party.
Yes. All right. Get it.
Okay. Party.
I'm gonna fall off the stage.
Don't fall.
Yeah, careful.
You know what?
Hit that 0.5, Doug.
Yeah, I'll get that 0.5.
Height mog in my case.
All right. 3, 2, 1, revolution! Amazing. Party left.
Woo!
All right. Nice to meet you guys.
Thanks, man. Great to meet you. Yes.
Wow. What an event, huh, Chad? Did you guys enjoy it?
We had fun.
It was good. They had fun. I couldn't check. Yeah, of course. Let's do it. What's up?
Amazing.
Nice to hear it.
Thank you.
Also, yeah, thanks for coming. Usually we get like a bunch of like.
What's going on? Thank
It's
you.
been all right-wing guests this semester, so.
I bet you none of them. I bet you that didn't cause. Oh hell yeah! I bet you that didn't cause half the controversy of me coming,
Well,
right?
Well, Rick Scott came too, and no one.
Yeah, I know.
I
no one cares about Rick Scott.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
He came when I was speaker. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
We also had the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah. Well, that was early this semester. So. Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Whoever, quick. Because I gotta go.
Yeah. We'll pick it up. Yeah. All right.
Let me send this to Leo.
Wait. Oh my God. Wait. Okay, well.
All right.
Hey, can I get a picture of that?
Sure.
All right, let's go. It's like a really bad camera.
Thanks. Nice to meet you. What's going on?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. I really liked your speech. And
thank you.
It kept me sane.
A lot of liberals on this campus, I see, which is expected. No, I mean, I definitely,
we're gonna get stuck.
I definitely tuned
Okay,
it
we should
down,
probably go now.
thinking that the audience would be more receptive to a less aggressive message. But
I think it was needed.
We gotta go to the green room.
oh, we gotta go.
But-
Okay, all right, last one.
Actually, you have
And
a-
join DSA.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Here you go. All right. Oh, selam, merhaba. All right. All right, I gotta go, guys. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks for coming.
All right.
Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you for
I'm running for Congress.
Okay. Nice to meet you, man. All right.
Can we get a photo?
Can we get a photo?
Oh my
All right.
God. Thank you, Hasan.
Nice to meet you guys. What's going on? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys. Hi. Hi. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, we're going upstairs. Oh yeah, you put çıkıyoruz.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay.
That was a wonderful event, I thought.
Oh, yeah.
By far the biggest crowd that I have seen at any Yale event.
Oh wow.
And incredible excitement for this debate. And I thought that the student speakers were also.
Yeah, no, they were great. They were great.
Do you often do debates like this? Is this something that you plan to do more in the future?
Maybe. I mean, I've done Cambridge Union and Oxford Union, but that was more so. I mean, there were contentious questions as well as just open for whoever. I know that there's like different formats. I've never done this one before.
Well,
I've never.
Is quite a unique format.
Yeah, I like it. It's
we
like.
are the oldest and the largest debate society in America, so.
Yeah.
There are some that are up and coming and are actually asking for our support and help, and so we're doing that. So hopefully you get invited by some others as well soon.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's definitely. College campuses invite me to do stuff all the time, but it's rarely ever, this format.
Yeah. And then as soon as you are ready, we're just going to pull you to a private event that is a few blocks away.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's just end it here then.
Yeah, I mean, that's when we had it scheduled.
Yeah. All right. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. That was a wonderful experience, very fun. I hope you guys also enjoyed it. I'll be live tomorrow from New York once again. I might have some guests on the show. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll get back to situation monitoring as always. Yeah, I think as far as problematic clips goes from this event, it wasn't too bad. I didn't say anything too radical, I don't think. So